Orphaned at a young age, Lin Feng inherited a modest grocery store from his late uncle, embarking on a life of stagnation and indolence. However, fate took an unexpected turn when he awakened a divine spatial ring and acquired the ability of clairvoyance. With his newfound powers, he discerned the authenticity of antiques, unraveled the mysteries of raw materials, amassed a fortune in jade from Myanmar's public auctions, and outwitted international swindlers in high-stakes gambling competitions. Thus began his journey of treasure hunting, stone gambling, and cultivation, mastering them all with remarkable finesse. Chapter 1. The Spatial Ring. Expelled from the orphanage, Lin Feng took over his uncle's grocery store, a modest establishment spanning a little over 100 square meters, comprising 2 floors, one for business and the other for living quarters. The store primarily sold inexpensive replicas of crafts, such as copper coins, root carvings, ceramics, and lacquerware, with fireworks, incense, paper money, and paper offerings displayed outside. While it was euphemistically referred to as a modern antique shop, the reality was closer to a junk collection. Business was not thriving at most. He earned 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. Renting the space to someone else would yield a more reliable income. But Lin Feng was reluctant to incur additional housing costs by moving elsewhere. Ultimately, he chose to retain the store, unconcerned about its lack of profitability, for his uncle had also left him a cash inheritance of over 500,000 yuan. Although not a princely sum, it was sufficient for Lin Feng to lead a life of leisure for a decade or two, provided he refrained from extravagant spending on housing or vehicles. Thus began Lin Feng's life of utter complacency, eating, overseeing the store, and sleeping with little interaction with the outside world. This behavior led neighbors to speculate if he was suffering from depression, suggesting he might benefit from professional help. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, which coincided with Lin Feng's 28th birthday, he made a rare early start, venturing to the supermarket to purchase a bounty of marinated delicacies, including several pounds of pig's head meat and a couple of bottles of fine wine, intending to celebrate his birthday in style. Upon returning to his grocery store, he ascended to the second floor and set up a folding dining table, spreading out his culinary treasures and drinks. With time still on his side and his appetite not yet piqued, Lin Feng took out his phone to check for updates on the online novels he had been following, finding them far more engaging than television dramas. He soon became engrossed in the stories, chuckling to himself intermittently. Suddenly, he was startled by an odd sound, reminiscent of someone swallowing. Initially dismissing it as a figment of his imagination, after all, he was alone in the room, paused to listen intently, only to confirm that someone was indeed swallowing. Fear gripped him, and he wondered if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Curiosity overcame his fright as he traced the source of the sound, ultimately pinpointing it to the wardrobe in his bedroom. Upon opening it, he found only his clothes, a pair of smelly socks, and a small wooden box. Inside the box lay a solitary, antiquated bronze ring, rumored to be the only keepsake left to him by his parents. Though aware of its significance, Lin Feng had never regarded the ring as anything more than a trivial object, having perceived its material as ordinary and devoid of value. He absent-mindedly examined the ring, which featured a crowned phoenix, its craftsmanship somewhat exquisite, albeit more befitting a woman. As he slid the bronze ring onto his finger, an extraordinary event transpired. The ring suddenly constricted violently, tightening painfully around his finger. Lin Feng writhed in agony, emitting cries akin to a wounded animal, tears welling in his eyes. Blood quickly flowed from his finger, staining his palm crimson. In a shocking turn of events, the ring began to absorb his blood, exhibiting an insatiable suction that nearly drained his arm of its lifeblood. Astonishingly, the crowned phoenix on the ring grew vibrant and lustrous, as if imbued with vitality from Lin Feng's essence. Overwhelmed by the rapid loss of blood, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon losing consciousness, Lin Feng found himself in a vast, white expanse, eerily silent and devoid of any sound, a realm of infinite chaos. Suddenly, a young girl's voice echoed in his ears. "Humph, you stingy brat. You have all these delicious treats and didn't invite me. You deserve this misfortune." Startled by the unexpected voice, Lin Feng stammered, "Who are you? Show yourself and cease this trickery." As he spoke, a fiery red light descended, transforming on the ground into a human figure. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he beheld a stunning young girl clad in a resplendent red palace dress, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her long black hair was elegantly braided, cascading down her back, and her delicate face radiated a captivating charm, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting liveliness. This was utterly surreal. Lin Feng stood frozen, awestruck by her beauty. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to ask, fair maiden, may I know your name? How do we end up here? The girl pouted, casting a disdainful glance at him. Look at you, so pitiful. This is clearly the space within the ring you wear on your finger. Lin Feng, intrigued, replied, what? A spatial ring? I thought this was merely a worthless trinket. Rolling her eyes, she stated earnestly, listen closely. My name is Feng Qing, and I have lived in this ring space for nearly 100,000 years, starving to the brink of collapse. If you fulfill my needs and provide me with sustenance, I will grant you your wishes in return. Fair enough. Lin Feng, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by eating well and being satisfied? Is it a request? In this world, as long as you possess ample wealth, there is nothing you cannot acquire, unless it simply does not exist otherwise. Everything is attainable. Upon hearing this, the young girl could not help but let her mouth water. Is that truly the case? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Lin Feng shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned exasperation, and replied, what purpose would I have to deceive you? Chapter 2. The surprise came too suddenly. Lin Feng inquired, why are you within this spatial ring? There appears to be nothing here, logically. You should have perished from hunger long ago, shouldn't you? Feng Qing rolled her eyes at him and retorted, you foolish mortal, do not speak without understanding. Do you not realize that I am a descendant of the ancient phoenix, one of the primordial divine beasts from the primordial era? As long as I have sufficient spiritual energy to cultivate, I could survive a lifetime without sustenance. Are you suggesting that this ring contains spiritual energy? Where is it? I do not see it, Lin Feng asked weakly. Of course, it's pointless to explain to an ordinary human like you, who possesses no cultivation. Even if there were abundant spiritual energy, it would be of no use to you. Seeing the girl's irritated demeanor, Lin Feng felt a twinge of apprehension in his heart, fearing that her anger might confine him forever within this chaotic realm. After all, he was still uncertain about how to escape this ring. However, he boldly speculated that perhaps this was a dimension he had never encountered before, a four-dimensional space. Typically, one cannot enter a four-dimensional realm from a three-dimensional space, yet a four-dimensional space can encompass a three-dimensional one. Regardless, he resolved to find a way out first. He certainly did not wish to be trapped here for eternity. Thus, Lin Feng hastily smiled and said, dear lady, please do not be angry. It is my fault. You desire to feast, do you not? I happen to have purchased a plethora of delicacies today. If you release me, all the food and drink outside shall be yours. Upon hearing about food, Feng Qing's expression instantly transformed into one of adorable innocence. With a sweet voice, she exclaimed, my little master, have you lost your senses? How foolish. Do you not understand? This spatial ring has already recognized you as its master. You can leave anytime you wish. No one can stop you. Lin Feng quickly asked, then tell me, what must I do to exit this place? Feng Qing snapped her fingers and replied, it's simple. Just silently wish to go out in your heart. Lin Feng promptly concentrated and thought, go out. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him. And when it dissipated, he found himself back in the real world. This is astonishing. Am I dreaming? Lin Feng pinched his arm hard, yelping in pain. It seemed this was no dream. Overcome with excitement, Lin Feng danced about joyfully, as if he had just won a lottery of 5 million. He plopped down on the living room sofa, reveling in his elation until his emotions gradually settled. He then asked Feng Qing, and what about you, dear lady? Can you come out on your own? Feng Qing shook her head, her mood darkening as she replied, no, not yet at least. To be frank, this spatial ring is said to be a top-tier treasure left behind by an emperor billions of years ago. It contains a small world that can house all things. Even an entire planet would not fill its space. However, while entering is easy, exiting is quite difficult. Only the master of this spatial ring can come and go freely. Any other living being can only enter, not leave, though inanimate objects are the exception. Oh, I see. Initially, Lin Feng had contemplated freeing the mysterious girl to grant her liberty. But upon hearing this, he reluctantly abandoned that thought. Nevertheless, he honored his word and generously placed the food from the dining table into his ring space. Considering Feng Qing was a girl, he surmised she would not drink alcohol. Therefore, he rummaged through the refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola for her. Feng Qing clasped the straw and took a hearty sip, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, wow, what is this drink? It's so cold and fizzy. With a look of sheer delight, she cradled the cola, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisitely beautiful profile. She then pouted her cherry lips around the bottle's mouth, sipping daintily as though it were a rare nectar, careful not to spill a drop. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but find her manner of drinking cola rather peculiar. Amused by her antics, he chuckled. This is called cola. Many of us enjoy it. It's inexpensive and refreshing, so drink as much as you like. I have plenty more in my fridge. Lin Feng patiently waited for Feng Qing to indulge herself, not rushing her in the least. He himself ordered a takeout meal from a nearby restaurant to satisfy his own hunger. After some time, Feng Qing finally finished her feast, having devoured nearly all the snacks Lin Feng had purchased. Even the complimentary cold dishes from the shopkeeper were not spared. She cleaned her plate so thoroughly that no washing was required. Lin Feng stared in disbelief, curiously asking, "You previously claimed you could survive without eating. Yet your current demeanor resembles someone who has never had a full meal in their life. Were you deceiving me?" Feng Qing retorted, "By your logic, humans are omnivores. Theoretically, you could survive on grass alone without starving. So why do you still eat meat?" Her response left Lin Feng momentarily speechless, unable to retort further. To verify the effectiveness of his spatial ring, Lin Feng transferred some worthless items from a nearby shop into the ring. After a while, he retrieved them one by one, finding them completely intact. It appeared that the ring's space was remarkably stable, showing little sign of malfunction. With this precious ring in his possession, Lin Feng pondered how to profit from it. Perhaps he could deliver takeout, quickly becoming the top delivery person. Working on construction sites could also prove lucrative. He could use his ring to carry tens of thousands of bricks or building materials at once. Earning over 1,000 yuan a day would be a breeze. Surely, it would surpass the meager earnings from running a grocery store. Oh, and he could venture to the little devil's territory and cart away their valuable possessions, enriching himself while avenging his countrymen. Yes, that idea held promise. Furthermore, he could sneak into the beautiful nation's armory and acquire a few F-22s. Not to mention their aircraft carriers, all bundled together. After all, boasting in this day and age is not a crime. Besides, Lin Feng was merely indulging in fantasies within his mind. No one could curtail his imagination. Feng Qing rested her chin on her hands, her large eyes blinking as she observed Lin Feng laughing to himself, utterly perplexed by what he found so amusing, her mind filled with questions. Fortunately, Feng Qing lacked telepathy, unaware of Lin Feng's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have laughed uncontrollably. Chapter 3. Emptying the air defense bunker after a moment's contemplation. Feng Qing said to Lin Feng, "Master, considering you have treated me well, I can assist you in acquiring a bit of wealth. How does that sound? Who wouldn't he wish to prosper? In this day and age, aside from a certain wealthy individual with the surname Ma, who claims to have no affection for money, Lin Feng has yet to encounter anyone who expresses a disdain for wealth or a desire to avoid prosperity, especially when the individual in question is already quite affluent and has long since outgrown the allure of trivial sums." Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng nodded earnestly. "Then do tell, how do you intend to assist me in amassing wealth? I fear I will soon be reduced to eating dirt. Just imagine, if my pockets run dry, you shall find yourself deprived of delectable treats. And forget about enjoying a refreshing cola, though tap water will be plentiful." Feng Qing cast a disdainful glance his way and replied, all right. Given your lazy demeanor and lack of earnest endeavors, I shall help you earn a modest fortune. However, we must agree that once you come into wealth, you must treat me to a plethora of delightful delicacies, and no tricks allowed." "What sort of demand is that?" "Rest assured, once I achieve prosperity, I shall express my gratitude to you wholeheartedly. I vow to ensure you are well fed." Lin Feng nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking for grain. Feng Qing continued, "The previous owner of this shop was indeed a recipient of government assistance, correct?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding. His uncle had indeed remained a bachelor throughout his life, never marrying or siring children. Had he had offspring, Lin Feng would never have been considered for inheritance. It was precisely because his uncle had no heirs that he treated Lin Feng as though he were his own son. Growing up in an orphanage, Lin Feng often received visits from his uncle, who would bring an abundance of delicious food and treats. In truth, his uncle had long wished to adopt Lin Feng and formally acknowledge their blood relationship. However, having registered as a recipient of government assistance, adopting a child would result in the loss of that status, as the local village committee would revoke the benefits. After all, government assistance is funded by the state, and should a recipient pass without leaving a will, their assets would revert to the government. Thus, Lin Feng's uncle had no choice but to send him to the welfare institution. Lin Feng understood this decision and bore no resentment towards his uncle, recognizing that he owed him nothing. Assistance is a matter of goodwill, and withholding it is merely a matter of duty. Feng Qing remarked, in fact, this family was quite affluent during the Republic era. Their ancestors once held a minor official position at the customs house, amassing untold wealth from that lucrative post. Though that was over a century ago. Subsequently, during those tumultuous times, they fell victim to purges and confiscations. Much of their valuables were seized by individuals adorned with red epaulets, yet they managed to retain a small portion of their assets, which is buried in the yard behind this house. You may explore and see for yourself. Prompted by Feng Qing'er's suggestion, Lin Feng wasted no time and, armed with a shovel, ventured into the backyard. He began to dig fervently. After a considerable interval, Lin Feng indeed uncovered a passage leading underground, covered by a heavy iron plate. It took immense effort for him to lift the cumbersome slab, revealing a dry well that had long since run dry, shrouded in darkness. Quickly retrieving his flashlight, he shone it into the depths of the well. Aside from a plethora of dead branches, leaves, and weeds, there appeared to be nothing of value. A twinge of disappointment flickered through him, yet he resolved to investigate further. Estimating the well's height to be no less than 5 zhang, he secured a rope and descended. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered to his astonishment that the well's base was hollow, with several loose bricks embedded in the walls. As he pried away the bricks, a concealed tunnel came into view. Without a second thought, Lin Feng clutched the flashlight in his mouth and crawled into the passage. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged into a vast underground chamber, comprising 3 rooms, each approximately 2 meters high and 5 meters wide, an area totaling around 150 square meters. It resembled a small air raid shelter, designed to house supplies of water and food, enabling the original owner to weather any upheaval for days on end. It became evident that ancient individuals had devised numerous strategies to evade conflict and preserve their lives, even resorting to excavating a bomb shelter beneath their own well. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the ingenuity of it all. After a brief moment of amusement, he began to explore the 3 chambers. 2 of them had been converted into makeshift bedrooms, furnished with tables, chairs, beds, cabinets, and kitchenware. Just as he suspected, the jars contained various seasonings, salt, pepper, cumin, and the like, along with several canisters of tea. The second bedroom was primarily stocked with an array of household items and food, including some clothing and bottled water. However, given the passage of time, the clothing was tattered and unwearable, while the food had long since spoiled and was inedible. Lin Feng had little interest in these items, as they bore minimal value. He proceeded to the 3rd chamber, where he spotted several wooden boxes in the corner, covered by a layer of sheepskin blankets likely intended for waterproofing. Upon prying open the boxes, he discovered they contained scrolls and paintings, all of which had deteriorated beyond recognition, eliciting a sense of regret within him. Before long, Lin Feng unearthed a significant number of dark, round objects resembling black lumps beneath the boxes. Though unfamiliar, they struck a chord of recognition within him, leading him to ponder, could these be opium? Such contraband could not be kept. He needed to dispose of it quickly. The last thing he wanted was the police knocking on his door, leading him to a prison cell. As a chill crept down his spine, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before prying open the remaining boxes. To his astonishment, they were filled with glimmering gold bars. Grabbing one, he weighed it in his hand, estimating it to be at least 1 kilogram. The entire box likely contained 200 to 300 kilograms of gold, with 4 or 5 such boxes present. The sheer value was staggering. At this moment, Lin Feng's excitement was palpable, his earlier trepidation vanishing. It seemed this venture had not been in vain after all. He had worried the shelter would yield nothing. Quietly, he chanted an incantation to store all the boxes within the confines of his ring space. In an instant, the entire room was rendered empty. The exhilaration was indescribable. Having completed his task, Lin Feng hastily returned to the surface, mindful to remind Feng Qing not to consume those dark lumps, lest this gluttonous little sister devour them all, fearing there wouldn't be enough to satisfy her appetite. Chapter 4. The First Bucket of Gold. Thus, Lin Feng grasped the rope and ascended back to the surface. He then replaced the iron plate and meticulously refilled the excavated earth. After completing the task, he trod upon the soil several times to ensure that no traces of his disturbance would be discernible to others. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 1 or 2 in the morning, and the night had grown late with few souls traversing the streets. Exhausted, he returned to his shop, securing the doors and windows with a firm lock. Taking a deep breath, he silently recited a mantra. Suddenly, an entire box of gold bars materialized before him with a resounding clatter. He was immensely grateful for the spatial ring he possessed. Without it, he could hardly fathom how to retrieve the treasures from beneath the bomb shelter. Holding a handful of gold bars, he felt their substantial weight, estimating that they weighed at least 20 to 30 kilograms. After admiring them for a prolonged moment, he reluctantly set the gold down and fished out his mobile phone from his pocket. Lin Feng promptly checked the current price of gold online, which displayed at 550 yuan per gram, a rather hefty sum. Being an ordinary individual with only a few coins to scrape by, he seldom paid attention to gold prices. To his astonishment, the current gold price was exorbitant, far exceeding that of pork by several multiples. Moreover, gold was sold by the gram, each gram costing several hundred yuan. Thus, his 20-odd kilograms of gold equated to a staggering value of over 10 million yuan. A conservative estimate suggested that the large wooden box contained 200 to 300 kilograms of gold. Furthermore, he had 4 or 5 similar boxes in the spatial confines of his ring. The sheer magnitude of this wealth was nearly incomprehensible. Lin Feng pondered deeply yet could not tally the figures, ultimately deciding against the mental exertion. One thing was certain. He was now akin to a semi-affluent individual, having amassed a modest fortune. That night, Lin Feng was so exhilarated that he could not find rest. The following day, he awoke to the sun blazing overhead. Well past noon, after freshening up, he prepared to venture out, with his primary objective being to liquidate a portion of the gold he had acquired the previous night for some much-needed funds. Otherwise, he would be left in a dire financial state. He hailed a taxi and set off towards the city center. Riding in a cab was far more convenient than his previous reluctance to spend on such luxuries, as he had typically relied on his battered electric scooter for errands. After approximately 10 minutes, the taxi driver halted in front of the largest gold shop in Jingzhou City. This establishment was a state-owned enterprise with a long-standing reputation, offering a wide array of exquisite gold jewelry displayed in the bustling lobby. The sight was enough to make one salivate, igniting a desire in Lin Feng to indulge in a spree of zero-cost acquisitions. However, upon noticing the multitude of surveillance cameras overhead and the imposing security personnel stationed around the hall, he quickly quelled this foolish notion. Adjacent to the gold shop was a processing workshop, offering complimentary services for customers wishing to refine or melt down their gold items, regardless of the craftsmanship involved. The shop would only buy back gold based on the current market price per gram. The shop was brimming with customers, lively and noisy. Undeterred, Lin Feng strode confidently towards one of the counters, where a striking young lady, likely in her early 20s and standing at about 1.75 meters tall, was dozing against the wall. Upon hearing the commotion, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and glanced up. However, when she discerned that it was merely a scruffily dressed young man, she returned to her slumber, seemingly dismissive. Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. He thought it utterly unacceptable for an employee at a state-run gold shop to exhibit such poor customer service. Were they not accountable to the taxpayers' hard-earned money? Without hesitation, he tossed a bag of gold onto the counter. The young lady was startled, initially assuming he had come to cause trouble. However, when she realized the bag contained nothing but gold, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth parted in shock, as if she could fit an egg inside. She thought to herself that this young man was indeed a hidden gem, and she had nearly offended a significant client. Relieved that she had not provoked him, she patted her ample bosom in gratitude and stammered, "I apologize, sir. I was inattentive just now. Please do not hold it against me." Lin Feng bore her no ill will. He understood that to win over a woman, one must first catch her off guard. With a confident arch of his brow, he addressed her, "I have a small quantity of gold bars. Could you assist me in appraising them and offering a fair price? I am in urgent need of funds." The young lady, now alert, immediately set to work, pouring the contents of the bag onto the counter. She utilized a device to authenticate the gold bars before weighing them on an electronic scale. The scale revealed a total of 12 jade, equating to 4 gold bars. Lin Feng was cautious not to sell too many at once, as drawing attention could raise suspicion. Fortunately, the gold market in Jingzhou City was vast. His modest quantity was hardly noteworthy. Unless one were to attempt selling several hundred kilograms of gold at once, it would not attract undue scrutiny. Given that gold is a hard currency, shop owners were always eager to buy it back, especially considering the potential for significant appreciation amidst the ongoing conflicts in Eastern Europe. With the price of gold firmly set at 550 yuan per gram, devoid of contention, Lin Feng's 12 jade of gold was swiftly transacted, netting him a profit of 3 million yuan. Moreover, this was a transaction with no initial investment. Before long, Lin Feng received a text notification from his mobile banking app, confirming the transfer of 3 million yuan. Gazing at the string of numbers on his screen, he could not feign indifference. Excitement bubbled within him. The young lady, her captivating eyes wide with curiosity, regarded Lin Feng intently. As he departed, he casually glanced at her nameplate, discovering her name was Qian Renxue. Emerging from the gold shop onto the street, Lin Feng noted that the day was still young, prompting him to head to the largest department store in the city center. There, he indulged in an array of delectable snacks and imported treats. Pushing a shopping cart, he filled it to the brim with convenient edibles, nearly clearing the entire food section. At the checkout, he spent over 50,000 yuan, effortlessly processing the payment with his card. Upon departing from the supermarket, Lin Feng casually sought an uninhabited corner to store all his provisions within the confines of his ring space. As he gazed upon the digits displayed in his mobile banking app, he noted that his account balance exceeded 3.8 million yuan. While this sum could scarcely procure even a modest 60-square-meter dwelling in a second or third-tier city like Jingzhou, it nonetheless invigorated Lin Feng with a sense of ambition. He silently vowed to himself, "I shall become a wealthy individual." Chapter 5, Superpowers. Just as Lin Feng exited the department store, he swiftly took advantage of the solitude and plunged into his ring space. There, he beheld the gluttonous young girl, Feng Qing'er, perched atop a mountain of snacks. Her face smeared with grease as she carelessly discarded remnants of her feast, leaving a chaotic mess around her. Once an endearingly naive little girl, she now resembled a beggar on the street. Lin Feng, at a loss for words, helplessly remarked, "Pray tell, little sister, aside from indulging in food, what else are you capable of? You claim to have cultivated for 100,000 years. Is that truly credible? I am curious to know what skills you have actually developed." This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Feng Qing. Like a cat startled by a sudden footfall, she sprang to Lin Feng's side, her large, captivating eyes glaring defiantly. "Humph, do not underestimate me. Even if you gathered 10 ordinary humans such as yourself, you would be no match for me. Shall we engage in a contest to prove it?" Rather than feeling angered, Lin Feng erupted into laughter. "So, according to your logic, after 100,000 years of cultivation, you can only defeat 10 ordinary humans like me?" In truth, Lin Feng did not take Feng Qing'er's words too seriously. If she had genuinely cultivated for such an extensive period, how could she remain trapped within the confines of the ring space? Having read numerous web novels about immortals, he understood that protagonists typically required merely a decade or so of cultivation to become invincible. How could she be so weak? Seemingly able to read his thoughts, Feng Qing'er scoffed, "You think I am as weak as you presume? That is a grave misunderstanding. The oppressive aura of this ring space has significantly diminished my original power, reducing my cultivation to merely a fraction of its peak. Otherwise, how could this trivial ring possibly contain me?" Lin Feng, somewhat skeptical, replied, "Oh, is that so? Then may I inquire about your abilities? Speak freely, I shan't be frightened." With a toss of her long hair, she proudly declared, "Listen well. Our ancient Tianhuang clan possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan, measured in billions of years, granting you eternal youth, equal to the heavens. Our Tianhuang, I can penetrate all things in existence. Not a whisper of movement within 100 miles escapes its notice. Furthermore, our Tianhuang blood possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased, instantly healing any injuries, provided they are not fatal." Lin Feng, after absorbing this information, stuck out his tongue. What use is living long if one lacks wealth? Without it, one remains at the bottom of society, akin to a laboring beast. Death would be preferable to such a fate. As for your so-called Tianhuang eye, does that imply it grants me X-ray vision? That skill could be somewhat beneficial. Please tell me how I might harness this Tianhuang eye." Pouting, Feng Qing'er responded, "At present, you are akin to my human sacrifice. If you connect your consciousness with mine, you will be able to manifest my abilities. However, as an ordinary human, you cannot fully wield my power. Achieving even half of my strength would be quite an accomplishment." Without hesitation, Lin Feng followed her instructions, closing his eyes to concentrate, forging a connection with Feng Qing'er. Soon, he felt a mysterious force emanating from within him, unmistakably belonging to her. It appeared that this little sister had not deceived him. A surge of joy welled within Lin Feng as he suddenly opened his eyes, which transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, shimmering with an enchanting glow. Instinctively, his gaze fell upon Feng Qing'er. To his surprise, he beheld her in a state of undress, her petite form displaying alabaster skin. Realizing the implications of his newfound vision, Feng Qing'er quickly shielded her body with her hands. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded, "Hey, where do you think you're looking, you shameless man?" Flustered, Lin Feng swiftly diverted his gaze, struggling to deactivate the X-ray vision after a brief period of awkwardness. As this was his first time employing such a skill, he lacked proficiency. With practice, he would surely master it in due time. Chuckling, he remarked, "Huh? A girl of your undeveloped stature holds no interest for me. I prefer someone a tad more mature." After exchanging a few light-hearted quips with Feng Qing'er, Lin Feng soon grew weary of the banter and decided to shift his focus elsewhere. By now, it was around 5 or 6 in the evening, and his stomach growled with hunger. Thus, he ventured to a bustling restaurant in the city center for a meal. The establishment, aptly named Happy Forest, boasted an expansive area of approximately 800 square meters across 3 levels, offering both Western and Chinese cuisine to cater to the foreign clientele that frequented Jingzhou. Upon entering the restaurant, Lin Feng noticed a flamboyantly dressed girl laughing and chatting with several tall African men as they made their way into a private room. The restaurant staff seemed unfazed by the sight, likely accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, Lin Feng found himself baffled by the prevalence of women in China who seemed captivated by African men. Was there something extraordinary about them? He recalled the treatment of African individuals in America, where they were often relegated to servitude, subjected to harsh treatment for disobedience. Why then did their status seem to elevate upon their arrival in China? Puzzled, Lin Feng couldn't fathom the reasons. Observing the crowded dining area, he opted for a private room. Ordering an extravagant spread of dishes along with 2 bottles of fine liquor, 1 vintage Luzhou Laojiao from the 1980s, and a bottle of domestic Matai. However, dining alone proved monotonous, prompting him to call a close friend to join him for a meal. After approximately 10 minutes, a portly figure burst into the room with exuberance. This rotund individual, known as Zhu Dachong, nicknamed Pig Intestine, stood at an impressive height of 1.95 meters and weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh. Zhu Dachong's backstory was equally intriguing. He had reportedly dropped out of middle school and left his hometown to sell second-hand antiques in Jingzhou's pedestrian street, often struggling to make ends meet, leading a life of considerable hardship. However, despite his rotundity and financial struggles, this plump fellow possesses a commendable heart. He has never engaged in the sale of counterfeit goods or any deceitful schemes. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Feng is willing to befriend him. Chapter 6. Acts of Valor. Zhu, the corpulent man, pushed open the door to the private room and was immediately greeted by an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, goodness gracious, Feng Ge, where on earth did you acquire such wealth to indulge in this lavishness? Am I dreaming?" Observing Zhu's bewildered expression, Lin Feng felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "You'd better wipe that drool off your chin, my friend, lest you catch a chill. Fortunately, I had the foresight to reserve this private room in advance. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing if others had witnessed your spectacle. Even if you don't mind the humiliation, I still have my pride to consider." Zhu, blushing in embarrassment, quickly dabbed at the corners of his mouth before unceremoniously pouring himself a generous glass of liquor, which he downed in one gulp. To be fair, while this domestically produced Maotai may be somewhat pricey, its flavor is genuinely delightful. Within a mere minute, the entire bottle had been consumed by the two, leaving nothing but an empty bottle behind. Not satisfied, Zhu proceeded to open another bottle of Luzhou Laojiao. As they clinked glasses and indulged in hearty bites, the atmosphere was nothing short of joyous. Zhu, belching from the alcohol, slurred, "Say, Feng Ge, you must tell me the truth. Have you really struck it rich? Can you help me prosper as well? Your brother here is on the verge of selling his backside just to make ends meet." Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. "My dear friend, look at you, unable to keep your mouth shut despite the abundance of food and drink before you. You resemble a gluttonous eagle, having gorged itself." Zhu, caught off guard by Lin Feng's words, flushed a deep crimson and chuckled sheepishly. Lin Feng had contemplated revealing the secret of his spatial ring to Zhu, but hesitated, fearing that this garrulous fellow might inadvertently spill the beans, leading to dire consequences. After all, who knows? He might find himself whisked away by a mysterious state organization for experimentation, like a lab rat subjected to dissection. There would be no tears left to shed. Having spent years delving into web novels, Lin Feng had gleaned one undeniable truth. Survival is the quintessential rule for longevity. After a moment, he inquired, "So, my friend, how have you been faring lately? Any improvements in your business? I see you've put on quite a bit of weight. It's evident you've been indulging in rich foods." Unexpectedly, Zhu's countenance fell, and he shook his head vigorously. Don't even get me started. My recent fortunes have been abysmal. The city's enforcement officers seem to have taken a bizarre interest in harassing us street vendors, and every time they catch us, they impose fines. I swear, I'm on the brink of hemorrhaging from the stress." Lin Feng empathized with Zhu's plight. Street vendors like them, operating without permits, are indeed prime targets for such authorities. With the soaring rents, it's no wonder people lament that today's landlords are akin to the landlords of yore. Observing Zhu's furrowed brow, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy and proposed, "How about this? If you don't mind, why not set up your stall at my grocery store? You could help me guard the place as well. Rest assured, I won't charge you rent. What do you think?" Zhu's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. "Really? That would be splendid. You're truly a good friend, Feng Ge." In truth, Zhu had long desired to approach Lin Feng with this idea, but hesitated, fearing it might tarnish their bond. "Here, let me toast to you, my brother. Here's to our partnership," Zhu declared, lifting his glass in a respectful salute to Lin Feng, before downing it in one go. In no time, the two were laughing and boasting, their camaraderie palpable. Just then, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room, piquing their curiosity. As they approached, they beheld a group of unruly individuals berating a restaurant attendant, spewing a torrent of vile insults. Scattered on the floor lay a shattered jade bracelet. One of the young women accompanying the group, with an air of arrogance, exclaimed, Is this the quality of service one can expect at your establishment? So utterly unrefined. Look at how clumsily you handled my expensive bracelet. If you don't compensate me with 100,000 yuan today, I swear I'll have your shabby restaurant torn down. Lin Feng recognized the attendant. She was none other than Qian Rushua, the saleswoman he had encountered earlier at the jewelry store. He was baffled as to how she had come to work as a waitress in this establishment. At that moment, Qian Rushua was visibly frightened, her complexion pale as she bowed her head in tears, trembling and unable to utter a word. The crowd outside the restaurant, densely packed with onlookers, offered no assistance to the beleaguered attendant as they relished the spectacle, unconcerned with the matter at hand. Initially, Lin Feng was reluctant to intervene, but upon reflection, he couldn't fathom why these foreign brutes would dare bully someone on their home turf. Who bestowed upon them such audacity? He glanced at the broken jade bracelet on the floor. It was merely of the ordinary type, barely worth a few thousand yuan. Yet the woman had the audacity to demand 100,000 yuan, a blatant act of extortion. Thus, Lin Feng stepped forward, parting the crowd, and positioned himself protectively behind the young woman. Fear not, young lady, watch how I deal with these ruffians. As Qian Rushua lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of a dashing young man, appearing effortlessly suave, which enveloped her in a sense of comfort. His handsome features broke into a smile, illuminating her world during her darkest hour. Big brother, you look so familiar. Have we met before? She asked timidly. Lin Feng playfully ruffled her hair, responding, of course. I was just at that jewelry store this morning, purchasing gold from you. Have you forgotten me already? Embarrassed, Qian Rushua lowered her head, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. At that moment, the leader of the unruly group bellowed, you little brat, where did you come from? Trying to be a hero, are you? Get lost before I unleash my wrath upon you. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he swiftly delivered a punch, sending the towering figure sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Zhu, taken aback, exclaimed, holy cow. Fenggu, you're phenomenal. I had no idea you possessed such formidable skills. Lin Feng stared at his own fist, surprised by the strength he had just displayed, having sent that thug flying. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, toppling the remaining ruffians one by one, leaving them incapacitated, with not a single one able to rise. Zhu Fati, akin to an eagle seizing its prey, brought the instigator of the commotion, a man of dark complexion, before Lin Feng. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the man and stated indifferently, if you harbor any grievances, feel free to seek me out. Whether it be a duel or a brawl, I am prepared to engage. However, allow me to issue a warning. Do not overstep your bounds on the territory of our great nation, Huaxia. Initially, Lin Dan had hoped to defuse the situation and avoid further conflict, but unexpectedly, a young woman accompanying the group of men erupted into a tirade, exclaiming, you fool. You've landed yourself in grave trouble. Do you not realize that my husband is a prince of Guinea-Bissau? At his command, he could summon an army of 100,000 to annihilate you. If you possess any sense, kneel and offer 10 respectful bows to my husband. Perhaps he will overlook this transgression. Lin Feng chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a deadly intensity. You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or none of you shall leave here alive. With that, he struck down upon a hefty marble table, shattering it into countless fragments with a resounding crash, the debris scattering like dust. Upon witnessing the futility of their bravado, the woman quickly abandoned her pretense and, together with the men, fled in terror. Chapter 7. The 5 Emperor's Coins. The onlookers, witnessing the young man effortlessly drive away the group, erupted into applause. Lin Feng, however, did not regard the spectators with any significance, for not one had stepped forward to defend the vulnerable waitress amidst the chaos. Shortly thereafter, the restaurant manager, Zhu Yeqing, rushed over, stunned by the scene of devastation before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon noticing her astonished expression, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, ah, you must be the manager of this establishment. There is truly no need for concern. I shall compensate for the damages, so do not wear that morose countenance. Zhu Yeqing, blushing slightly, retorted playfully, your words are quite rude, young man. I am not married, so where does this man you speak of come from? Furthermore, breaking a few pieces of tableware is hardly worth my concern. Lin Feng was taken aback, pondering how a woman of at least 30 could still be single. It appeared he had miscalculated. He gestured toward the shattered marble table and inquired, what is the value of this table? Should I compensate you for it? Zhu Yeqing glanced down at the scattered debris, feeling a pang of heartbreak. Much of the furniture in their restaurant was custom-made from abroad, unavailable domestically. This particular table was valued at over 200,000 yuan. Yet, recalling the boast she had just made, she resigned herself to swallowing her pride. Through gritted teeth, she said, fine, today is my unfortunate day. I shall forfeit my commission and salary for this month. Before I lose my temper, take your little companion and leave this place." Afterward, she turned to Qian Ruxue and instructed, "You are not to return to work starting tomorrow. I will ensure your wages for this month are paid. Now, gather your belongings and depart." Seeing the seriousness of Zhu Yeqing's anger, Qian Ruxue dared not argue. With tears in her eyes, she obediently collected her things and exited the restaurant. Upon stepping onto the street, Lin Feng noted the melancholy that enveloped the young girl. Her demeanor lost in thought. Fearing for her safety, he resolved to escort her home. "Fatty, you should head home and rest. We can reconnect another time," he told Zhu Fatty, who nodded in understanding and departed swiftly. Once Zhu Fatty was out of sight, Lin Feng turned to Qian Ruxue and asked, "Where do you reside? May I accompany you home?" With a weary tone, she replied, "I live in a small town in the Guangming district, which is quite far from the city center. It takes over an hour by taxi. I can manage on my own without troubling you." Lin Feng was well aware that the town was located about 50 to 60 kilometers from Jingzhou City, relatively remote with poor access. Moreover, at such a late hour, most taxi drivers would be reluctant to venture into such distant locales. After considering the situation, he decided to ride his electric bike to ensure the young lady's safe return home. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng successfully escorted Qian Ruxue to a small town in the Guangming district. This area, part of the old city, was filled with dilapidated brick and tile houses, predominantly inhabited by laborers and migrant workers. Though somewhat run down, the environment exuded a sense of tranquility. Led by Qian Ruxue, Lin Feng entered a modest, crumbling dwelling. According to her, she had been abandoned by her parents as a child and was taken in by a kind-hearted elderly woman who raised her. After persevering through her studies to graduate from university and secure a job in a state-owned enterprise, her grandmother fell gravely ill shortly thereafter. To cover her grandmother's medical expenses, Qian Ruxue had to work tirelessly, juggling 2 jobs, one at a jewelry store during the day and the other as a waitress at the restaurant at night, performing menial tasks such as washing dishes and cleaning. Consequently, her work schedule was grueling, often leaving her with barely 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night, leaving her to awaken and toil once again. Such relentless strain at a young age was surely unsustainable. Lin Feng, a young man who epitomized the art of leisure, could hardly fathom such an exhausting existence, as he preferred the ease of life over laboring for capitalists to end up with nothing but health issues and hospital bills in old age. Previously, his hard work was not due to diligence, but rather necessity. After inheriting his uncle's shop and a substantial sum of savings, he naturally opted for a more laid-back lifestyle. The pursuit of leisure was Lin Feng's utmost preference. Had he been truly disciplined, he would not find himself nearing 30 without a decent home to call his own. Furthermore, enduring a lack of self-discipline was, in its own way, a form of discipline. While Qian Ruxue busied herself preparing tea, Lin Feng took the opportunity to survey the humble abode, discovering nothing of value. Indeed, it was a stark depiction of poverty. However, just as he retracted his gaze, he noticed a rusted tin box resting against the wall. Curiosity piqued, he approached and opened it, revealing it to be filled with an assortment of ancient coins and yuan shirkai silver dollars. These ancient coins, known as the 5 Emperors coins, included the Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao, commonly referred to as the small 5 Emperors coins. They are plentiful and not particularly valuable, typically priced around several hundred yuan. These were the very coins often employed by the Taoists in television dramas to exorcise spirits and combat the undead. Regarding the 5 imperial coins, they refer to the Qin Banliang, Han Wuzhu, Kai Yuan Tongbao, Song Yuan Tongbao, and Yongla Tongbao. However, these ancient coins are rare due to their age, making them quite valuable. Lin Feng only possesses a few Yongla Tongbao copper coins, a gift from the corpulent Zhu, who insists he is a descendant of the Ming dynasty's Emperor Yongla, Zhu Di. Naturally, Lin Feng dismisses his absurd claims. The man further boasts of being the great-grandson of Vice Commander Lin. Lin Feng rummages through the silver dollars, finding them to be ordinary versions that are not particularly valuable either. Nevertheless, their quantity is substantial. Even if 1 silver dollar is worth 500 yuan, then the 30-some silver dollars would amount to 150,000 yuan. After a while, Qian Ruxue prepared tea and handed it to him. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Little sister, I can see that you work tirelessly every day, which must be quite exhausting. Since I have a keen interest in your coins and silver dollars, why not propose a price? If it's reasonable, I can purchase everything in one go, hoping to assist you." Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue was momentarily taken aback. She bit her cherry lips, her captivating peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at Lin Feng, her nose twitching as if she might cry at any moment. Lin Feng quickly reassured her. "Ah, please don't be overly excited. I speak the truth. Name your price, and if it doesn't suit, We can negotiate further. After a considerable pause, Qian Ruxue, regaining her composure, pouted and said, whatever, just give me a fair price. I really have no idea how much these coins are worth. Just don't inflate the price deliberately. I can manage to find my own way to earn money. I don't need your charity. Chapter 8. A Major Misunderstanding. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Qian Ruxue's earnest demeanor. Thus, he playfully rapped her on the back of the head, saying, rest assured. This is merely a business transaction. I won't squander my money on your items without justification. After all, my funds are not conjured from thin air. Hearing this, Qian Ruxue finally relaxed. Lin Feng continued, I've roughly assessed your coins. The market price is about 300 yuan each, totaling around 15,000 yuan for your 50 coins. As for the silver dollars, they are of common variety and not very numerous. I'll offer you a median price of 500 yuan each. I've counted approximately 30. So let us round it to 30, which amounts to another 15,000 yuan. Altogether, that brings the total to 30,000 yuan. How does that sound? Qian Ruxue, with her sparkling eyes wide open, pondered for a moment before candidly responding, since you, dear brother, have proposed it this way, I have no reason to refuse. These coins are just gathering dust at home. It's better to sell them to you. Lin Feng nodded in silence. He then proceeded to the town's bank ATM to withdraw 1,000,000 yuan in cash. He handed 300,000 yuan to Qian Ruxue, while the remaining 700,000 yuan was stowed in a snakeskin bag. Although Lin Feng did not need to withdraw such a large sum at once. Cash transactions are often essential in the antiques industry. Those in the know understand. Thus, he decided to keep a reserve of cash in his shop for unforeseen circumstances. He told Qian Ruxue, well, the day is getting late, and I must return. We can contact each other again when time allows, and I can also visit your grandmother. I happen to know some reputable doctors who might be able to treat her illness. With that, Lin Feng mounted his electric scooter, placing the bag of coins he had just acquired into his ring space, and leisurely rode away. About an hour later, Lin Feng returned to his shop, now around 2 or 3 in the morning. Exhausted, he felt as though he could barely keep his eyes open. After a quick wash, he hurriedly collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Feng enjoyed a steamer basket of dumplings and a few bowls of thin porridge for breakfast, which sufficed for the day. He couldn't shake the feeling that his appetite had noticeably increased recently, but he dismissed it, considering that being able to eat is a blessing. After all, just look at those terminally ill cancer patients who struggle to eat. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng let out a contented belch and slowly made his way back to his shop. Upon his return, he encountered his neighbor, Aunt Zhang, who was taking out the trash. Seeing Lin Feng, she brightened up, saying, oh, it's little Feng. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Where have you been making your fortune? Lin Feng had no desire to engage with this neighbor, who was known for her sharp tongue and lack of kindness. Few wished to converse with her. However, since she had initiated the conversation, he felt obliged to respond rather than appear rude. With a forced smile, Lin Feng replied, oh, Aunt Zhang, you know my humble shop. I barely make 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, hardly a fortune. Aunt Zhang's eyes darted. She didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Last night, she hadn't slept well and had been on her balcony cooling off, where she had seen him returning home with a bulging snakeskin bag. The bag seemed to contain something substantial, likely a collection of neatly bundled cash. However, she knew he would never admit it. One thing Aunt Zhang was certain of was that this young man had struck it rich elsewhere. Such a considerable sum of money could not go to waste. Driven by the notion of keeping the wealth within her family, she resolved to introduce her niece to Lin Feng, hoping to secure a handsome dowry and thus claim a share of his fortune. Ideally, she could even acquire the ownership of his shop, ensuring her niece would benefit regardless of any future separation. With a forced smile, Aunt Zhang said to Lin Feng, well, little Feng, you're not getting any younger. You're nearing 30 and still single. How dull. I just so happen to have a niece, Sunmeyer, who is 2 years younger than you, 26 years old, beautiful and charming, currently working at a bank in Jingzhou, secure employment with a solid future. I'm sure she would catch your fancy. Would you like to meet her? Lin Feng frowned, initially wanting to decline outright. Yet, seeing Aunt Zhang's persistent demeanor, he swallowed his words. With reluctance, he replied, very well, I can meet your niece, but I'm quite busy lately, so the sooner, the better. If it drags on too long, I may not have the time. Aunt Zhang quickly agreed. Then let us set it for tonight. Once I arrange the details, I'll notify you of the time and place. Just remember to be punctual. Lin Feng nodded, acquiescing to the arrangement. Before long, he received a message confirming the meeting for that evening at 8 p.m. at the Jingzhou Grand Hotel in the city center. Time flew, and soon it was past 7 p.m. Lin Feng arrived at the Jingzhou Grand Hotel half an hour early and reserved a private room. However, Dining at this hotel was not cheap, with a per capita cost starting at 10,000 yuan, indicating another expense looming ahead. After a while, a beautifully dressed woman walked into the private room, carrying the latest Louis Vuitton handbag, which must have cost no less than 50 or 60,000 yuan. You must be Lin Feng, right? I apologize for being late. I was caught in traffic, Sun Meyer said as she took a seat opposite Lin Feng, her gaze scrutinizing him, yet revealing little emotion. Lin Feng nodded and replied, since you are here, let us order. What would you like to eat? Feel free to choose. Sun Meyer called for the waiter and casually ordered several signature dishes, along with a bottle of high-end French red wine. Just these few items already approached 30,000 yuan. It seemed that a per capita expenditure of 10,000 yuan here merely amounted to a few dishes or a bottle of exquisite wine. Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort as he glanced at the bill presented by the waiter. Sun Meyer cast a scornful glance at him and disdainfully inquired, do you own property in the center of Jingzhou? Lin Feng shook his head succinctly. No, I currently have no plans to purchase a home. After all, I already own a storefront in the suburbs, and acquiring another property would serve little purpose, as I wouldn't be able to reside there for long. Upon hearing this, Sun Meyer sighed. A house in the suburbs is hardly worthy of the name. Frankly, it seems like nothing more than a dilapidated shack to me. With your average looks and no property in Jingzhou, you simply do not fit my criteria. Lin Feng realized she was laying her cards on the table. This revelation lightened his heart, and he inquired, oh, then could you articulate your criteria for a partner? I would love to hear them. Sun Meyer arrogantly declared. Unless you can buy a 160 square meter apartment in Jingzhou outright, along with a dowry of 388 million yuan, and have my name on the property deed. Not to mention purchasing a nice car for my brother, I might consider it. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. I'm afraid your demands are far too extravagant for me to meet. However, I am curious. Do you own a fully paid 160 square meter apartment in the city center? Sun Meyer stubbornly retorted, precisely because I do not. I seek a boyfriend who possesses everything. Why would I settle for less? Lin Feng raised his hands in exasperation. You make it exceedingly difficult for me. Perhaps you should seek out those retired gentlemen playing chess in the park at the municipal office. Oomph, you pathetic loser. Don't push your luck. You're wasting my time. Enraged, Sun Meyer abruptly stood up and stormed out. For Lin Feng, this incident was merely a minor interlude. He didn't let it trouble him. He was no delicate flower and had been single long enough to remain composed. However, he could not allow this feast of fine wine and dishes to go to waste. Considering it was worth 30,000 yuan, a sum equivalent to the income of many ordinary citizens over half a year. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time. Swiftly uncorking the expensive French red wine and guzzling it straight from the bottle, too lazy to pour it into a glass. Yet, this wine worth over 10,000 yuan tasted strangely foul, reminiscent of horse urine, far inferior to the 5 yuan cola from the supermarket downstairs. Lin Feng suddenly felt deceived. These alcoholic beverages adorned with luxury brand labels seemed to offer little beyond their exorbitant price tags, merely an intelligence tax paid by the wealthy. It appeared that truly affluent individuals had little aspiration beyond flaunting luxury clothing, handbags worth tens of thousands, and cars or watches worth hundreds of thousands to millions. Or even jets and yachts valued in the tens of millions or billions. Yet, all these possessions seemed to serve merely as status symbols. The nature of wealthy individuals is to derive their sense of superiority from the poverty of others. Without such comparisons, what meaning would their wealth hold? After about an hour, Lin Feng had eaten and drunk his fill. He rose to approach the counter to pay, and as he watched 30,000 yuan vanish from his bank account, he could not help but feel a pang of pain. After all, Lin Feng was still a poor man. That night, the square dancers downstairs were incessantly noisy, preventing Lin Feng from sleeping as he tossed and turned in bed, trying to muffle the sound with his ears and cotton, to no avail. Eventually, he retreated into his ring space, hoping to chat with the little sister, Feng Qing. Upon entering the space, he scanned his surroundings but found it utterly empty. Where could the little girl have gone? He didn't worry too much, knowing that this ring space was entirely sealed. Even if she wanted to run, she wouldn't get far. As he looked around, he noticed that the white mist in this otherworldly space had thinned considerably, revealing a much clearer view. Before him lay snow-capped mountains, towering trees, and a sky shrouded in mist. The surroundings were eerily quiet, almost ominous. A few cranes flew overhead, quickly vanishing from sight. Everything resembled a celestial paradise. For a moment, Lin Feng thought he might still be dreaming, convinced this was merely a figment of his imagination. As he regained his composure and surveyed the space, he was startled to discover a plethora of wild lingzhi mushrooms sprouting from the ground. The largest reaching over a meter in height, appearing to be at least 1,000 years old. The smallest measured around 20 centimeters, likely only 50 years old. A surge of joy filled Lin Feng. He knew that wild lingji possessed immense medicinal value. For women, it could enhance beauty and nourish the blood. For men, it invigorated the mind and revitalized the spirit, more precious than ginseng from Chombai Mountain. Moreover, it was rare and hard to come by, practically priceless. How much could this abundance of wild lingji be worth? Without hesitation, Lin Feng gathered several specimens of the 50 and 100-year-old wild lingji and placed them into a cloth bag. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Feng quickly took out his phone and searched online for the current market prices of wild lingji. Lingji of approximately 50 years was valued at around 1.5 million yuan, while that of 100 years ranged between 3 million to 5 million yuan. As for the 1,000-year-old specimen, boasting 9 leaves and exuding a rich medicinal aroma, just one whiff could instill a sense of tranquility. Lin Feng refrained from harvesting it. He wanted to preserve this singular 1,000-year-old lingji, as it might prove useful in the future. However, artificially cultivated lingji was not nearly as valuable, worth only about 1/10 of wild lingji and sold by weight, lacking any significant medicinal difference from ordinary herbs. After perusing this information, Lin Feng set his phone aside and sank into a deep slumber. The next day, Zhu Fati arrived at Lin Feng's place, carrying an assortment of bags. Lin Feng glanced at the multitude of items Zhu Fati had brought, fearing he might have moved all his belongings. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting. As he had previously promised Fati assistance, he couldn't go back on his word. Lin Feng addressed Zhu Pongzi, saying, "I shall tidy up the attic in the backyard. You may reside there from now on. During the day, you can set up your stall outside the shop, as long as your merchandise does not extend beyond the steps. The city management will not deliberately seek trouble." Upon hearing this, Zhu Pongzi was immediately moved, understanding that Lin Feng truly regarded him as a brother, not merely an outsider. While Zhu Pongzi busied himself organizing his belongings, Lin Feng settled into a Wangwali armchair in his shop, engrossed in an online novel. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. When Zhu Pongzi finally finished tidying up, he turned around to find Lin Feng, cradling his phone, had dozed off in the chair. "Hey, wake up, wake up!" Zhu Pongzi exclaimed, shaking Lin Feng awake with a roughness that made him feel as though his insides were in turmoil. He shot an annoyed glare at Zhu Pongzi, complaining, "Damn it! Couldn't you be gentler? I was on the verge of meeting my dearly departed great-grandmother." Zhu Pongzi chuckled, "I just discovered a bag of wild Ganoderma under the counter. Honestly, where did you get this?" Lin Feng replied casually, "Oh, I dug it up on the mountain." "Why do you ask?" Zhu Pongzi, half skeptical, responded, "Really? Well, you're quite lucky then. I happen to know a businessman who deals in antiques, and he specifically seeks to purchase wild Ganoderma at a high price. As long as it's authentic, the price is not an issue. If you wish to sell, I can connect you." Lin Feng nodded. "Of course, that sounds splendid. A fool doesn't earn money. Just speak with that businessman. As long as he is willing to pay, I have as much wild Ganoderma as he desires." Zhu Pongzi asked with curiosity, "Brother Feng, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Wild Ganoderma isn't exactly cabbage. Can you really wholesale it?" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Tired of explaining, "Oh, just do as I say. Rest assured, once I earn money, your share will be more than fair." Zhu Pongzi, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, "No, that's not what I meant. Brother Feng, you've already been more than kind to me. We should keep our accounts clear. I can't take your money without due reason, or we might not remain brothers in the future." Lin Feng smiled. All right, no need for such formalities. You go ahead and attend to your matters. Later, let us head to the night market for some barbecue. It's on me." Chapter 10, A Windfall of 10 Million. After Zhu Pongzi left, Lin Feng began organizing his shop. He felt that the space was still too small to accommodate much inventory. If a suitable shop became available nearby, he would consider relocating or even purchasing a larger establishment. The prerequisite, of course, was that it must be at least 200 square meters. After all, he currently had 3.8 million yuan resting in his bank account, so funds were quite ample. He worried that if the money sat in the bank too long, the staff might invest it in various financial products, and even if he were to litigate, retrieving it might not be guaranteed. Given that banks often operate as the more vulnerable party. Around 3 p.m., Zhu Pongzi sent Lin Feng a text message stating that he had arranged for a buyer at an antique shop in the city center. However, the transaction needed to be quick as the shop closed around 5 or 6. Upon receiving Zhu Pongzi's message, Lin Feng wasted no time and hailed a taxi to the city center. Fortunately, the distance from the suburbs to the city center was only about 20 kilometers, and without traffic, the journey would take no more than 10 minutes. Before long, the taxi driver had Lin Feng crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, the only sea-crossing bridge in the province, spanning 15 kilometers. The municipal government had poured an immense amount of money into its construction, and it had since become a landmark of Jingzhou City. However, as a sub-provincial city, traffic was heavy, and the 15-kilometer trip took nearly half an hour. After disembarking, Lin Feng paid the driver 200 yuan and followed Zhu Pongzi's directions to a state-owned antique shop in the city center. This establishment was a time-honored name in the antique world, boasting a history of over a century. The shop was quite spacious, 6 stories tall, with each floor measuring 300 square meters. It was well known that real estate in the heart of Jingzhou City could be described as exorbitantly expensive. Acquiring this entire plot would require no less than 3 to 5 billion yuan. Upon entering the antique shop, Lin Feng was immediately dazzled by the array of exquisite antique items displayed on the shelves, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there. Just then, a charming young lady approached him with a warm smile, asking, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng responded, "I heard your boss is specifically seeking to purchase wild Ganoderma at a high price. May I inquire where I might find him? I'd like to discuss this matter in detail." The receptionist glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. "Sir, you're in luck. Our manager, Mr. Wang, is currently in the office upstairs. Please, follow me." With that, the receptionist led him to the 6th floor via the elevator. Lin Feng entered an office of approximately 60 square meters. Inside, there were only 2 people, a middle-aged man around 50 years old, with graying hair and eyes that sparkled with a piercing intensity, exuding an air of authority without being overtly aggressive. Behind him stood a young woman, likely in her 20s, with delicate features and fair skin. Lin Feng took a moment to appraise her. She wore a sleek black OL dress and elegant diamond-embellished heels that accentuated her graceful figure. The scent of a renowned French perfume lingered around her, detectable from several kilometers away. Not to mention, her legs were truly remarkable, and her poise was equally impressive. Honestly, it was Lin Feng's first encounter with such an exquisite woman, and he couldn't help but steal a few glances. Suddenly, he unintentionally activated his X-ray vision and noticed a striking beauty mark on her chest. This, however, was not particularly rare. After all, 9 out of 10 women have such marks, differing only in size. After observing for a while, Lin Feng found it uninteresting and quietly deactivated his celestial vision. The young woman noticed Lin Feng's slightly dazed gaze but thought little of it, having encountered such looks frequently. At that moment, the middle-aged man introduced Lin Feng, saying, "Brother, this is Ms. Wang Yuyan, the head of Wang's jewelry in Kyoto. You two should get acquainted." Thus, Lin Feng learned that the young woman was named Wang Yuyan, and the middle-aged man was her advisor, Lu Huan, a retired Special Forces soldier tasked with ensuring her safety. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Wang. I understand you are seeking to purchase wild Ganoderma at a premium price. I happen to have several fine specimens. Would you be so kind as to offer a fair price?" Wang Yuyan replied softly, "Certainly, but I must first inspect the goods. Would you kindly present them for me to examine?" Lin Feng nodded, "Of course." With that, he retrieved 2 50-year-old wild Ganoderma from his bag. Wang Yuyan gazed at the 2 wild Ganoderma lucidum, exuding a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, as if they could accommodate a chicken egg. "Uncle Lu, please help me ascertain whether these 2 wild Ganoderma are genuine." Lu Huan examined the 2 50-year-old specimens, noting their plumpness and the chilling touch of their surface. They were undoubtedly authentic wild Ganoderma, far removed from the ordinary cultivated varieties. Lu Huan exclaimed with delight, "President Wang, I assure you, these 2 50-year-old wild Ganoderma are indeed genuine, thriving only in regions rich in spiritual energy, such as Changbai Mountain, Shenangjia, and Kunlun Mountain, true paradises." Wang Yuyan, taken aback, inquired, "Is it true? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Lu Huan chuckled, "Rest assured, I stake my reputation on this. There is no possibility of error. Do you doubt me?" This finally instilled a profound trust in Wang Yuyan regarding Uncle Wang's words. In truth, the Wang family's influence in Kyoto allowed them to procure wild Ganoderma on a national scale. With sufficient financial resources, they could acquire it. Yet such high-value medicinal varieties were exceedingly rare. Even if available, they would likely be intercepted by influential figures, rendering them unobtainable in the market. While such individuals might not require it daily, should they express interest, even if one managed to acquire it, they would be compelled to relinquish it. Such were the privileges of the powerful. Moreover, as a young woman, Wang Yuyan found it challenging to lower her dignity and plead with those in authority. After some contemplation, Wang Yuyan addressed Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin, the market price for wild Ganoderma of this vintage is approximately 5 million yuan. However, the acquisition price will certainly be lower. Considering this is our first collaboration, I could procure it at the market price of 5 million. What do you think?" Lin Feng pondered, acknowledging that while his wild Ganoderma was precious, it was still rather costly. Ordinary individuals could not afford it, and even wealthy patrons would only purchase it if they had a need. After a moment, Lin Feng replied, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to Miss Wang's wishes. I will sell you these 2 wild Ganoderma for a total of 10 million. Subsequently, Wang Yuyin requested Lin Feng's bank account details and made a call to her assistant, instructing them to transfer 10 million yuan into Lin Feng's account. Soon after, Lin Feng received a bank notification confirming the arrival of 10 million yuan. Wang Yuyin then presented Lin Feng with a petite, exquisite pink business card. Mr. Lin, here is my business card. Please keep it safe. Should you come across any more wild Ganoderma in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. The price will surely delight you. Lin Feng chuckled, of course. With such a generous buyer as President Wang, I will undoubtedly reach out to you first. Chapter 11. A barbecue feast. Lin Feng politely declined Wang Yuyin's invitation to dinner. After bidding farewell to her, he did not rush home, but instead returned to the gold shop to pay a visit to the young girl, Qian Ruxue. It was now around 5 or 6 in the evening, and the shop had few customers, with business rather slow. Most of the staff were idly passing time by scrolling through their phones. Lin Feng observed Qian Ruxue standing alone at the counter, her face devoid of expression. Even without makeup, her oval face was striking. She had her long hair pinned up, revealing her fair, swan-like neck, while her large eyes reflected a certain melancholy. She appeared lost in thought, reminiscent of the character Xiaolong knew from a television drama, evoking a desire to protect her. Lin Feng approached and tapped on the glass of the counter. Little sister, I would like to purchase some gold jewelry from you. Could you please assist me in selecting some? Qian Ruxue looked up in surprise. Ah, big brother, it's you. You nearly frightened me just now. Lin Feng smiled. You jest. Little sister, do I truly look that frightening? No, that's not what I meant. Qian Ruxue hastily clarified. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right. Enough of the banter. Show me your finest gold jewelry. Money is no object. Upon realizing a significant sale was at hand, Qian Ruxue beamed, quickly presenting several sets of gold jewelry, including bracelets, necklaces, and rings. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with such items, decided to purchase them all in one go. Curiously, Qian Ruxue asked, Big brother, why are you buying so much gold jewelry? Is it for your girlfriend? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm still single. Then why buy so much? She pressed. Lin Feng chuckled. I'm just buying it for fun. I have money. Is that not enough reason? Qian Ruxue was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond further. At the checkout, he spent over 50,000 yuan, but Lin Feng was unconcerned. To him, the money felt as though it were practically free. Qian Ruxue carefully packaged the jewelry and placed it in a plastic bag, handing it to him. Lin Feng inquired, By the way, little sister, are you free tonight? Would you like to join me for a late-night snack? Qian Ruxue considered, Sure. But I still have to finish my shift for a while. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy, surprised by how smoothly he could invite this young girl to dine with him, fearing she might refuse. Indeed, a man's boldness often leads to success. Time flew by, and soon it was deep into the night. Lin Feng and his friend, Zhu Pongzi, arrived early at a bustling barbecue street. The area was filled with barbecue stalls offering pork, lamb, ribs, beef, and seafood. Patrons flowed in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. The mingling aromas of various grilled meats filled the air, a delightful mix of tantalizing scents. Lin Feng ordered a multitude of skewers from a nearby stall, along with a case of beer and some marinated dishes, intending to enjoy a leisurely feast with Zhu Pongzi. Although Lin Feng's bank account now boasted over 10 million yuan, he still felt the mindset of a once impoverished individual. While he had money, he had yet to develop the accompanying sophistication to match. The heat of September in Jingzhou lingered late into the evening, leaving the air stifling. Zhu Pongzi stripped off his shirt, revealing his ample physique, and unabashedly grabbed a handful of lamb skewers, devouring them greedily, glistening with grease and sweat. In contrast, Lin Feng savored his skewers and beer without breaking a sweat. He mused that perhaps this immunity to heat was a gift from Feng Qing'er's inherited powers. It seemed that cultivation had its benefits, at least saving on electricity costs. Between mouthfuls, Zhu Pongzi mumbled, Brother Feng, you've been treating me to meals and barbecues lately. I'm not sure how to express my gratitude. Lin Feng glanced at Zhu Pongzi's sincere expression, chuckled, and chose to remain silent. In truth, he had previously treated this portly fellow to meals on numerous occasions. Though the most extravagant offering had merely consisted of a bowl of spicy hot pot from a street vendor or a modest boxed meal with a chicken leg, priced at 15 yuan, he had never dared to take him to a more upscale establishment, fearing that indulging this glutton might lead him to develop a taste for lavish feasts, incessantly pestering him for grand dinners. Lin Feng was well aware of the age-old adage that one reaps what one sows. As he awaited the arrival of the young lady, Qian Ruxue, Lin Feng engaged in casual banter with the rotund man, boasting about his recent success. With a sense of pride, he proclaimed, Thanks to your introduction of a wealthy buyer, I have just made a fortune of 10 million. The fat man, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, No way. Is that true? Just a few paltry Ganoderma mushrooms could fetch such a sum? Lin Feng, dismissive of his naivety, retorted, "You clearly lack experience. Where there is demand, there is a market. Consider a bottle of mineral water. In a convenience store, it might sell for 2 or 3 yuan, but if you were to sell it in Africa, you could potentially fetch thousands." The fat man nodded repeatedly, his admiration for Lin Feng palpable. After a moment's reflection, Zhu Fatty shared, "By the way, I just remembered something. There's a shop on the antique street in the city center where the owner is looking to transfer ownership, including all the inventory. And he insists on a full cash payment. From what I've seen, the merchandise is quite ordinary, probably worth around 1 to 2 million, but the store itself is valuable. It spans about 220 square meters, and the owner is only asking for 6 million. It's an incredible opportunity, though he seems firm on the price, with no room for negotiation. I wonder if you might be interested in acquiring that shop, Fengge." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Is what you say true? The location is certainly prime, worth at least 50 to 60,000 per square meter. If I could secure it for 6 million, it would be a lucrative deal. Even if I chose not to operate the business and simply rented it out, earning a tidy sum of 1 to 200,000 in rent every year." Zhu Fatty, a hint of dejection in his voice, replied, "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? If my pockets weren't emptier than a beggaress, I would consider purchasing it myself, as just collecting rent would ensure a life free from financial worries." Lin Feng patted Zhu Fatty on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Don't be disheartened. If I do acquire that shop, you can manage it, and I'll grant you a 30% share. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the fat man's demeanor brightened, calling Lin Fengge with an affection surpassing that of a son for his father. Thus, the two indulged in their revelry for over an hour. Once Zhu Fatty was satiated, he prepared to leave, eager to return home to wash up and rest. Lin Feng made no attempt to detain him, as he awaited another. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock, and a sense of urgency crept in, fearing he might be stood up. Fortunately, at that moment, Qian Rinxue arrived, breathless from her hurried pace, a sheen of sweat adorning her forehead. "I'm so sorry. I was held up at the shop, working late. You've been waiting for quite some time." "Haven't you?" she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Lin Feng chuckled, "No worries, you've arrived just in time. I've only been here a short while." Upon noticing the table strewn with empty bottles and discarded skewers, Qian Rinxue understood he was not entirely truthful. Nevertheless, she chose not to confront him, feeling a wave of emotion swell within her, nearly moved to tears at his kindness. "All right, you must be starving. Sit down and eat. Don't just stand there," he urged, observing the dwindling supply of grilled meat. He called for the vendor to grill more skewers and ordered a bowl of duck blood noodles, encouraging her to eat at her leisure. Clearly famished, Qian Rinxue showed no restraint, devouring the noodles and then attacking the lamb skewers with gusto. Within mere minutes, she had polished off several plates of lamb skewers and 18 bowls of noodles, leaving Lin Feng astounded at her voracity. It was as though she had not eaten in ages, reminiscent of a starving ghost. Sensing his astonishment, Qian Rinxue bashfully scratched her head, stating, "Don't be fooled by how much I eat. I'm quite capable and can handle 3 or 4 times the workload of an average person." Lin Feng smiled. "I look forward to seeing how you perform after such a hearty meal." Qian Rinxue pouted, "Believe what you want." Not wishing to linger on that topic, Lin Feng rose to settle the bill, which came to over 1,000 yuan. Fortunately, he had some funds at hand. Otherwise, he would have struggled with such expenses. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qian Rinxue said, "I'm so sorry, big brother. I didn't mean for you to spend so much on me. I truly don't know how to thank you. You're such a good person." With that, she scampered off to the restroom, feeling inexplicably burdened by her gratitude. Lin Feng found himself in a mood of discontent. After a moment of brooding, he noticed Qian Rinxue's old red Xiaomi phone left on the table. It was clearly outdated, having seen better days, and likely unwanted even if given away for free. Curiously, he picked up the device, discovering it was devoid of a password. Inside, he found only WeChat and an app for reading online novels. A quick glance at the contacts revealed just 2 or 3 numbers, all noted as colleagues. It seemed this innocent girl possessed a rather simple outlook on life. Feeling a pang of guilt towards such a pure-hearted girl, Lin Feng resolved to overlook the good person card she had thrown his way. While she was still absent, he discreetly returned the phone to its original spot. Moments later, Qian Rinxue returned, bouncing with joy like a little rabbit. Observing her exhilaration, Lin Feng joked, "Little sister, there's no such thing as a free dinner. You've consumed quite a bit of my money. From now on, you're at my service, all right? You don't mind, do you?" His jest left Qian Rinxue momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Yet within her heart, she began to envision a future with Lin Feng, as if she had already considered him her future husband. Noticing her silence, Lin Feng assumed she was upset and hurried to clarify, "Oh, don't be angry. I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart." However, As soon as he spoke, her complexion drained of color. After a considerable amount of time, Qian Rushua finally regained her composure, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored Lin Feng, "Big brother, please refrain from jesting with me in the future." Observing her distress, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a tad overwhelmed. All right. I assure you I won't make such jokes again," he replied, before hailing a taxi to escort her home. Upon hearing the destination was quite distant, the taxi driver appeared reluctant, but Lin Feng swiftly placed 10 crisp bills on the dashboard, instantly transforming the driver's demeanor into one of eager compliance, promising to deliver the passenger safely to her destination. As Lin Feng watched the taxi fade into the distance, he pondered the implications of his jest. It was unwise to make such jokes, lest the young lady take him seriously, which could lead to rather unfortunate consequences. He had no desire to be seen as a henpecked fool. Noting that it was getting late, Lin Feng opted not to return home and instead booked a hotel in the city, indulging in a peaceful night's sleep. The following morning, Lin Feng woke naturally, and while dressing, a business card tumbled from his pocket. Picking it up, he realized it was the card from the young lady, Miss Wang. It struck him that this affluent heiress was indeed generous, effortlessly transferring $1 million without a flicker of hesitation. Lin Feng mused that a mere 50-year-old wild Ganoderma could fetch $5 million. What then of a century-old specimen? And within his ring space lay a millennium-old Ganoderma, which could be worth several billion. Who would ever spend such an astronomical sum on a single Ganoderma? Even if its medicinal and nutritional values were unparalleled, it could not grant eternal youth or immortality. That would be far too fantastical. Naturally, Lin Feng had no intention of selling a plethora of wild Ganoderma to the young heiress, even if he possessed it. What if she were to discover his vast collection and attempted a zero-cost acquisition? A single report could land him in dire straits, where he would have no choice but to confess under duress. It was a harsh reality. Society was indeed ruthless. Out of curiosity, he decided to research the company on the card. It turned out that the Kyoto Wang Jewelry was a colossal multinational corporation valued in the trillions, with numerous chain stores globally. They also held shares in various national industries such as electricity, natural gas, oil, military, and aerospace, indicating that the true mastermind behind this enterprise possessed an immensely powerful background, far beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Such a grand presence was not to be taken lightly. Chapter 13. Acquisition of a storefront. Even though Lin Feng had come to understand the identity of the wealthy young lady, he remained unperturbed, harboring no intentions of ingratiating himself with her. The disparity in their social standings was simply too vast. They existed in entirely different strata, separated by several tiers. Lin Feng held no expectations that the heiress would ever take an interest in him. The trope of a commoner marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life was a narrative confined to online novels, devoid of any real-world applicability. He preferred to maintain a low profile and quietly amass his fortune. As for what he would do with his wealth once acquired, he had yet to determine, but he could afford to ponder that in due course. The next day, Zhu Fati eagerly approached him with news that he had successfully contacted the owner of the shop for sale and arranged a meeting for Lin Feng to discuss the acquisition directly. They hailed a taxi and made their way to the antique street in the city center. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the antique shop, aptly named the Bright Moon of Yesteryear. The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuded a kind demeanor, his smile radiating warmth as he spoke, suggesting he was quite amiable. Zhu Fati introduced him. "Brother Feng, this is Mr. Huang Jinrong, the owner of this antique shop. You two should get acquainted." Lin Feng smiled and greeted Mr. Huang. "Hello, Mr. Huang. I understand you are looking to sell this establishment, so I came to take a look. If the price is right, I would consider acquiring it." The shop owner, Mr. Huang, responded with a cheerful demeanor. Of course. It turned out that Mr. Huang was nearing 60 and felt his age weighing upon him. He lacked the vigor of his youth and yearned to retire to his hometown in Kyoto for a quieter life. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated selling his beloved shop. Lin Feng inspected the premises, noting that the shop spanned over 200 square meters, a rather spacious area. It comprised 2 levels, the first floor for business and the second for living quarters. However, after accounting for shared spaces, the actual usable area was around 180 square meters, slightly less than Lin Feng had anticipated. Zhu Fati mentioned that behind the shop lay a large yard of approximately 300 square meters, capable of accommodating over 100 vehicles and even allowing for some gardening. Establishing a parking lot there could potentially generate some extra income. Mr. Huang offered them a fine pot of tea while Lin Feng took the opportunity to thoroughly survey the shop. The antique industry could be broadly categorized into ceramics, paintings, jade artifacts, and miscellaneous items. The first 3 categories were straightforward, but the latter encompassed a wide array of types, including lacquerware, coins, bronze, wood, and more. Lin Feng had a particular affinity for paintings and calligraphy, making his knowledge in that area quite profound. However, when it came to ceramics, he could only perform a basic authenticity check, lacking the assurance that he wouldn't make a mistake. In this day and age, counterfeit antiques were rampant, leading to a market flooded with fakes. Those selling counterfeit goods became wealthy, while honest merchants struggled to cover their rent and utilities. Gradually, many shop owners chose to close their doors, opting instead for other ventures, even selling street food, which proved far more lucrative with minimal investment. After his inspection, Lin Feng addressed Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, I have looked over the items in your shop, and I estimate that only those silver dollars are genuine. The rest appear to be mere replicas, not worth much. If I am mistaken, I hope you will not take offense. Lin Feng had been contemplating how Zhu Fatty had mentioned that the shop's inventory was valued at over $1 million, yet upon his visit, he found only a collection of worthless trinkets. He surmised that Mr. Huang, knowing he intended to sell, had likely removed any valuable items beforehand. Lin Feng's comments left Mr. Huang blushing, unable to retort further. Antique shop owners typically did not earn much. Selling a few crafts barely sufficed to cover their living expenses. How many individuals today would be foolish enough to rummage through an antique shop in search of hidden treasures? Those who entertain such notions are undoubtedly influenced by an abundance of internet novels. The shopkeeper, Mr. Huang, sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, I concede that some items in my store are indeed replicas, yet there are numerous authentic pieces that you have simply overlooked. Furthermore, given your youth, what discernment could you possibly possess? Thus, I kindly advise you, young man, not to be overly arrogant. Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless. However, he was disinclined to engage in a debate with the man. Even if the merchandise held little value, he was willing to accept it. After all, if he could acquire the shop for 6 million yuan, he would be at no risk of loss, provided Mr. Huang did not inflate the price. Calmly, Lin Feng addressed Mr. Huang. Very well. If you insist on selling this establishment for 6 million yuan, what price do you propose for the remaining items? Mr. Huang pondered for a moment before replying. I will offer you a firm price of 660,000 yuan, which brings the total to 66 million yuan, an auspicious figure. What do you think? Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. It was surprising that Mr. Huang, who appeared to be a simple and earnest man, was actually quite shrewd, unwilling to concede even a small loss. The collection of trinkets in the store was likely worth no more than 60,000 yuan. However, in business, one often feigns ignorance to facilitate a smoother negotiation, allowing both parties to save face and avoid creating an awkward situation. Thus, Lin Feng said to Mr. Huang, all right, in consideration of your standing, I will agree to the total of 66 million yuan. After all, this is our first transaction, and it is fitting that we part on good terms. He then requested Mr. Huang's bank account details, promptly transferring the sum of 66 million yuan in one go. Before long, Mr. Huang received a bank notification alerting him of the arrival of over 6 million yuan in funds. He swiftly settled the wages of his workers for the month and instructed them to hastily pack their belongings and leave. Mr. Huang was indeed a man of decisive action. After paying his employees, he immediately called for a truck to transport his belongings, thereby vacating the premises for Lin Feng. Naturally, they also signed a transfer agreement to avoid any future disputes. Once Mr. Huang had departed, Lin Feng enlisted Zhu Fatty to assist him in cleaning up the shop. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well lend a hand, and perhaps even shed a few pounds. After a flurry of activity, they found themselves exhausted by the time it was around 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, drenched in sweat and feeling as if their bones might crumble. Noticing Zhu Fatty's fatigue, Lin Feng remarked, You've worked hard, my friend. How about I treat you to a carp hot pot? Zhu Fatty's mouth watered at the suggestion, and he eagerly nodded, Absolutely. You have no idea how hungry I am. Lin Feng replied, Great. Go tell Chef Mo at the restaurant that I'm in the mood for some fish. Chapter 14. I do not wish to cultivate immortality just yet. Lin Feng and Zhu Fatty found themselves dining at a restaurant, relishing the carp hot pot. It was said that the fish was procured from the Panama Canal in northwestern China, renowned for its tender and flavorful meat, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Coupled with a case of chilled beer, it was an experience of blissful indulgence, one that even a deity would envy. After about an hour of feasting, given that they had no other dishes, they quickly finished their meal. Post-dinner, they strolled along the street, boasting and exchanging stories. Zhu Fatty, with envy in his voice, said, Brother Feng, I truly admire you. You are now a millionaire, while I haven't even earned enough for a dowry. Lin Feng, with a triumphant gaze, replied, Fatty, would you care to join me? I'll not only give you a share in my antique shop, but also pay you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. What do you say? Quite generous, right? Zhu Fatty was instantly elated. That sounds fantastic. With that, I could earn over 100,000 yuan a year. After 3 to 5 years, I could return home and build a house. Only then could I seek a wife. Lin Feng scoffed. Look at you dreaming of that. Your hometown is so remote. What good is a house? You know very well that modern women are exceedingly pragmatic. They demand an apartment in the city, or else it's a lost cause. I advise you to abandon that foolish notion, lest you squander your hard-earned money. Zhu Fatty's expression dimmed with disappointment. But city apartments aren't cheap. They cost several thousand yuan per square meter. Even a modest 120 square meter unit would set me back 5 to 6 million yuan. Am I destined to remain single forever? Lin Feng chuckled. What is the fuss? Have you not seen the reports? The gender ratio in our country is severely imbalanced. With over 10 million bachelors. Look at me. I'm also single, yet I still enjoy life without any complaints. This left Zhu Fatty momentarily speechless. Shortly thereafter, he remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, I just recalled that there will be an antique auction held on Antique Street in our city soon. Inviting all the merchants. Since you've taken over Mr. Huang's shop, you now qualify to attend the auction. Are you going?" Lin Feng contemplated for a moment. Of course I will attend. Not for anything else, but to familiarize myself with other merchants on Antique Street. Zhu Fatty replied. All right, then you go ahead. I've heard there will be displays of calligraphy, porcelain, jade stones, and antiques sold by private collectors. Though, one must be cautious. The authenticity of these antiques is never guaranteed. Ultimately, it's about one's own judgment, and if you misjudge, you can only blame yourself. Remember, in our line of work, payment is made up front, and all sales are final. Lin Feng inquired, why aren't you joining me? Zhu Fatty, looking dejected, scratched his head. With the few coins I have, I can't even afford to enjoy myself there. I'd rather not go and just stay behind. Lin Feng, though somewhat at a loss for words, understood Zhu Fatty's plight. In this day and age, even a small amount of money can be a significant barrier. Very well. Do keep an eye on the shop for me, Lin Feng said, and they parted ways. Lin Feng took the opportunity to visit the ring space to find Feng Qing'er. To his dismay, he discovered that the gluttonous Feng Qing'er had devoured nearly all the wild spiritual mushrooms in his space, leaving behind a mess of remnants. This caused Lin Feng great distress, for such valuable items should not have been wasted. Fortunately, the solitary 1,000-year-old spiritual mushroom remained untouched, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng helplessly addressed Feng Qing'er, saying, My dear little sister, I have generously purchased so many delectable treats for you. Is it not sufficient? Why must you squander my precious wild Ganoderma? Do you not realize how exorbitant these wild fungi are? The price of just one wild mushroom here could sustain you in luxury for a long time. Feng Qing'er responded with disdain. What do you understand? Creatures like us, ancient magical beasts, must absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. Without it, our cultivation remains stagnant, and I would be waiting eons to attain immortality. Lin Feng retorted with even greater disdain. What is so admirable about achieving immortality? It merely extends one's lifespan. It holds no significance for me. For instance, if you were to live for 100,000 years but found yourself utterly alone, without a single companion to converse with, how dreadfully boring that would be. Feng Qing'er pouted. What do you expect me to do? Our ancient phoenix clan is already exceedingly rare, with a poor reproductive capacity. I have spent a full 100,000 years in your world and have yet to encounter a single kin, even if I wish to find them to procreate. The opportunity eludes me. However, if you were willing to accompany me in my cultivation, perhaps we could achieve remarkable results together. If you possess extraordinary talent, you might even join me in attaining immortality. At that point, you would no longer be an ordinary human, but a powerful immortal with formidable magical abilities. What do you say? Are you willing? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, not interested. I am but a mundane person, and I prefer to live life leisurely as I do now. I have no desire to cultivate alongside you. Moreover, he still had over 10 million in his bank account. Though not an enormous sum, it was certainly more than what many ordinary individuals could hope to earn in a lifetime. He intended to enjoy this money to its fullest, ensuring he felt no sense of loss. Feng Qing'er shot him a significant eye roll, too weary to engage further. Nonetheless, Lin Feng, unable to shake his concern, said, Little sister, you can indulge in the other wild Ganoderma, and I shall not hold it against you. But you must absolutely refrain from consuming that 1,000-year-old mushroom, or I shall be quite displeased. Seeing that Feng Qing'er was disinclined to engage, Lin Feng decided to depart quietly. Chapter 15. The world of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of the impoverished. Before long, the day of the antique auction arrived, held at a stellar hotel in the heart of Jingzhou City. Yet, Lin Feng found the prospect of attending the auction alone rather dull. Thus, he reached out to the young girl, Qian Ruxue, inquiring if she would be interested in accompanying him. To his delight, Qian Ruxue not only declined no invitation but agreed with remarkable enthusiasm. At last, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief, knowing he would not be alone and would have someone to converse with. Thus, Lin Feng and Qian Ruxua set off together, taking the 13 bus to the hotel. Since time was not pressing, Lin Feng relaxed in a reclining seat, attempting to nap. However, the bumpy ride made it nearly impossible to rest, prompting him to sit upright and engage in casual conversation with Qian Ruxua. By the way, little sister, how has your grandmother been faring lately? Has her condition stabilized? Lin Feng inquired. Qian Ruxua lowered her head, her expression somber as she replied. The doctors at the hospital have said that my grandmother's illness has reached its terminal stage. There is no need for surgery, and they recommend we return home for palliative care. If we're fortunate, she may last another 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood that the hospital was merely deflecting her inquiries, knowing that this young girl had little money and that treatment would be futile. If the patient were a billionaire, the hospital would undoubtedly spare no effort in providing care, solely for the sake of profit, for no one can afford to disregard money. Seeing Qian Ruxua's bewildered expression, Lin Feng refrained from elaborating further. Just then, he noticed her right hand pressed against her chest, her face pale and appearing quite uncomfortable. He asked, "Little sister, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion appears rather grave." Qian Ruxua weakly responded, "Big brother, you need not worry. This is an old ailment of mine. Whenever it flares up, I experience pain in my chest, as if a heavy stone were pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. I have been to the hospital several times, but nothing seems to help." Lin Feng looked down in surprise, momentarily speechless, as he noticed that a certain aspect of Qian Ruxua was significantly larger than that of ordinary girls, to an extent that was quite overwhelming. He couldn't help but marvel internally at how this young girl had grown so well. Perhaps she was afflicted with some condition. The symptoms resembled hyperplasia. Gathering his courage, Lin Feng addressed Qian Ruxua, "Little sister, I suspect you may be suffering from hyperplasia, but it's not a grave concern. You needn't feel anxious. I once learned some massage techniques from an elderly herbalist. Would you like me to assist you? Perhaps after a massage, the pain will alleviate." Qian Ruxua appeared somewhat bashful, saying, "Big brother, is that appropriate? What if someone sees us?" Lin Feng glanced around. The bus was sparsely populated with passengers, most engrossed in their phones or napping. Moreover, they were seated at the back of the bus, far from prying eyes. He reassured her, "Fear not. Those passengers are preoccupied with their own business. Who would pay us any mind? I simply wish to help you since you seem to be in distress." With Lin Feng's encouragement, Qian Ruxua hesitated no longer. "Very well. But please be gentle. I fear it may hurt," she said softly. Lin Feng nodded in silence, concentrating his internal energy in his palms before gently pressing against Qian Ruxua's chest. As Lin Feng's unique energy flowed into her body, Qian Ruxua immediately felt a wave of warmth enveloping her chest, as if a torrent of heat were coursing through her veins, clearing the previously blocked pathways. This unusual warmth compelled her to instinctively clasp her legs together. Strangely, Lin Feng appeared to be straining, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a brief moment, he found himself breathless, as he sensed a mysterious presence lurking within Qian Ruxua's body, which had been the source of her discomfort. However, Lin Feng had no time to ponder these mysteries. He was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the overwhelming force, striving to avoid being overwhelmed. The chilling aura intensified, nearly freezing his palm. After a short while, he could no longer endure and quickly withdrew his hand, gasping for breath, visibly exhausted. Within a few minutes, Qian Ruxua noticed that the heaviness in her chest had vanished. Yet upon seeing the weariness etched on Lin Feng's face, she burst into tears. Lin Feng, taken aback, quickly reassured her, "Little sister, please do not cry. Let us speak calmly. Did I apply too much pressure and cause you pain? I am truly sorry." Qian Ruxua lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed pitifully at Lin Feng, saying, "No, I do not harbor any resentment towards you. It is merely that seeing you so exhausted stirs a sense of guilt within me. I find myself perplexed as to why I have been so unfortunate throughout my life. Have I been ensnared by bad luck all these years? Yet, it seems I have committed no grave misdeeds. Why does fate treat me so harshly? Or perhaps I have erred in ways I cannot discern." Lin Feng, unable to bear the sight of Qian Ruxua's woeful expression, felt an urge to stroke her head gently. Surprisingly, she did not recoil from his touch. Rather, she willingly nestled into his embrace, akin to a docile kitten. At that moment, Lin Feng deemed it unnecessary to activate his clairvoyant vision, as he had already gleaned all that was worth seeing during his initial visit to the gold shop to sell bullion. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two alighted from the vehicle, arriving at the Times Square in front of the Interstellar Hotel. The square was brimming with an array of luxury vehicles, none of which were valued below $1 million. It appeared that the affluent individuals of Jingzhou were indeed plentiful. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed the self-awareness not to arrive in his dilapidated electric bike. Otherwise, the security personnel would have barred him from parking there. Upon surveying the luxurious cars, Lin Feng noticed that many of their emblems were unfamiliar to him. Such was the plight of someone like him, who could only recognize the Mercedes-Benz and BMW brands. In his hometown, merely owning a BMW 3 Series was a symbol of wealth. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond the comprehension of the impoverished. Chapter 16. The Antique Auction. As they entered the hotel, the two presented their identification to the security personnel before ascending to the 12th floor via the elevator. In a short span, they arrived at the auction hall. Upon entering, Lin Feng and Qian Rinxue consciously chose a relatively secluded spot towards the back of the hall. He was naturally averse to crowds, and in such a grand setting, he felt it prudent to maintain a low profile. Looking around, Lin Feng observed that the auction hall was already teeming with guests, comprised of affluent young men and women, all adorned in splendid attire, unmistakably the visage of the wealthy. The hall spanned no less than 2,000 square feet, accommodating at least 200 to 300 attendees. The entire venue was brilliantly illuminated, lavishly decorated, with even the carpet woven with golden threads, making it difficult for Lin Feng to keep his eyes open. This scene evoked memories of a web novel he had read during his high school days, titled The Golden Scales Are Not Mere Pond Creatures. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that all faces were unfamiliar. Not a single person was known to him, and naturally, no one paid them any heed. This was hardly surprising, for he was merely an ordinary young man, seldom interacting with others in the antique community, thus rendering himself somewhat invisible in that realm. Lin Feng had heard that this auction featured a total of 32 items, including categories of paintings, jade, porcelain, and various miscellaneous items. The entire auction process was expected to last approximately 3 hours. Each attendee was free to bid, provided their offers did not fall below the starting price of the items. The bidding would follow the traditional method of raising paddles, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. Unsold items would be deemed passed and could be directly purchased at the minimum starting price. It was imperative for successful bidders to transfer the auction funds to the designated bank account within 24 hours. Failure to do so would result in a breach of contract, leading to blacklisting by major auction houses and potential legal repercussions. In the antique trade, reputation was paramount. Anyone bold enough to bid without payment would find it impossible to survive in the industry. Additionally, a 10% tax would be factored into the final sale price. Qian Rinxue, visibly anxious, turned to Lin Feng and remarked, "Big brother, this is my first time in such a luxurious hotel. I am nearly overwhelmed with nerves. The expenses here must be exorbitant, I presume?" Observing her swallow hard, Lin Feng realized she had set her sights on the exquisite tropical fruits and snacks offered in the refreshment area, which were indeed pricey, touted for their superior nutrition. There were also delightful pastries, beverages, and a few sofas where guests could leisurely indulge. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "If you are feeling peckish, feel free to indulge. Do not worry. The food and drink here are complimentary. I have never heard of an auction house charging for refreshments. They are not that stingy." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's excitement surged, and she joyfully dashed towards the refreshment area to sample the assorted delicacies. Lin Feng, recognizing her lack of interest in the auction, allowed her to revel in her enjoyment, as sitting idly would only be tedious. At that moment, he overheard a nearby conversation. "I heard that Miss Wang from the Wang family of Kyoto has been active in Jingzhou lately. Why hasn't she graced this antique auction?" The mention of Miss Wang, a goddess-like beauty pursued by countless affluent heirs in Kyoto, piqued his interest. Another rotund, middle-aged man sneered, "Look at you, with your meager means. Your company's total assets probably do not even amount to a fraction of what the Wang family possesses. Do you really expect to forge any connection with Miss Wang?" Then someone added, "Come on, let's keep it down. We wouldn't want anyone overhearing. To be frank, I have heard that the elder of the Wang family is gravely ill, and the Wang family is scouring the world for remedies, hoping he can live a few more years. They have no time to attend an antique auction. Is that true?" "Of course, it is true. Why would I deceive you?" The group exchanged a few more idle remarks before falling silent. Lin Feng, attentively listening to their discourse, pondered the implications. No wonder he had seen Miss Wang looking haggard and her eyes red, as if she had been weeping. It turned out her father was seriously ill. While he empathized with Wang Yuyan's plight, he understood that life and death were natural occurrences. If the wealthy were immune to death, chaos would surely ensue, leaving only the lower classes to inflict harm upon one another. As the clock struck 8:30, the antique auction commenced. A young and beautiful auctioneer in her 20s, elegantly striding in high heels, approached the podium. Taking the microphone, she spoke softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am Lu Sweki, the auctioneer for tonight's event. I hope to see enthusiastic bidding and healthy competition." She then bowed deeply to the assembled guests, continuing, "Lastly, I hope this auction concludes successfully. Thank you all for your support." As her words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, gradually subsiding after a while. Do not speak of the enchanting auctioneer, whose eloquence is both generous and poised, and whose demeanor radiates an impressive charm, embodying the quintessential urban beauty, elegant yet unpretentious, alluring yet not lascivious. In essence, she aligns perfectly with Lin Feng's aesthetic sensibilities. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would indeed wish to become acquainted with this captivating auctioneer. However, matters of the future are best left for another day. The first item to be auctioned is a painting from the Yuan dynasty. Though its subject matter is somewhat of a letdown, the artwork depicts a scene of 6 women serving a single husband. The Yuan people were known for their coarse and unruly nature, disdaining the Confucian culture of the Han and favoring brute force to resolve conflicts. Although the era of the Yuan dynasty marked a peak in the territorial expanse of China, this was merely a fleeting moment. Relying solely on violent conquest to annex lands does not win the hearts of the local populace, lacking popular support. It was only a matter of time before they were overthrown by the commoner Zhu. Moreover, the painter of this piece is merely an obscure artist, absent from historical records, rendering the work virtually worthless. It may fetch a few thousand at most, merely to hang for amusement. If priced too high, it is unlikely to attract any buyers. Although the antique dealers present are affluent, with assets ranging from tens of millions to billions, none would willingly act as fools, squandering their wealth on a worthless piece of art. As anticipated by Lin Feng, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, no one in the audience was willing to place a bid. The consensus was clear, even at a starting price of 200,000 yuan. Acquiring this obscure artist's work would be a grievous loss, rendering the auction unnecessary. The attendees, all elite figures within the antique industry, possessed discerning eyes. They can instantly appraise the worth of any antique or collectible, with little room for misjudgment. Businessmen are prudent, and none would willingly engage in a losing venture, for such folly would preclude their success. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The most uncomfortable position belonged to the auctioneer, Lu Sueki, who anxiously surveyed the crowd. Her beautiful eyes darted from one person to another. Yet no one was willing to speak, not even to raise their bids by a mere 10 or 20,000. For a moment, Lu Sueki felt the urge to weep. This was merely the first round of bidding, and already she faced such an embarrassing silence. If word of this spread, it would be utterly humiliating. Having presided over dozens, if not hundreds, of auctions, she considered herself somewhat renowned in her field. Yet here she was, confronted with such an incident. Lu Sueki felt as if she could sink into the ground. With resignation, she declared, "Well then, since no one seems interested in this item, I shall announce that we move into the unsold segment of the auction. Our staff will soon present the next item." At that moment, Lin Feng interrupted, saying, "Wait. Beautiful auctioneer, do not be in such a hurry. I have yet to place my bid. How about I join in the fun and offer 250,000 yuan?" Lu Sueki raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, and regarded him with surprise. "Ah, sir, are you certain you wish to place this bid?" Lin Feng smiled. "Of course. You, dear lady, are quite entertaining. At your young age, have your ears perhaps failed you?" His words filled Lu Sueki with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Wishing she could find a crevice to hide him, laughter erupted among the audience. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. After all, this was a positive start, preferable to an entirely silent auction. Calmly, she announced, "As everyone has heard, VIP number 69 has bid 250,000 yuan for this painting. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" The crowd exchanged glances, yet remained collectively mute, with not a single voice to be heard. Seeing the silence, Lu Sueki understood that there was little hope. It appeared that the artwork of this obscure painter could not draw a higher price, as no one was foolish enough to squander substantial amounts on a worthless piece. However, the final bid was still 50,000 yuan above the starting price, which was not a loss. At least it was better than letting it go unsold. Thus, Lu Sueki raised her small gavel and declared, "I announce that this item has been successfully sold to VIP number 69 for 250,000 yuan." Just then, a discordant voice interrupted, "Wait. I have not yet placed my bid. I offer 300,000 yuan. Let us all enjoy this together." Lin Feng turned to see it was the man, Boss Sun, who had been conversing with others earlier. This Boss Sun had a sullen countenance, a portly figure with a seemingly benevolent appearance. Yet his eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity that betrayed his true nature. Lu Sueki, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Boss Sun, "I apologize, sir, but I have already declared this item successfully sold, and I cannot reverse that decision. Please ensure to bid earlier next time, otherwise you may miss your opportunity. I hope you understand." To her surprise, Boss Sun dismissed her words with disdain, retorting, "Humph, what of it? In Jingzhou, anything I, Sun Xiaohua, desire, none can take from me. I advise you, young lady, to recognize your place and not overstep. It became apparent that this Sun Xiaohua was a notorious figure, reputed to be the emperor of the underworld in Jingzhou, wielding absolute power. All factions of the underground world bowed to him. None could establish themselves in Jingzhou without his approval. His proclamation sent waves of fear through the audience, instilling a sense of dread. Even Lu Sueki, standing at the auction podium, felt a chill run down her spine, her palms clammy with sweat. The room fell into a stifling silence. However, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. With the advantage of his celestial abilities, he felt entirely capable of handling ordinary humans. Besides, this was a public venue. He doubted this man would dare to act against him in front of so many witnesses. Calmly, Lin Feng replied, "Oh, since this gentleman bids 300,000 yuan, very well. I shall raise my offer by another 50,000, bringing it to 350,000 yuan." After speaking, Lin Feng deliberately cast a challenging glance at Boss Sun, signaling that he held him in utter disregard. His motives were twofold: to deflate Boss Sun's arrogant demeanor and to support the beautiful auctioneer, Lu Sueki, in her time of need. This display of defiance greatly enraged Sun Xiaohua. Who was this young man, daring to tread on his territory? Did he seek his own demise? Just wait until he stepped out of this hotel. He would show him the consequences. After calming down, Sun Xiaohua insidiously said to Lu Sueki, "Little sister, don't be nervous. I was merely joking with you. As a grown man, how could I bully a delicate woman like you? How about this? Regardless of how much that boy offers, I will outbid him by an additional 10,000 yuan. I am curious to see just how much he is truly worth." Lu Sueki looked at him with difficulty and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but that doesn't seem quite appropriate. It puts me in a tough position." Sun Xiaohua disregarded her words, lighting a luxurious cigar and puffing away as if no one else were present. Observing his unreasonable demeanor, Lu Sueki felt a headache coming on. Uncertain of how to proceed, Lin Feng, of course, would not tolerate such behavior. After a moment's contemplation, he extended 5 fingers. Curious, Lu Sueki asked, "Mr. Lin, do you intend to add an additional 50,000 yuan?" Lin Feng replied coolly, "No, I shall increase it by 5 million, making a total of 35 million. If Boss Sun wishes to raise the bid further, I shall withdraw, as a courtesy to him." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaohua was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. "You brat, how dare you disregard the rules? What was once a mere few hundred thousand has suddenly ballooned to over 5 million. Do you think I will go along with this farce? I refuse to fall into your trap." Though he was not lacking in funds, the thought of spending several million just to save face over a worthless painting was utterly unacceptable. As he contemplated, Sun Xiaohua's previous arrogance dissipated, and he shot Lin Feng a furious glare, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 18. 6 million for a worthless painting. What was evidently a valueless piece of art had been escalated to over 5 million by Lin Feng, leaving the onlookers stunned. They wondered who this young man was. Could he be the son of a wealthy family? Yet, they had never encountered or even heard of such a figure before. Moreover, this young man dared to confront the notorious gangster Sun Xiaohua directly, displaying a boldness that bordered on madness. Did he not fear retaliation from Sun Xiaohua? Did he not worry about his safety once he stepped outside? This young man was either foolish or had formidable backing, rendering him indifferent to the threats posed by Sun Xiaohua. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act so brazenly. In any case, confusion reigned among the gathered crowd, and murmurs of speculation filled the air. The affluent individuals who had earlier maintained an air of superiority now resembled common folk in a bustling market. Grinding his teeth, Sun Xiaohua seethed at Lin Feng, vowing to find a dozen or so people to teach him a severe lesson once they exited the hotel. He would not allow someone so audacious to exist in Jingzhou. Lin Feng, however, remained unperturbed, calculating the total expenditure on his phone. Besides the auction price, there would be taxes to consider. 10% of 35 million amounted to 535,000, bringing the total close to 6 million. It was undeniable that he had overextended himself. Lin Feng's bank account held just over 10 million, and this purchase would consume nearly half of his funds. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's motivations extended beyond mere showmanship, having previously utilized his ability to see through objects. He suspected that a valuable painting lay concealed within the seemingly worthless one. However, he would need to examine it further to ascertain its true worth. Lu Sueki, somewhat anxious, asked, "Mr. Lin, are you certain about spending over 5 million on this painting? I must be honest with you, it is not worth that price. I advise you to reconsider, lest you find yourself regretting this decision." Her concern stemmed from the possibility that Lin Feng might not possess the necessary funds. In this day and age, mere words held little weight without financial backing. Without money, even the most eloquent speech could not alter one's status as a mere commoner. She feared that Lin Feng's inability to pay might lead to him being blacklisted by auction houses, potentially facing legal repercussions, a burden she could not bear. The thought of this left Lu Sueki nearly in tears. Observing her distressed expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right. I tire of this debate. You're worried about my ability to pay, aren't you? Very well, I shall make the payment immediately. Please bring over the POS machine." The crowd remained skeptical of Lin Feng's claims, incredulous that this young man could so casually mention millions as if he were discussing mere hundreds. Did he truly believe himself a billionaire? Moreover, if he were genuinely wealthy, why did he appear so unrefined? His attire seemed to consist of nothing more than inexpensive market goods. Amidst the doubting gazes, Lin Feng simply produced a bank card, handed it to a nearby staff member, and proceeded to swipe it for a payment of 6 million. In that moment, all skepticism vanished from the room. Lin Feng, with a triumphant smile, turned to Lu Sueki and said, "So, little sister, do you now believe my words?" Lu Sueki, somewhat speechless, rolled her eyes dramatically. Yet, she felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Curiosity bloomed within her, and she hoped to foster a connection with this intriguing Mr. Lin. Gratefully, she glanced at him, while Lin Feng merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to say nothing further. He beckoned Qian Ruxue, and together, they made their exit. Having spent nearly half of his savings on this worthless painting, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. He had only come to enjoy the atmosphere, and given that Sun Xiaohua had taken a disliking to him, he knew any further bids would incite trouble. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to leave without further ado, choosing to forget the ordeal altogether. As Lin Feng and Qian Ruxue stepped onto the street, she, still unsated, wiped her mouth and let out a satisfied burp. Lin Feng, amused by her antics, teased, "You little glutton, just how much did you consume? Aren't you worried about someone asking you for payment?" Qian Ruxue, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "But big brother, you said all the food and drink were free, so I indulged just a little." As she spoke, she couldn't help but let out another burp. Lin Feng decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, a girl with a hearty appetite was hardly a significant issue. If she merely sought good food, he would find a way to ensure she was well fed, for he genuinely liked this seemingly simple-minded girl. Her sincerity and lack of guile made interactions with her effortless, devoid of the need for pretense. Noticing that the time was still early, Lin Feng felt no urgency to return home. Thus he began to leisurely wander through the antique market alongside Qian Ruxue. The antique market in Jingzhou is somewhat renowned throughout the nation. The items on the stalls are often a mix of genuine and counterfeit, not exclusively modern crafts or high-quality replicas of ancient artifacts. With a stroke of fortune, one might stumble upon a few hidden gems. However, Lin Feng typically preferred to lounge idly in his own shop rather than frequent such places. In truth, he was a person who favored tranquility over activity. In his view, as long as he had food and drink, he would not concern himself with the matter of making money. As Lin Feng strolled hand in hand with Qian Ruxue from stall to stall, he found nothing of significant value and soon grew bored, deciding it was best to return home. At that moment, he unexpectedly noticed a crowd gathering around a nearby stall, their voices rising in a cacophony that echoed down the street. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng approached to discover a middle-aged man in the center, bellowing in frustration as he clutched 2 dark stones, exclaiming, "Damn it, I've really hit rock bottom today, cutting through several stones and losing over 200,000 in one go. Now I'll have to face the wrath of that tigress at home tonight." Among the onlookers, there was no shortage of unkind words. They were there to revel in another's misfortune, secretly delighting in the man's losses. This tendency is deeply ingrained in the nature of people. If someone is doing better than oneself, it becomes intolerable. For instance, an ordinary person might not envy a billionaire, but would certainly feel jealousy towards wealthier relatives or neighbors. Lin Feng observed this scene with a sense of detachment, having long since become accustomed to such displays. As he pushed through the crowd for a closer look, he realized that this was a stone gambling stall. Despite having perused numerous online novels about stone appraisal and gambling, which were largely fictional, Lin Feng himself was not particularly knowledgeable about the intricacies of jade gambling. His interests lay primarily in calligraphy and porcelain, leaving him less informed about jadeite. He was, however, aware of the saying that in gambling on stones, one might become rich with a single cut or lose everything just as easily, akin to the nature of gambling itself. Nevertheless, he felt inclined to test his luck. With 6 or 7 million in his bank account, losing a couple of million would not be a concern for him. Moreover, with his extraordinary abilities, it would likely be more challenging for him to lose than to win. Without further ado, Lin Feng pushed through the throng to discern the situation. The proprietor of the gambling stall was a portly man in his 40s, standing behind a large table laden with around 200 stones. priced from tens of thousands to several million yuan. There were also various uncut stones, known as full gamble stones, which had not been opened and carried a higher risk with a lower chance of yielding profit, but were significantly cheaper than the other stones. Sold by weight rather than individually. Activating his Tianhuang eye, Lin Feng scanned the stones on the stall. After a brief assessment, he identified about 8 to 10 stones that had the potential to yield profit. However, he noted that most of these stones were priced rather steeply, and even if purchased and cut, the returns would be minimal. Although he initially considered haggling with the greasy vendor, a sign proclaiming no deceit, no bargaining prominently displayed at the stall promptly dissuaded him from that notion. The previous middle-aged man had lost a substantial amount of money by cutting through several stones, leading the crowd to believe there were no worthwhile items at this stall, causing a hesitancy among potential buyers. Many simply stood on the sidelines, chirping like sparrows, unwilling to budge. Unfazed, Lin Feng focused on devising a strategy to spend the least amount of money while still making a small profit. If the potential gains were too meager, he would rather return home early to relax. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a blood-red stone, resembling blood jade, weighing approximately 2 to 3 kilograms. While it did not possess the qualities of high-grade glass jade, it was close to the high-ice variety. This piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. He was only familiar with green and white jade, and wondered if this blood jade represented a special variety. Noticing that the stone bore no price tag, it seemed to have been categorized by the vendor as a full gamble stone. He approached the vendor and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. I would like to purchase the stone third from the right on your table. What is your price?" The vendor, seeing a potential sale, beamed and replied, "Ah, young man. Every stone here is a gem, capable of yielding high-quality glass, jade worth millions. However, the stone you mentioned is merely a full gamble stone. To be frank, I don't have high hopes for it. Though priced lower than others, the chances of profit are slim. I suggest you consider another selection. After all, you get what you pay for." Lin Feng nearly burst out laughing at the vendor's audacity. "Are you trying to con me with this pile of rubbish? 9 out of 10 of these stones are worthless. The few that might yield profit are either overpriced or would return too little for the investment. I have no intention of wasting my time here." Yet, Lin Feng maintained his composure, patiently responding, "No need for your advice. I will take that stone. Please, give me your price." Realizing he was dealing with someone unfamiliar with stone gambling, the vendor relented, saying, "All right, if you insist on that stone, I cannot dissuade you. But should it turn out poorly, do not blame me for not warning you." He then grabbed the chosen stone and placed it on the electronic scale, which registered a weight of 13 kilograms. Squinting, the vendor announced, 13 kilograms at 800 yuan per kilogram totals 400 yuan. Since this is our first transaction, I will waive the extra 400, so you only need to pay 10,000 yuan. I hope you will continue to support my business. In truth, he had procured these full gamble stones from miners in Myanmar for a mere 100 yuan per kilogram. To the miners, these were worthless stones, sold off for quick cash or discarded. Lin Feng smiled, remaining silent. As he prepared to pay with his bank card, he suddenly discovered that the card had been frozen, leaving him bewildered as to how this had occurred. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself in quite an embarrassing predicament. The sudden withdrawal of 6 million had likely led the bank staff to mistakenly suspect him of money laundering, resulting in the freezing of his bank card. A surge of anger welled up within him. At such a critical juncture, they had let him down. Were these bankers simply idle, indulging in their own incompetence? When he deposited billions with them, they treated him like a favored grandson, yet when it came time to withdraw funds, they behaved as if they were the kings of hell, obstinately refusing to release his money. With no other option, Lin Feng reluctantly turned to Qian Ruxue and asked, "Dear sister, do you happen to have any cash on you? Might I borrow 10,000 yuan? I can offer you 1,000 as interest." Qian Ruxue pouted, responding, "Big brother, what do you mean by that? You've been so kind to me. I'm grateful enough as it is. What is a mere 10,000 yuan? I want to take your interest." As she spoke, she retrieved 10,000 yuan in cash from her little wallet and handed it to the proprietor of the gambling stone stall. The proprietor examined the cash with his counterfeit detector, ensuring its authenticity before bringing over the gambling stone. "Are you planning to open the stone here? I can assist you for free," he offered. Lin Feng glanced over and noticed several rudimentary stone opening machines nearby. While these machines could not handle larger stones, they were adequate for those weighing under several dozen kilograms. He nodded. "Well then, please help me open this stone." The proprietor placed Lin Feng's stone into the machine, securing it with a metal frame before pressing the button. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the stone opening machine. Lin Feng, feeling uneasy, used his X-ray vision to scan the stone and confirmed it contained blood jade, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 20. High Ice Blood Jade. In a short while, the machine emitted a cacophony of distressing sounds. Within 2 to 3 minutes, Lin Feng's stone was split in two. The proprietor turned on the tap and used a thick hose to wash away the debris, quickly revealing a grayish-white stone skin, marred by dark, unsightly moss and a few cracked cotton-like spots. It was evident that this first cut had been a failure. The onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude. See, I told you he knew nothing about gambling stones. Now he has lost 10,000 yuan for nothing, probably the equivalent of 2 or 3 months' salary. I wonder how long he'll be eating boiled cabbage and instant noodles to make up for this. Another chimed in, exactly. I have little respect for those who, utterly clueless, still try to show off. If you don't have the money to gamble on stones, then don't borrow from this little sister. What a thick-skinned individual. I'm curious to see how he plans to repay her. Despite the ridicule surrounding him, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He picked up a pen and swiftly marked lines on the raw stone, instructing the proprietor to cut along his lines. The proprietor, unimpressed, remarked, "Young man, this stone is clearly a waste. Even if we cut further, the chances of finding something valuable are negligible. Why bother?" Qian Rushua, feeling a bit anxious, said to Lin Feng, "Big brother, don't worry. Even if this stone turns out to be worthless, I won't blame you." Lin Feng smacked her lightly on the back of the head. "You talk too much." He waved his hand impatiently, insisting, "Just cut the stone. There's no need for all this chatter." The proprietor, though frustrated, held back his irritation given the crowd's presence. He adjusted the blade and made several cuts along Lin Feng's marked lines. At last, a piece of blood jade emerged from within the raw stone, weighing approximately 2 to 3 kilograms. Under the bright lights, this small piece of blood jade radiated a captivating brilliance, leaving everyone utterly speechless. The crowd erupted in excitement. "Goodness, this is incredible. He actually cut a winning stone, and it's a top-quality blood jade. Although it may not be of glass quality, it's definitely high ice." As news of the high ice blood jade spread, people from several blocks away flocked to the stall, creating a dense throng. The chubby, greasy proprietor was filled with regret, wishing to slap himself in frustration. Such a piece of high ice blood jade was worth at least 10 million yuan. A mere pair of jade bracelets could fetch millions. Why did I sell it to this kid instead of keeping it for myself? He lamented, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Soon, someone raised their hand and shouted, "I'll offer 5 million for that blood jade." In mere moments, they were overshadowed. 5 million? You must be dreaming. I'll pay 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. As the bids escalated, the price of the high ice blood jade soared, leaping from an initial 5 million to 10 million within just a few minutes. Lin Feng, however, was still uncertain of the stone's true value. Having never engaged in gambling stones before, his knowledge was limited to reading online novels about the subject. Lost in thought, he pondered his next move. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from the crowd. "I'll offer 20 million for that stone. Please, everyone, give the Yi family some face." As the words fell, the crowd parted to reveal a well-groomed young gentleman, flanked by several imposing bodyguards. It was clear he possessed significant influence. The debonair scion approached Lin Feng, calmly stating, "Greetings, sir. I am Yi Guqing, the third young master of the Yi family from Kyoto. I have taken a liking to your high ice blood jade, and am prepared to pay 20 million for it. What do you say?" One could not help but admire the eloquence of such a privileged heir. He wasted no time in flexing his financial muscle with an offer that was hard to refuse. Qian Rushua gazed at the young gentleman with starry eyes, momentarily entranced. "Big brother, did he just say he'd pay 20 million for that stone? Am I hearing things?" Lin Feng, noticing her infatuation, felt a surge of irritation. "What else with that expression? Am I not handsome enough? Do I not compare favorably to this pretty boy? Your admiration is misplaced. I feel utterly unappreciated." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately decided that there was no need to be obstinate when it came to money. The price of 20 million yuan is undeniably exorbitant, significantly exceeding the actual value of this blood jadeite. As for the Ye family of Kyoto, their status in the realm of antiques is undoubtedly that of a luminary. It can be said that any proprietor engaged in the antique trade has, to some extent, heard of the Ye family's illustrious name. After all, very few individuals can manage to operate a museum in Kyoto, charge admission, and assist government entities in appraising antiques and cultural relics. Naturally, a scion from such an affluent lineage typically shows little inclination to haggle, readily offering an irresistible price. If that fails, merely revealing their identity ensures that few would dare to oppose them. To put it plainly, this is a privilege reserved for the powerful. The essence of society remains one where the big fish consume the small, and the small fish feast on the shrimp. At this moment, Qian Rushua suddenly inquired, "Big brother, are you selling it?" Lin Feng nodded, replying, "Yes, of course I am." Consequently, this young gentleman requested Lin Feng's bank account details and promptly contacted his bank's client manager, transferring a staggering sum of 20 million yuan into Lin Feng's account in mere seconds. Lin Feng was left utterly astonished. What kind of extraordinary maneuver was this? The transfer of 20 million yuan was completed as effortlessly as sending 2,000 yuan. Goodness, the world of the affluent is truly incomprehensible to the less fortunate. Before long, Lin Feng received a text message from his mobile banking app, confirming the full amount of 20 million yuan had been credited to his account. Qian Ruxue tilted her head, curiously observing the message on Lin Feng's phone while counting the zeros with her fingers. Chapter 21. An encounter with enemies. The third son of the Ye family, having stored his phone away, produced a business card and handed it to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, here is my card. Please keep it safe. Should you come across any exquisite jade in the future, do not hesitate to contact me first. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you on the price. Lin Feng accepted the card, nodding with a smile. All right. With a generous patron like young Master Ye, if I happen to unearth any exceptional jade, you will certainly be the first I approach. Ye Guqing nodded in agreement. Very well, it is a promise. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Ye Guqing mentioned he had other matters to attend to and took his leave. Lin Feng made no effort to retain him, as they were merely acquaintances at this point. Despite being a wealthy heir, Ye Guqing did not exhibit any overt dominance in front of Lin Feng. It appeared that the ostentatious narratives often found in online novels, where the wealthy flaunt their arrogance and the protagonist retaliates, were entirely absent from reality. The perspective of the affluent differs markedly from that of the ordinary individual. Their upbringing dictates a level of composure that rarely leads to outbursts of anger. In any case, this encounter had indeed broadened Lin Feng's horizons. Turning to see Qian Ruxue, still gazing longingly, he felt a twinge of exasperation. Hey, little sister, have you had your fill of staring? Young Master Ye is undeniably handsome and wealthy, but he is simply not your type. You might want to wipe that drool from the corner of your mouth. It's a bit embarrassing. Lin Feng said, feeling slightly envious. Qian Ruxue lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. After a moment, Lin Feng calmly addressed her. Little sister, I will return your 10,000 yuan loan with interest, totaling 100,000 yuan. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue shook her head vigorously, her denial akin to a clapper in a drum. No. We agreed that you would only return what you borrowed. I don't want any interest. Just the original 10,000 yuan will suffice. Lin Feng, puzzled, responded. Are you truly refusing interest? That's a whole 100,000 yuan, surely worth more than your salary from the jewelry store over a year or two. Still obstinate, Qian Ruxue retorted. No, I said I don't want it. I'm not as greedy as you think. Please don't underestimate me. Seeing her feisty demeanor elicited an unintentional chuckle from Lin Feng. All right, I stand corrected. It seems I misjudged you. Please accept my apologies. Qian Ruxue pouted. That is more like it. Lin Feng then asked, little sister, have you decided where we shall dine this evening? At the mention of food, Qian Ruxue's expression brightened instantly. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, since you've earned so much today, you should treat me to a grand meal. If you insist on letting me choose the place, just don't regret it later. Lin Feng chuckled. I am curious to see what delicacies you have in mind that will deplete my wallet. He had no apprehension about her indulging. If mere dining could not satisfy her, that would be rather stingy of him. In any case, he felt quite pleased to be in the company of this young lady. Thus, Qian Ruxue guided Lin Feng through the streets for about 10 to 20 minutes before arriving at a modest roadside eatery. This establishment was not particularly spacious, perhaps 50 to 60 square meters, and naturally, the prices were quite low. Lin Feng glanced at the menu hanging on the wall and noted that it was significantly cheaper than local restaurants. The clientele consisted mainly of laborers and manual workers with modest means. Observing the scattered cigarette butts and empty beer bottles littering the floor, Lin Feng frowned slightly. The air was thick with an acrid smoke that made it difficult to open his eyes. Is this truly the place you intended to bring me for a meal? Are you jesting? Lin Feng questioned, somewhat incredulous. Qian Ruxue replied softly, when I was in university, I often came here to eat. It wasn't because the food was exceptionally good, but rather because the prices were cheaper than the university cafeteria and the portions were generous. Otherwise, I might have had to skip meals for days, leaving me dizzy from hunger. Lin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. However, having already arrived, he felt it futile to seek another dining option. Thus, he casually ordered 3 dishes and a soup, settling for this meal. The total cost of these dishes barely reached 20 yuan, served in large bowls brimming with food. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as though he had been transported back to the price levels of the 1990s. It seemed Qian Ruxue had chosen this venue to avoid extravagant spending. As Lin Feng ate, he discreetly regarded Qian Ruxue, finding her increasingly delightful. How had he never encountered such a wonderful girl before? Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also economical. Spending time with someone like her would likely cost him less than 1,000 yuan a month. Where could one find such a girl in this day and age? She would be as elusive as a lantern-lit search in the dark. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Feng's face, leaving Qian Rushua perplexed and filled with questions. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Lin Feng curiously turned his head and beheld approximately 4 or 5 white armored vehicles, akin to delivery vans, lined up neatly at the entrance of the restaurant. Suddenly, a multitude of ruffians sprang forth from these vehicles, their numbers undoubtedly exceeding 100, all adorned with intricate tattoos that spoke of their formidable presence. Armed with either machetes or iron pipes, they exuded an intimidating aura. Within moments, Lin Feng and his companion found themselves encircled by this gang of delinquents. Lin Feng momentarily froze, but quickly realized that it was the notorious Sun Xiaohua who had come to confront him. Indeed, it wasn't long before Sun Xiaohua swaggered over, brimming with arrogance, and exclaimed, "Damn you, you little brat. You were quite the hotshot at the auction, weren't you? Now that I've caught you, let me show you how I handle things." Qian Rushua, faced with the formidable throng of thugs, felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance in fear. Lin Feng pondered how these individuals had tracked him down. Had someone been tailing him all along? It made sense. Previously, while meandering through the antique market, the throngs of people had made it challenging for them to act. Now, having chosen to dine in such a secluded location, Sun Xiaohua had seized the opportunity. Qian Rushua, trembling with trepidation, clung to Lin Feng's arm, tears welling in her eyes as she timidly called out, "Big brother." Lin Feng gently patted her head, reassuring her to remain calm, for he would handle the situation. Truth be told, had Lin Feng not been endowed with Feng Qing'er's extraordinary powers, facing these over 100 ruffians would likely have resulted in his demise or serious injury. But that was merely a hypothetical scenario. Though he harbored no fear of these thugs, he was loath to resort to violence in such a public setting, mindful that they lived in a society governed by law. Thus, Lin Feng nonchalantly addressed Sun Xiaohua, "Boss Sun, I have no desire to engage in a dispute with you. Pray tell, what will it take for you to relent?" Sun Xiaohua smirked ominously. "Young man, those who live by the sword must eventually pay the price. If you wish for me to spare your life and grant you a chance to escape, you must first provide me with 10 million in compensation. I've heard you wagered 10,000 on a piece of jade this morning, which you then sold for 20 million. Asking for 10 million isn't unreasonable, is it?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, that amount is excessive. I cannot acquiesce to your demands." Sun Xiaohua's expression darkened. "Don't be hasty. I haven't finished speaking. Your girlfriend here is rather cute. I intend to let my brothers take turns bullying her, and I want you to witness it. So you understand that not everyone is someone you can provoke." With that, he leered at Qian Rushua, his face contorted with a ravenous desire. At this, Qian Rushua's face drained of color, and she instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Feng, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng seethed, "How dare you? Are you not afraid I will report you to the authorities?" Sun Xiaohua scoffed, "Why should I fear? I've been ingrained in this city for years. Having greased the palms of the police from top to bottom, even the chief is in my pocket. What do you possess to challenge me?" With a wave of his hand, Sun Xiaohua commanded, "Brothers, listen up. Form a line outside, one by one." The gang complied immediately, eagerly lining up at the entrance while casting predatory glances at the trembling Qian Rushua, ready to pounce. Initially, Lin Feng had contemplated diffusing the situation, preferring to settle matters peacefully with a small bribe. However, given the circumstances, he saw no reason to engage in further dialogue with these ruffians. Thus, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending one burly thug flying several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string, quickly rendered lifeless. Without further ado, Lin Feng dispatched the remaining thugs with rapid punches and kicks, reducing them to pitiful heaps, gasping for breath like defeated dogs. At one point, a thug brandished a dagger, attempting a sneak attack, only to be met with Lin Feng's swift retaliation, resulting in a gruesome demise. In no time, every last thug had been subdued. Sun Xiaohua stood in stunned disbelief. Was this truly a human being? He had single-handedly vanquished over 100 of his men. This young man's martial prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even Bruce Lee by tenfold. Lin Feng stepped forward, seizing Sun Xiaohua by the collar, effortlessly lifting the hefty man as though he were a mere chick. Sun Xiaohua flailed helplessly, unable to escape Lin Feng's iron grip. Lin Feng coldly inquired, "Son, do you concede?" Sun Xiaohua, maintaining his bravado, retorted, "You little brat, don't celebrate too soon. If you have the guts to kill me today, go ahead. Otherwise, I will rally more people to issue a bounty on your head until you are dead." Such bizarre demands were unheard of to Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive punch, piercing through Sun Xiaohua's chest, sending him to meet the king of hell. Thus, the life of the notorious villain, Sun Xiaohua, came to a fitting conclusion, ridding society of a menace. As darkness enveloped the night, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed with Qian Ruxue. It was late, and rather than return home, he opted to secure a hotel room for the night. He booked 2 luxurious suites for 800 yuan each, totaling 1,600. Though the price was steep, housing costs in Jingzhou had skyrocketed in recent years, approaching those of first-tier cities. Lin Feng, however, was unconcerned. He had long ceased to be financially constrained and believed he deserved some indulgence after years of hardship. Having finished his shower and donned his pajamas, Lin Feng reclined comfortably on the bed, ready to extinguish the lights and drift into slumber. Just then, Qian Ruxue stealthily entered the room. Curiously, Lin Feng asked, "Little sister, why are you here at this hour instead of sleeping?" Lowering her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, Qian Ruxue whispered, "Lin Feng, thank you for saving me today. I'm at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." Lin Feng smiled. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. It wasn't a significant matter. The thugs were after me, not you." Qian Ruxue pouted. "Oh, come on. I was being proactive here, and you're acting like a block of wood. Are you doing this on purpose?" Lin Feng's mind suddenly exploded with realization. Could it be that this young lady truly harbored feelings for him? With newfound courage, he asked, "Are you sure you've thought this through? You won't regret it?" Qian Ruxue gazed at him with her innocent, wide eyes. "Regret? Why would I regret? There are so few good people like you, Lin Feng. I fear that if I miss this chance, I may never encounter someone like you again. How could I possibly regret?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. He longed for a cigarette to contemplate his next move. Regrettably, Qian Ruxue did not afford him another opportunity. Alas, matters of the future shall be addressed in due time. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke in a hazy state, only to turn and find Qian Ruxue gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, embodying the image of a blissful little wife. Sweetly, she uttered, "Brother Lin Feng, you're awake." Instinctively, Lin Feng reached out to stroke her hair and replied, "Little sister, you are now mine, so please refrain from calling me brother. Instead, refer to me as husband. Come now, say it a couple of times for me to hear." Upon hearing this, a fleeting hint of shyness crossed Qian Ruxue's striking face. After a prolonged hesitation, her delicate lips parted slightly as she cautiously murmured, "H husband." Lin Feng, however, was not entirely satisfied. "Could you speak a bit louder? I didn't catch that. Last night, you were quite audacious, almost shaking the roof. And now you've gone mute?" Qian Ruxue's face flushed a deep crimson, and with a bashful glance at him, she quickly scrambled up and dashed into the kitchen. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted in from the kitchen. Lin Feng, having dressed, approached to discover that Qian Ruxue had reheated the leftovers from the previous night's meal at the restaurant. This little girl truly was frugal, unwilling to waste even a morsel of food. Lin Feng mused that if he were to marry such a wife, he might find himself meticulously sifting through every detail of life. Gazing at the table laden with leftover dishes, he felt a twinge of nausea. "Actually, I prefer noodles for breakfast," he stated. Qian Ruxue rolled her eyes in response. "What? Do you expect me to cook you noodles now? Dream on." With a resigned smile, Lin Feng replied, all right, hurry off to work, don't be late, or your boss might dock your pay." At the mention of salary deductions, Qian Ruxue immediately became flustered, abandoning her grooming to grab her handbag before limping out the door. Not long after she left, Lin Feng disposed of the remnants of the meal into the trash and ordered takeout on his phone. He then settled onto the living room sofa, closing his eyes in a moment of respite while awaiting the arrival of the delivery person. Chapter 23, A Close Call. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt an extraordinarily pure energy surging continuously into his dantian. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by an unbearable heat in that area, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation of swelling pain, akin to a raging inferno that threatened to render him unconscious. To his astonishment, his body began to inflate visibly, akin to a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure weighing 400 to 500 pounds. His form stretched to its limits as though it might burst at any moment. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng thought, alarmed, but with no time to ponder. He hastily focused his mental energy to resist this mysterious force. Otherwise, he would surely meet a grim fate. Fortunately, at that moment, the celestial phoenix bloodline within him released a wave of chilling energy, aiding him in combating this searing force. Gradually, his body ceased to expand and began to contract instead. Lin Feng's anxious state eased, and approximately 10 minutes later, his physique returned to normal. He exhaled deeply, patting his chest, silently reflecting, "That was close. I nearly met my end just now." Although he remained unaware of the cause of this phenomenon, the suffocating pressure lingered in his mind, leaving him with a sense of lingering dread. But what had transpired? He had done nothing out of the ordinary, yet such an occurrence had suddenly unfolded. Soon, however, Lin Feng noticed subtle changes within himself. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, his vitality considerably heightened. Of course, he gave it little thought, deeming increased energy as a beneficial trait. Rising, he threw a punch at the wall, and with a resounding crash, the wall caved in, cracking inch by inch until it ultimately collapsed, sending a cloud of dust swirling through the air. As the dust settled, only a heap of exposed rebar and concrete remained on the ground. Lin Feng stared at the rubble beneath him, momentarily rendered speechless by his own astonishment. When had his strength become so formidable? While he had inherited Feng Qing's extraordinary abilities, enabling him to surpass ordinary humans in combat, he could effortlessly defeat a crowd of them. Yet, the force behind this punch had to be in the range of dozens or even hundreds of tons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have obliterated the wall with a single blow. Puzzled, Lin Feng found his mind filled with questions. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found a delivery person clad in a yellow uniform and a hotel staff member standing outside. The staff member, upon entering and witnessing the inexplicable gaping hole in the wall, was immediately left in a state of shock. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "No need to worry. I will compensate you for the damaged property at full price. Just tell me how much I owe you." The hotel staff member, not daring to delay, promptly contacted their manager. After negotiations, they ultimately requested Lin Feng to pay a total of 120,000 yuan for the renovation costs. Lin Feng, without haggling, readily agreed and paid via card. After all, his actions could be described as vandalism at best, and at worst, a serious disturbance to public order. It was fortunate they hadn't reported him to the authorities. Though he was no longer an ordinary human, but rather a quasi-cultivator, he was not one to disregard reason. Damaging others' property warranted honest restitution. Afterward, Lin Feng sat atop a pile of bricks and concrete, enjoying the takeout he had ordered. Once finished, he promptly departed. Emerging from the hotel onto the street, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. Noticing that the coast was clear, he discreetly slipped into the space of his ring. Upon entering, Lin Feng found Feng Qing sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, surrounded by remnants of food, likely having overindulged. Lin Feng approached her and, without hesitation, slapped her awake. "Hey, wake up. I need to speak with you." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Feng Qing lifted her head, clearly displeased. "What is all the noise for? Can't a person get any sleep?" Lin Feng retorted. "I'm here for a reason, not because I wish to engage with a glutton like you. I worry you might one day get so hungry that you devour me." Feng Qing rolled her eyes dramatically, uninterested in idle banter. "Spit it out. What do you want? Hurry up so I can get back to my nap." Lin Feng proceeded to recount the earlier events in broad strokes. Feng Qing listened in silence, her expression unreadable. After a while, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Hee, my adorable little master, you have truly struck gold this time. I cannot help but envy you." Lin Feng, utterly bewildered, pondered the meaning behind her words, unable to comprehend even a single phrase. Feng Qing continued. "I sensed within you the bloodline of an ancient magical beast, and it is an exceptionally pure, direct lineage. It seems that this ancient creature possesses strength that rivals my own. In any case, it is undeniably formidable. Even at the height of my powers, I might not have been its match." Lin Feng hurriedly inquired, "What is the name of this ancient beast you speak of?" Feng Qing shook her head, stating, "I cannot ascertain that for the moment, as many powerful magical beast races existed during that distant primordial era. However, in the present day, most of these races have perished due to insufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. Of course, a few long-lived ancient creatures have survived and continue to exist today, much like myself. Although I have lived in this world for 100,000 years, it is merely the tip of the iceberg of my life. If all goes well, I could easily live for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. And should I attain immortality, I would truly become ageless. After all, for ordinary humans like you, no matter how advanced your technology becomes, even if you can launch rockets and artificial satellites into space, it is but a minuscule part of this universe. There remains an abundance of unknowns that no one has explored, as your lifespans are far too brief." Lin Feng contemplated this and found it to be accurate. Ordinary humans like them typically live only a few decades, at most a little over 100 years. While this may seem lengthy, in the grand scheme of the universe, it is merely a fleeting moment, a transient spark that vanishes in an instant. With this thought, Lin Feng could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow, a sudden emptiness blossoming within his heart. Chapter 24, Shopping for Clothes. Lin Feng asked, "What else do you know? Please share all that you can." Feng Qing shook her head, proudly declaring, "You think too highly of yourself. I have no desire to divulge anything to you. You, a miserly soul, lament over a few paltry spirit fungi. I cannot be bothered with you." Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "So you refuse to speak, do you? Then do not expect me to offer you any delicacies from now on. You may starve here. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would withhold treats, Feng Qing grew anxious. Oh, do not be angry. I was merely joking. Lin Feng, his hands stuffed in his pockets, regarded her with an indifferent expression, saying nothing. Feng Qing, somewhat miffed, added, in truth, there are matters you are better off not knowing. After all, you are just an ordinary human now. Knowing too much could bring you peril, perhaps in due time. When the opportunity arises, you will come to understand. In due time? Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at Feng Qing, seeming to grasp something. Feng Qing looked at him, somewhat exasperated. Hey, where are you wandering off to in your thoughts? That is not what I meant. Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled, remaining silent. After a while, Feng Qing resumed. In your human world, there exist a rare few cultivators, each possessing unique physiques that allow them to cultivate at a significantly faster rate than ordinary individuals. You are simply unaware of this. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. And what about me? Please help me discern what kind of special physique I possess. Feng Qing scoffed. You? Clearly. You possess a miserly physique, poor and stingy. No wonder no girls are drawn to you. Lin Feng. By the time it was around 5 or 6 in the evening, Lin Feng was still riding his dilapidated electric bike to the city center to pick up Qian Ruxue from her work at the state-owned gold shop. Although the distance between the suburbs and the city center was not very far, at most about 20 kilometers, riding that old bike left his legs aching. After approximately half an hour, he finally arrived at the entrance of the gold shop, just in time to bump into Qian Ruxue and several of her female colleagues as they exited together. The female sales associates from the gold shop curiously appraised him, their expressions tinged with a hint of derision. One of them remarked, "Little Xue, could this handsome fellow be the boyfriend you mentioned? He appears quite decent, and like you. He leads a rather modest life. You two seem well matched." The others giggled behind their hands. Qian Ruxue, feeling slightly uncomfortable, quickly lowered her head and hopped onto the electric bike. Lin Feng, unfazed, waved graciously. "All right, ladies, we shall take our leave now. Please continue your conversation at your leisure." With that, he revved the throttle and sped away. As they rode for a while, Qian Ruxue, sitting behind him, shyly said, "Brother Lin Feng, please do not take what just happened to heart. My colleagues were just teasing you. You mustn't think too much of it." Lin Feng smiled. "Why would I? I am not as petty as you imagine. Stop being so suspicious. Besides, this is not your fault." Qian Ruxue nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling considerably reassured, and gently leaned against Lin Feng's back, closing her eyes to rest. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to return and instead took Qian Ruxue to a large department store in the city center, a comprehensive shopping mall housing numerous luxury brands. They casually entered a clothing store, and under the enthusiastic persuasion of a sales associate, Lin Feng purchased several sets of high-end Armani suits without even glancing at the price tags. He simply handed over a bank card to the nearby sales staff to complete the transaction. Observing the attire worn by Qian Ruxue, while not overly dirty, it had become faded and worn, with many areas severely frayed. He understood that this young lady had always lived in hardship, reluctant to indulge in fine food or clothing. Without hesitation, Lin Feng proceeded to the adjacent women's clothing store, browsing for a considerable time before selecting a few items. The sales associate eagerly inquired, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing these items? Please hold on, I will have them packaged for you shortly." Lin Feng shook his head, saying, "No, that is not my intention. I wish to purchase all the clothes in addition to these. Could you kindly calculate the total?" This left the sales associate utterly flabbergasted. Where did this tycoon come from, wanting to buy so many clothes for girls? This is excessively extravagant. Does he have many girlfriends? In an instant, the sales associate found herself lost in speculation. Noticing her dumbfounded expression, Lin Feng frowned. "What? Did you not hear what I just said?" The sales associate snapped back to reality. "Oh, yes, of course. I will arrange for my colleagues to help you package the clothing right away." Thus, Lin Feng spent over 200,000 in one go, essentially purchasing nearly all the clothing in that store. However, he remained utterly unfazed. For reasons unknown, he found a peculiar sense of satisfaction in spending money on the girl he adored, believing that such expenditures were far more rewarding than indulging himself. Lin Feng then made his way to the fitting room, donning a pristine new Armani suit he had just acquired, and admired his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, it was true what they said, clothes make the man. From every angle, he appeared to be a dashing young gentleman. Emerging from the fitting room, Lin Feng approached Qian Ruxue. "Little sister, do take a look at my outfit. How does it look?" Upon seeing him, Qian Ruxue's eyes widened in astonishment, and she nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "It looks wonderful. I never imagined that you'd look so handsome in a suit." Hearing her praise, Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. "Well then, I also bought you some clothes. Please head to the fitting room and try them on to see if they fit." Qian Ruxue was about to voice her thoughts, but before she could utter a word, Lin Feng gently but firmly ushered her into the fitting room. Once inside, as she removed her attire, she turned to find a mountain of new clothes piled before her. Prompting an astonished gasp, Lin Feng, hearing her exclamation, hurriedly pushed the door open only to find Qian Rushu standing there like a statue, clad solely in her undergarments. Utterly bewildered, "What's the matter, little sister?" he inquired, puzzled. Qian Rushu stammered, "Big brother, did you really buy all these clothes for me?" Nodding, Lin Feng replied, "Yes." "What's the issue?" Panic flashed across Qian Rushu's face. "Oh dear, why did you buy me so many clothes? You must return them." She turned to put on her original outfit, but Lin Feng swiftly intervened, tossing it into a nearby trash bin. With a hint of a threat in his tone, he said, "You wouldn't want to walk out like this, would you?" In that moment, tears brimmed in Qian Rushu's eyes, overwhelmed by the situation. "How much did all these clothes cost?" "Oh, Lin Feng, please listen to me and return them. I beg you." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Returning them is likely impossible now. I had the attendant remove all the tags. If you refuse to accept them, I shall have no choice but to discard them." Stunned into silence, Qian Rushu could find no words. Lin Feng, noticing her quietude, continued to press, "Surely you don't wish for such expensive garments to be thrown away." Her eyes reddening with emotion, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Lin Feng, smiling gently, reassured her, There, please don't cry. You're not a child anymore. It's unbecoming to weep so easily." After a time, Qian Rushu managed to compose herself, lowering her head, and said plaintively, "Big brother, could you perhaps refrain from being so kind to me in the future?" Chapter 25, The Sneer. Lin Feng disregarded her request and urged her to change into the new clothes promptly. She emerged wearing a lovely little dress adorned with vibrant pink flowers, radiating an air of youthful exuberance. This was her very first time donning a dress, and as she shyly approached Lin Feng, her cheeks flushed like a blooming rose. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Big brother, do you think this dress suits me?" Lin Feng, gently ruffling her hair, smiled and replied, "It suits you perfectly. A girl as beautiful as you would look stunning in anything." His compliment left Qian Rushu blushing deeply, her cheeks turning crimson. Observing the heap of clothes behind her, Lin Feng felt a twinge of concern about how to manage them. In front of Qian Rushu, he hesitated to store them away in his ring space. Instead, he called his friend Zhu Pongzi, instructing him to come and pick them up. In less than 5 minutes, Zhu Pongzi arrived in a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang van, screeching to a halt before them. Originally a Mazda, the car had become a victim of incessant traffic, prompting Zhu Pongzi to sell it and purchase this spacious second-hand van. Ideal for transporting several passengers and surprisingly affordable. Lin Feng waved him over, instructing him to load all the clothes into the vehicle. Zhu Pongzi, taken aback by the sheer volume of garments, stammered, "Bro Feng, why on earth did you buy so many clothes for a girl? Do you have some peculiar inclination?" Lin Feng retorted, "Just load them up without any more questions." Zhu Pongzi, recognizing the tone, complied without further protest, assuming his role as a porter. After some time, Zhu Pongzi managed to load all the clothes. He then noticed the delicate girl accompanying Lin Feng and curiously inquired, "Bro Feng, who is this little sister?" Lin Feng paused, contemplating, before responding, "Oh, she is my distant cousin, Qian Rushu. Come now, little sister, say hello." Upon hearing Lin Feng downplay their relationship, Qian Rushu felt a pang of sadness, her innocent eyes reflecting her disappointment as she looked at him. Lin Feng, catching her gaze, subtly gestured for her to understand the need for discretion in front of Zhu Pongzi. In that instant, Qian Rushu seemed to grasp his unspoken message and chose not to pursue the matter further. With their belongings settled, they climbed into the van. Inside, Zhu Pongzi asked Lin Feng, "Where to next?" "I plan to purchase a reasonably priced vehicle for convenience in traveling," Lin Feng replied. "Take us to the nearest 4S dealership." Zhu Pongzi nodded and opened his phone's navigation, quickly locating the nearest dealership. Before long, they arrived at a large, upscale 4S store in the city center, where luxury cars abounded, a domain typically reserved for the affluent. Lin Feng turned to Qian Rushu. "Would you like to buy a car to play with? As long as it's not too expensive, I can manage." Qian Rushu shook her head fervently. No, I'm too timid to drive. What if I hit someone?" Lin Feng, understanding her apprehension, did not press her further. It was indeed normal for girls to be cautious. A moment of panic could turn a simple drive into a grave mishap. As they entered the dealership, Zhu Pongzi's eyes widened at the sight of the luxurious vehicles, his excitement palpable as he eagerly touched and admired each one. The time was now approaching 6 or 7 in the evening. Most of the employees at the 4S dealership had already clocked out, leaving only a handful of staff members on duty, busily tidying up the premises. As the closing hour approached, upon noticing that Lin Feng and his companions arrived in a dilapidated van, The employees hastily concluded that they lacked the financial means to afford any vehicle from their showroom. They scrutinized the newcomers for a considerable time, with not a single person available to serve them, treating them as though they were mere phantoms. Qian Renxue, uninterested in the vehicles, immediately gravitated toward the refreshments in the adjacent reception area. Lin Feng, unfazed by the little girl's indulgence, took his time exploring the cars that piqued his interest. As for Zhu Pengzi, his larger-than-average physique necessitated a more spacious vehicle to accommodate his corpulent form. Thus, he naturally gravitated toward a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This imposing vehicle, fortified with approximately 20 centimeters of steel plating and fitted with bulletproof glass, resembled a ferocious beast of iron, exuding an aura of undeniable power. Even bullets would merely leave faint scratches upon its surface, and it would take a high-caliber shell to even dent it. Zhu Pengzi lovingly caressed the vehicle, unable to conceal his delight, his grin stretching impossibly wide. However, upon glancing at the official price tag, which exceeded 2.8 million yuan, his expression deflated like a punctured balloon, his large head drooping in disappointment. At that moment, a middle-aged female salesperson, appearing to be in her 40s, approached them and brusquely remarked, "Hey, what are you doing? If you're not buying, don't just touch things. How can you behave like this? This car is expensive. Can you take responsibility if you dirty it?" Stung by her reprimand, Zhu Pengzi's face flushed crimson as he sheepishly turned away. Yet, the saleswoman continued her derisive commentary, sneering at them. "Oh, look at this. We have 2 beggars and a little beggar here, coming to mooch food and drink. What a sight." Fortunately, Qian Renxue did not overhear her words, or she would have been deeply saddened. As for Zhu Pengzi, his thick skin allowed him to brush off the insult without much concern. Lin Feng, however, felt a surge of irritation but refrained from retorting. Just then, a young intern approached, balancing a tray of tea and fruit, politely offering, "Gentlemen, please enjoy. If you need anything, feel free to call me." As she turned to leave, Lin Feng quickly stopped her, inquiring, "Excuse me, young lady, how are your sales performance here? If I purchase a car from you, will the commission be credited to you?" The intern hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Having graduated from university not long ago, she had been working at the dealership for nearly 3 months. Yet she had not sold a single vehicle, earning only a paltry commission each month, barely sufficient for her sustenance. Seeing her silence, Lin Feng approached the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and stated, "How much is this car? I'll take it. Please wrap it up for me." The intern looked at him, astonished. "Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? That car is quite pricey. The down payment alone is around 7 to 800,000. Are you certain you have that much?" Without elaborating, Lin Feng insisted, "Prepare the purchase contract. I will sign it immediately." The intern observed his earnest demeanor, realizing he was not jesting. "All right. If you truly wish to buy this car, aside from the 800,000 down payment, you will need a loan of approximately 2 million. However, I can arrange a favorable installment plan with 3 years of interest-free payments. How does that sound?" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for installments. I will pay in full. Please bring the POS machine." This request left the intern momentarily flustered. Sir, are you sure? The total price for the Mercedes G-Class is over 2.8 million, plus insurance, taxes, and registration fees. It will at least amount to 3 million. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. 3 million is not an issue. Please go fetch the purchase contract. We can exchange payment for the car. The intern, sensing the seriousness of the situation, hurriedly retrieved the contract. Lin Feng signed it under Zhu Pengzi's name, as the vehicle was intended for him, then produced a bank card and processed the payment of 3 million yuan. The intern's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the funds transfer into the dealership's account, her face breaking into an ecstatic smile. Such a substantial order would grant her a commission of at least 10,000 yuan, equivalent to several years of her salary. Meanwhile, the middle-aged saleswoman who had previously belittled them was filled with regret, realizing she had inadvertently offended a significant client and allowed a lucrative commission to slip through her fingers. At that moment, the sales manager, Sun Honglei, rushed over. After grasping the situation, he promptly terminated the middle-aged saleswoman's employment, instructing her to gather her belongings and leave. Then he turned to Lin Feng with utmost respect, saying, "Mr. Lin, please calm down. Do not let such individuals upset you. As you can see, I have dismissed her. I apologize for the inconvenience. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." Observing the sales manager's cordial demeanor, Lin Feng decided against further confrontation. His nature was such that he reciprocated respect. If treated kindly, he would respond in kind, but if met with hostility, he would not offer a pleasant countenance in return. Nevertheless, Sun Honglei, despite his polite smile, had a keen glint in his eyes and a buzz cut that made him appear more like a hardened gang leader than an automotive sales manager. It is no wonder that the adage warns against judging a book by its cover. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "Manager Sun, You are being overly formal. I harbor no ill will. There is no need for such tension. Relieved that the wealthy customer was not angered, Sun Honglei inquired, "May I ask, sir, do you still intend to purchase a vehicle? We have a plethora of premium brands available, including luxury business vehicles and collectible editions, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "Actually, I prefer something a bit more understated. After all, I merely need a vehicle for transportation, without the need for extravagance." Sun Honglei nodded in understanding, suggesting, "In that case, allow me to take you to our dealership's garage, where we can find a car that aligns with your preferences." With a wave of his hand, he led them to the underground parking facility of the dealership. Before long, they arrived at a spacious underground parking lot. Upon entering the expansive underground parking garage, Lin Feng was awestruck by its sheer magnitude, spanning at least 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. The garage was filled to capacity with an array of luxury vehicles, both grand and modest, numbering in the thousands. Overwhelmed by the dazzling selection, he found himself at a loss regarding which automobile to choose. Zhu, the rotund companion, was equally flabbergasted. In truth, he had never laid eyes on such an impressive collection of high-end cars, rendering him speechless. The combined value of these luxury vehicles could very well rival that of a lavish cruise ship. It was evident that Sun Honglei, the sales manager, was a seasoned professional adept at reading people's expressions. His keen perception allowed him to quickly discern Lin Feng's indecision and apparent dilemma. With a smile, he addressed Lin Feng, saying, Mr. Lin, it just occurred to me that we have a limited edition Maybach luxury sedan in our dealership. I wonder if you might be interested." Lin Feng inquired, "Oh, where is it? Please show me." Without hesitation, Sun Honglei led the two men to the farthest reaches of the garage. There, in the depths of the parking facility, stood a striking black limited edition Maybach. The car's hood ornament was an exquisitely crafted dragon, fashioned from pure gold and weighing approximately 5 to 6 kilograms. Curiously, the vehicle bore a license plate inscribed with the characters Han A00001, a plate from the provincial capital. Such a coveted plate was not only rare, but also highly valuable. Merely possessing it required considerable wealth. Lin Feng was momentarily rendered speechless by this astonishing find. The sales manager patiently explained, "This is a Dragon Year commemorative edition Maybach. As you know, the dragon holds significant cultural importance in our nation, symbolizing prestige. Originally, this car was the official vehicle of a prominent leader in our province. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he fell from grace, and the new leader, disinterested in the vehicle, arranged for it to be sold at a bargain price to our dealership. Although it was a low-price transfer, the acquisition cost us over 13 million. Considering the vehicle's intrinsic value and the worth of the license plate, which is estimated to be around 4 to 5 million. Furthermore, acquiring this plate is not merely a matter of wealth, it requires connections." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He felt an instant connection with the Maybach, embodying a perfect balance of understated elegance and luxury. Observing Lin Feng's captivated demeanor, Sun Honglei seized the moment, stating, "To be honest, this vehicle has languished in our underground garage for 5 or 6 years without a buyer. I only sell it to those who are truly meant to have it. If you are genuinely interested, I can offer you the lowest possible price of 20 million. What do you say?" Chapter 27. An innocent man, guilty of possessing treasures. Lin Feng replied, "Very well, I will accept Manager Sun's proposal. Let's finalize the transaction at 20 million. With that, he handed his bank card to Sun Honglei. The sales manager swiftly processed the transaction using the company's POS machine. A chime sounded, confirming the transfer of 20 million into their account. Sun Honglei returned the card with both hands, respectfully proclaiming, "Mr. Lin, congratulations on officially becoming the owner of this Dragon Year commemorative Maybach. Additionally, our company will provide you with a complimentary 3-year insurance policy, hoping it meets your satisfaction." Lin Feng was indifferent to such trifles. After all, anyone capable of purchasing a vehicle worth 20 million would hardly value a mere 3 years of insurance. However, the vehicle's documentation and license plate were all in order, allowing him to transfer ownership with ease, thus saving him considerable hassle. He opened the car door and settled into the plush interior. True to its status as a business vehicle, the seats were upholstered in luxurious, plush leather, providing a level of comfort akin to a premium mattress. The cabin was spacious enough that one could easily perform a few push-ups or sit-ups within its confines. It was clear that the vehicle was designed for those in power to relish their comfort. Lin Feng beckoned Qian Riyue to join him in the car, and together with Zhu, they exited the dealership in their 2 vehicles. They decided to test the cars on a newly constructed overpass nearby, which had yet to be opened to regular traffic, ensuring a low volume of vehicles. With the Maybach, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. However, once the speedometer reached 200 kilometers per hour, it ceased to climb further. Given that this vehicle was primarily designed for business use, safety was paramount. The occupants of this car were either business moguls or high-ranking officials. A momentary lapse in speed could lead to disastrous consequences, jeopardizing the driver's career and future. As for Zhu, driving the hefty Mercedes G-Class, its weight was comparable to that of a medium-sized bus, limiting its speed to around 180 kilometers per hour. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to maintain a low profile and avoid attracting attention. However, the conspicuousness of his license plate was undeniable. It was impossible for anyone to overlook. Consequently, they garnered numerous astonished reactions from passing drivers, exclaiming, "Wow, is that license plate for real? Which high-ranking official is riding in that car? Are they here for an incognito visit to our city?" Those with even a modicum of intelligence understood that such a unique license plate was not merely a matter of wealth. It symbolized power and status. No matter how affluent one might be, one could not overtly challenge government officials. The repercussions could be severe, potentially leading to financial ruin without recourse. Fortuitously, Lin Feng had acquired both the car and its prestigious license plate for a mere 20 million. He was acutely aware of the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures. Thus, aside from attending significant events, he chose to store the vehicle in his ring space, ensuring its safety. After all, should it attract the interest of a powerful individual, it could lead to complications. As 2 hours passed, both men began to feel fatigued. They parked their vehicles on the roadside in a convenient spot. The day was drawing to a close, and their stomachs growled with hunger. Lin Feng ventured to a nearby night market and indulged in a feast of barbecued delicacies and assorted snacks, along with several cases of beverages. They found a clean patch of ground to settle down and eat heartily. Surprisingly, Qian Riyue proved to be quite considerate and attentive, showing genuine care for her companions. Moments later, she was busy serving Lin Feng and pouring wine for Zhu Pengzi, watching the two indulge in their meal with great delight while she herself had not taken a single bite. Only when the two had nearly finished did she finally partake in the leftover barbecued delicacies. Observing her devouring the food with such fervor, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt, pondering how remarkably wonderful this young lady was, so impeccable that one could hardly find a fault. What merit did he possess to garner the affection of such a little sister? Perhaps it stemmed from her upbringing, having cultivated a resilience to hardship from a young age, making her accustomed to such situations. Otherwise, after Lin Feng had exerted himself for 3 to 4 hours that night, it was astonishing that she remained utterly silent, showcasing her remarkable endurance. Due to Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities, he was not easily intoxicated, but fatigue soon enveloped him. He leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rejuvenate. After a considerable wait, when Qian Riyue had adequately satisfied her appetite, she wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth, seemingly intent on packing the unfinished food. Lin Feng, unwilling to indulge her ill temper, approached and unceremoniously discarded all the leftovers into a nearby trash bin. Seizing the moment before Qian Riyue could react, he pulled her into the vehicle and engaged in a more profound conversation, intoxicated by the wine. Regardless of the circumstances, for Lin Feng, who had spent over 20 years in solitude, this experience could be deemed a glimpse into the joys of manhood. The night passed in silence, and Lin Feng slept soundly. He did not awaken until the sun was well above the horizon. Zhu Pengzi, displaying remarkable tact, chose not to disturb their sweet dreams and quietly departed in his vehicle. Upon waking, Qian Riyue realized time was fleeting and rushed to work without even a moment to bid Lin Feng farewell. After Lin Feng awoke, reflecting on the events of the previous night, he found them somewhat absurd, yet he did not dwell on them. After all, many experiences in life are to be savored for the journey rather than the outcome. Otherwise, how could the world be filled with such an array of joys and sorrows? Without hesitation, Lin Feng stored his Maybach into the ring space and hailed a taxi back to his shop. Not long after his return, a torrential downpour suddenly began outside. The rain fell heavily, drenching those unfortunate enough to be caught without umbrellas. Observing the ominous winds brewing outside, Lin Feng hurriedly secured the shop's glass doors. At that moment, an elderly gentleman burst in, seemingly seeking refuge from the rain. Lin Feng did not shoo him away. Instead, he kindly offered the old man a towel to dry off and brewed him a pot of good tea, inviting him to sit and relax. Seated in a grand chair, Lin Feng became engrossed in an online novel. The elderly gentleman wasted no time, gulping down the tea. Noting that the rain showed no signs of abating, he began to wander curiously around Lin Feng's antique shop. After some time, the old man frowned, clearly dissatisfied, shaking his head repeatedly. Lin Feng, sensing he might be contemplating a purchase, smiled and inquired, "Good sir, is there something you wish to buy? As our shop has just opened, I can offer you a 20% discount." The old man shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Humph, with these trinkets in your shop, I wouldn't even take them for free. How dare you ask for money? You, so young, have learned only to cheat and deceive. Lin Feng felt his face flush. The old man's words hit a nerve. As they rang true, he realized he had encountered a connoisseur. Feeling a bit cornered, Lin Feng sheepishly replied, "You speak the truth, but tell me, how many antique shop owners do you know who haven't profited from selling fakes? How many genuine items do they possess?" The old man ignored his words, continuing to shake his head. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the old man's neck, where hung an ancient jade pendant. Through the enhancement of his celestial eye, the pendant radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, emitting beams of golden light, an occurrence unnoticed by others. Lin Feng quickly asked, "Sir, may I inquire about the origin of that jade pendant around your neck?" The old man glanced down, pondering before replying, "Oh, this? A few years ago, during my visit to Longhu Mountain in Jiangxi, I generously donated several million in incense money to the local temple. In gratitude, an old Taoist priest gifted me this pendant. He recognized that I suffered from severe rheumatism, causing unbearable pain during rainy weather due to my cold and weak constitution. This pendant possesses a miraculous effect. It is fireproof and impervious to poison, capable of dispelling the cold within me. Strangely enough, since wearing this pendant, not only has my rheumatism vanished without a trace, but I haven't even suffered from the common cold in years. Truly, good deeds are rewarded." Lin Feng asked, "Would you be willing to part with this pendant? How much would you ask for it?" The old man shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Money is no longer something of rarity for me. I assure you, even a single piece of my family's antiques is beyond what an average person could afford in several lifetimes." Lin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was surprising to discover that there were indeed things in this world that could not be purchased with money. After a moment, the old man suddenly chuckled, "Young man, there's no need to feel disheartened. While I want to sell it, I am open to a trade, unless you can present something that piques my interest." "I may just agree," Lin Feng eagerly responded. "Then please, take a look around my antique shop and see if anything catches your eye." The old man scoffed at him. "No need. I have no interest in your pile of scrap metal. How can you speak so boldly without a hint of embarrassment? Your audacity is quite remarkable." Disregarding the old man's disdain, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said earnestly, "Oh, by the way, I just remembered. I happen to possess a treasure that might intrigue you." The old man raised an eyebrow. "What treasure? Show it to me." Lin Feng quickly excused himself to the restroom, retrieving a painting from his ring space. This painting was one he had acquired at an auction for 6 million yuan. Using his X-ray vision, he had discovered that another painting was concealed within it, although he had forgotten to extract it until now. Calmly, he spread the painting across the tea table. The old man leaned in with curiosity, only to find a rather unremarkable piece of art, its content utterly unappealing and attributed to a little-known artist. Such a work was abundant at street stalls. Any art student with a basic understanding could replicate it, rendering it devoid of value. The old man, incensed, glared at Lin Feng, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" Lin Feng smiled softly, not rushing to explain himself. Instead, he fetched a pair of scissors and meticulously began to cut along the edges of the scroll. Before long, he extracted another painting from within the scroll. To his astonishment, this painting turned out to be a genuine work by the Ming Dynasty artist Tang Bohu, titled "The Phoenix's Proud Intent." This revelation was utterly outrageous, shattering all preconceived notions. Was he perhaps dreaming? In an instant, the elderly gentleman was so taken aback that he nearly lost his composure. Upon noticing the seal of Tang Bohu on the painting, he realized without a doubt that this was indeed an authentic piece. If this painting genuinely belonged to Tang Bohu, its worth could easily reach tens of millions, if not over 100 million. The elderly man fell silent, meticulously inspecting the artwork with a magnifying glass. Indeed, it was indisputable that this was a genuine work of Tang Bohu. In that moment, his hands trembled with excitement, unable to contain the overwhelming joy that surged within him. After a while, regaining his composure, he eagerly addressed Lin Feng. "Young comrade, would you be willing to sell me this painting? I am prepared to offer 100 million for it. If you find this amount insufficient, I can certainly negotiate a higher price. The money is not an issue, as long as you agree to part with this painting." Observing the confidence radiating from the elderly gentleman, it was evident that he was determined to acquire this masterpiece. It was likely that he was not lacking in wealth, as he boldly proposed the staggering sum of 100 million, a fortune that many would struggle to earn in a lifetime. Yet, to the wealthy, this amount was merely the price of a painting. Furthermore, the elderly gentleman had even mentioned that should Lin Feng find the offer too low, he could easily add a few tens of millions more, implying that the true value of Tang Bohu's work warranted such a price. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then said, "Elder, we previously agreed on a barter. I wish to inquire if you would consent to let me exchange this painting for your jade pendant." The elderly man quickly replied, "Absolutely, I wholeheartedly agree." He promptly rolled up the authentic Tang Bohu painting and cradled it tightly to his chest, as if fearing that Lin Feng might change his mind. He then swiftly removed the jade pendant from around his neck and tossed it to Lin Feng. With a sense of precious discovery, Lin Feng caught the pendant. And the moment it touched his palm, a warm sensation coursed through his body, enveloping him in comfort. It appeared that this jade pendant was indeed a treasure. Although Lin Feng felt a pang of regret, he sensed that this pendant harbored a remarkable secret. Some things are truly beyond monetary value. Chapter 29, Mutual Benefits. Lin Feng carefully stowed the jade pendant away, intending to examine it further later. The elderly gentleman pondered for a moment before asking, "Young comrade, may I pose a question to you? Would you be amenable to answering?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course, elder, feel free to ask." The elderly man inquired, "What kind of person do you believe Tang Bohu to be?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the question, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Historical records suggest that Tang Bohu was quite the libertine, having taken numerous concubines throughout his life, with the number of unofficial mistresses being even greater. Furthermore, he was known for his arrogance, believing himself to be unparalleled in both poetry and painting, often displaying an audacious disregard for others. Whenever he encountered a piece of art he admired, he would go to great lengths to acquire it, and if the owner was unwilling to sell, he would feign interest for a few days, only to create an identical replica, allowing unsuspecting individuals to mistakenly take his imitation for the original. Such unscrupulous behavior was no different from that of a common rogue. Overall, Tang Bohu's reputation in historical texts is mixed, with nearly equal parts praise and criticism. However, it is worth noting that in this day and age, anyone with a modicum of talent often carries an air of arrogance. After all, perfection is an unattainable ideal. No one exists without some flaw. Lin Feng, however, was different. Children make choices, but adults embrace it all. He chuckled. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of others? One should live authentically, for it is said that wisdom is hard to attain, while ignorance is equally challenging. To step back and seek peace in the present is far more valuable than future rewards. Lin Feng's words shattered the elderly gentleman's worldview. Not only was the old man taken aback, but Lin Feng himself was astonished at how eloquently he had spoken. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing in an orphanage, where he endured hardship, that he had matured beyond his years, realizing that adversity is often the best teacher. After a long silence, the elderly man finally remarked, "Listening to your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. I have learned much today." He then clasped his fist in salute, introducing himself as Chi Tongwei. "If you do not mind, you may call me Elder Chi." Upon hearing the elderly man's name, Lin Feng suddenly experienced a revelation. Elder Chi was a revered figure in the antiquities world, having made numerous appearances on various appraisal programs, including some at the national level. His credentials surpassed even those of Master Ma from the capital. Presumably retired now, he had not been seen on television recently. A sense of astonishment washed over Lin Feng at the realization of who he was conversing with. Elder Chi proceeded to ask him several more questions, to which Lin Feng responded without hesitation, although he was uncertain about the correctness of his answers. The expression on Elder Chi's face suggested that they were at least mostly accurate. Lin Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Elder Chi then said, "Young man, meeting you today gives me the feeling of having met a kindred spirit. I would like to adopt you as my godson, if you do not mind." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "What? Did I hear you correctly? I consider you a friend, and you wish to become my godfather? Have you lost your mind?" Elder Chi replied calmly, "To be honest, I already have a goddaughter in Kyoto, the esteemed Wang Yuyan, daughter of the Wang family jewelry dynasty. If you agree to be my godson, I could play matchmaker for you too, as I see little difference in your ages, and you seem well suited for one another. As for whether it blossoms into something more, that is ultimately up to you. Additionally, I have connections in Kyoto. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." "Ah, truly? Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. Elder Chi curled his lips and replied, "Of course it is true. Why would I lie to you?" Without hesitation, Lin Feng knelt on one knee and clasped his hands before the elderly gentleman, declaring, "Very well. Esteemed adoptive father, I bow before you." Elder Chi squinted his eyes in a smile and said, "All right, enough with the theatrics. Your little schemes are so transparent that I would feel embarrassed to expose them." Feeling somewhat bashful, Lin Feng scratched his head, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. In truth, he did not harbor expectations of being paired with the esteemed Miss Wang. Such a notion seemed rather unrealistic. His primary desire was to attach himself to Elder Chi, a formidable ally, perhaps to have someone to support him in times of need. In the vernacular of politics, this is referred to as political capital. The cost of such an arrangement was merely to acknowledge a godfather, with no personal loss. It appeared to be a surefire gain. Just observe the female stars in the entertainment industry. Many of them have accepted several wealthy patrons, often the kind requiring frequent indulgences. Truly, it is a dual benefit. At that moment, Elder Chi received a phone call that seemed urgent, hastily exchanging a few words with Lin Feng before taking his leave. Lin Feng gave it little thought. After bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman, he decided to test the jade pendant to see if it possessed the miraculous qualities Elder Chi had mentioned. He proceeded to scorch the pendant with a lighter for a full 10 minutes, only to discover that it remained utterly unscathed. This revelation astonished Lin Feng, who pondered the nature of the material from which the pendant was crafted. It was as if it were enchanted. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out Feng Qing'er for answers. Perhaps this little girl would provide him with the information he sought. Upon entering the ring space, Lin Feng presented the jade pendant to Feng Qing'er, requesting her to examine it closely for any peculiarities. Feng Qing'er, with her large, captivating eyes, scrutinized the pendant for quite some time before cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh, big brother, your fortune is quite remarkable. This is a spiritual stone that has been passed down since ancient times, crafted into the likeness of a jade pendant. It should contain a powerful martial arts secret. Wait a moment, I will help you find it." Lin Feng stood there, gazing eagerly, anticipation etched on his face. Chapter 30, Fire Control Technique. Feng Qing'er pricked her finger and let a few drops of her celestial phoenix blood fall onto the pendant. In a short while, a golden beam of light burst forth from the pendant, floating gracefully in the air. When Lin Feng reached out to grasp it, he found it was indeed a tome of fire-related techniques, though it bore no title. Moreover, the content of this technique was merely a few hundred words, appearing rather unimpressive when compared to renowned texts such as the Sunflower Manual or the Evil Repelling Swordplay. Disappointment washed over Lin Feng. Yet he acknowledged that having something was better than nothing. After all, he was merely an ordinary human, even if he were presented with an unparalleled martial arts manual. His insufficient cultivation would render him incapable of practicing it. Thus, Lin Feng composed himself and diligently began to study the technique. Whether it was due to his exceptional talent or the simplicity of the text, he mastered it in mere minutes. Realizing that this was a fire-based technique, Lin Feng thought to himself that he should attempt to manipulate flames. He took out his lighter, ignited it, and brushed his finger over the flame. To his delight, the fire from the lighter leaped onto his fingertip. Overjoyed, Lin Feng reveled in his newfound ability to control fire. Although the flame was only the size of a soybean, he believed that with further practice, its potency would surely increase. However, in a short while, the flame extinguished, leaving only a faintly glowing mark on his fingertip. Lin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, suddenly questioning the utility of his newfound skill. What could he possibly achieve with this technique? Was he to utilize it for the peculiar whims of affluent women, akin to a certain infamous figure? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He yearned for someone to spar with, to gauge his true capabilities. With a gesture, Lin Feng beckoned Feng Qing'er over. She rolled her eyes and asked, "What now?" Lin Feng replied, "Aren't you an ancient being who has cultivated for 100,000 years? Since you have some free time, why not join me in a friendly spar? We can keep it light." Initially reluctant, Feng Qing'er was swayed by Lin Feng's enticing offer. "If you follow my instructions, I shall treat you to roast pork for dinner." The mention of a meat feast made Feng Qing'er salivate, and she eagerly replied, "All right, it's a deal, but you better not cheat." Thus, they engaged in a spirited exchange. Feng Qing'er, the clever little girl, resorted to underhanded tactics, taking advantage of Lin Feng's inability to fly. While he was distracted, she relentlessly ambushed him from above. To Lin Feng's frustration, this old demoness exhibited a complete disregard for martial ethics, launching surprise attacks while he remained powerless to retaliate. He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Before long, 10 minutes had passed, and Lin Feng had yet to lay a finger on Feng Qing'er, while he himself bore numerous wounds. With a triumphant smirk, Feng Qing'er taunted, "Master, you should give up. All your skills stem from my inherited powers. Attempting to use them against me is futile." Lin Feng retorted defiantly, "If you have the guts, come down here and face me in a real fight. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." With a toss of her hair, Feng Qing'er arrogantly replied, "Very well, I shall descend. Let us see how you intend to defeat me." As she landed gracefully, lifting her chin defiantly, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. He dashed toward her, raising his thumb and middle finger while clenching the other 3 fingers into a fist, mimicking the stances of martial arts masters on television. "Hold it right there, demon. Prepare to experience the Shaolin's mighty Vajra finger." Caught off guard, Feng Qing'er had little time to react, and Lin Feng's strike landed squarely on her vital point. In an instant, she doubled over in pain, rolling on the ground, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng had no intention of relenting. He sought to teach this unscrupulous girl a lesson. Thus, for the duration of a single incense stick, he thoroughly poked every inch of her body. "Wah, big brother, I was wrong. Please, no more poking." It truly hurts. Feng Qing'er cried, her pleas accompanied by frantic bows of submission toward Lin Feng. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Feng responded with feigned nonchalance. Remember this. Little sister, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Lin Feng decided to cease his teasing. After all, relentlessly tormenting a little girl lacked any amusement. Certainly, Lin Feng adhered to their prior agreement, generously providing Feng Qing'er with several large bowls filled with roasted meat and pork knuckles, along with a few cans of cola for her leisurely enjoyment. In light of such delectable offerings, Feng Qing'er quickly forgave him, dismissing the earlier incident where Lin Feng had poked her rather forcefully. Engrossed in her feast, she felt that as long as there was good food and drink, nothing else mattered. Lin Feng, finding the scene rather uninteresting after a while, turned away and exited the ring space, returning to the realm of reality. The following days unfolded peacefully, with Lin Feng choosing to seclude himself within his shop, diligently honing his fire control techniques. Whenever hunger struck, he resorted to takeout, and when fatigue set in, he surrendered to sleep. After several days of this routine, his mastery over fire had notably advanced, achieving a level of control that allowed him to wield flames with ease. The flames he could manipulate had grown from a mere flicker to the force of a gas canister's blaze, significantly enhancing their potency and duration. Lasting no less than 30 minutes, he could now effortlessly roast a water buffalo or a wild boar weighing 400 to 500 pounds. However, Lin Feng felt a lack of motivation to continue practicing fire control, sensing he had reached a bottleneck in his training. He believed that further effort would yield no substantial improvement and that he was merely squandering time. Feeling increasingly restless, he decided it would be more beneficial to venture outside for a breath of fresh air. After a quick wash and changing into clean clothes, he briefed Zhu Fatty on a few matters before stepping out. Chapter 31. The Nightmare of the Young Beauty. Once Lin Feng exited the antique shop, he meandered through the pedestrian street in the city center. Yet, wandering alone soon became tedious, and he contemplated returning home for a wash and rest. Just as he passed by a CAF, a familiar figure caught his eye through the glass window. It was the enchanting auctioneer, Lu Sueki, whom he had encountered at the antique auction. At that moment, she sat alone in a corner of the CAF, clad in a white sundress, seemingly lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng approached and plopped down in the chair opposite her. Given that this was a couple CAF, each table was equipped with only 2 chairs. No sooner had he settled in than a server approached to take his order. Lin Feng casually ordered a coffee to shoo the server away, then turned his attention to the lovely Lu Sueki, studying her with keen interest. After a while, Lu Sueki seemed to sense his gaze, looked up, and was startled to find Lin Feng staring intently at her, prompting a shrill scream. "Ah, why are you here? How long have you been sitting there without saying a word? You scared me to death," she exclaimed, clutching her chest, which rose prominently like a mountain peak. Her expression one of lingering fright. Lin Feng shrugged and replied, "I merely noticed you sitting here in a daze and was curious about what might be troubling you. Do you require assistance?" As he spoke, he discreetly activated his celestial phoenix eye, scanning Lu Sueki from head to toe. He noticed an alarming number of scars adorning her body, which appeared quite severe. They seemed like claw marks. Had she been involved in something too intense? Intrigued, Lin Feng inquired, "Lovely lady, what happened to cause those injuries? Your boyfriend seems rather unrefined if he is subjecting you to such torment. Do you not feel pain?" At this, Lu Sueki's temper flared. "Torment? You must be joking. I have never had a boyfriend. I am still single. Stop spreading nonsense, or I might just spray you with soda." Lin Feng's curiosity deepened. If you do not have a boyfriend, then what accounts for those injuries? They do not appear to be from a fall or a scrape. Just as Lu Sueki prepared to respond, she hesitated, sensing something amiss. "Wait a minute. How did you see those injuries so clearly? Do you possess some sort of X-ray vision?" Lin Feng chuckled, adopting a somewhat pretentious tone. "Ah, you wish to know? Truth be told, I once learned a few spells from the Taoists of Longhu Mountain, the most formidable of which is the Heavenly Eye. It is somewhat akin to what you refer to as X-ray vision. Once activated, I can see everything, be it human or any other being, in their entirety." Lu Sueki was momentarily speechless, her cherry lips slightly parted in astonishment. After a considerable pause, she instinctively spread her arms to cover her body. "Oh, you should quickly close that heavenly eye of yours. Do not peek at me any longer." Lin Feng laughed heartily. "My apologies. But you are a bit late with the warning. What is seen cannot be unseen, and I have already taken in quite enough." Feeling humiliated and furious, Lu Sueki glared at him, exclaiming, "You shameless man. I will never speak to you again." With that, she stood to leave. Lin Feng quickly blocked her path, saying, "Wait. Lovely lady, do not rush off. Let us converse. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Lu Sueki rolled her eyes dramatically, gazing at Lin Feng with a hint of melancholy. "I do not even know what is happening. I have been plagued by nightmares for the past month, and almost every night, it is the same dreadful dream. I have visited the hospital multiple times, yet each time the doctors merely brush me off, suggesting I am under too much stress and need to rest. Lin Feng prompted. What exactly does this nightmare entail? Could you describe it in detail? At this, Lu Sueki's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Lin Feng, growing impatient, urged her, come on, just say it. Spare us the theatrics. We do not have time for this. With a disdainful glance, Lu Sueki finally admitted, for the past month. Every time I close my eyes at night, I dream of 3 strange men entering my room and pinning me down, making it impossible for me to breathe. And I have no strength to resist, forced to submit to their whims. Lin Feng mused aloud. 3 men against 1 woman. That does sound rather taxing. You are utterly shameless. If you continue speaking like that, I will truly ignore you. Lu Sueki seethed, her eyes blazing with fury, as if she wished to tear him to shreds. Lin Feng chuckled and continued. Very well then, please describe the appearance of those 3 strange men, so I might have a clearer target. Lu Sueki pondered for a moment before stating, those 3 unfamiliar men are not particularly tall, perhaps around 160 centimeters at most. And they are quite unattractive, both short and unappealing. Each of them sports a small patch of unkempt facial hair on their lips, and their laughter is utterly repugnant. Anyone who hears it cannot help but feel nauseated. As for their other facial features, I cannot recall them clearly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a stir of intrigue. He wondered if those 3 unknown men could be Easterners. It was surprising to discover that such individuals existed in Jingzhou. After a brief hesitation, he maintained his composure and replied, I see. However, what you describe sounds quite extraordinary, and perhaps I may not be of assistance. You might consider seeking someone more capable. Lu Sueki immediately grew anxious. With her innocent, wide eyes glistening with tears, she gazed at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression, nearly on the verge of crying. Whoa, dear brother, please, I beg you to help me. If you can resolve my predicament with those strange men, I will pay you whatever you ask. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, No, this is not merely a matter of money. Besides, I am not in need of it. If you wish to enlist my help in this matter, there is another condition you must fulfill. Oh, what condition? Lu Sueki inquired with eager anticipation. With a charming smile, Lin Feng remained silent. Upon perceiving his gaze, Lu Sueki seemed to grasp something profound. In that moment, she felt both wronged and helpless, as if she had been abandoned by everyone. Yet, if given a choice, she would prefer Lin Feng over those 3 grotesque figures. After all, this young man was rather presentable, and far more desirable than being taken advantage of by those unknown ruffians. After a brief moment of contemplation, with tears welling in her eyes, she timidly responded, Very well, I will agree, but you must keep your promise. Furthermore, once the matter is resolved, you must not be overly demanding. I will allow you only to. Chapter 32, The Search. As Lu Sueki began to speak, she suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly fell silent. Lin Feng, however, was relentless in his pursuit of answers. Hey, little beauty, don't be coy. What was it you just mentioned? I didn't quite catch that. Could you kindly repeat it? Lu Sueki, exasperated, replied, Oh, must you be so bothersome? Stop asking me questions. Just help me deal with those 3 ruffians first. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Very well. May I ask where you reside? I will accompany you home. Lu Sueki promptly provided the name of a residential complex. If Lin Feng recalled correctly, it was an upscale community where over half of Jingzhou's affluent residents dwelled. Naturally, the property prices were exorbitant, reportedly averaging around 40 to 50,000 yuan per square meter. He was taken aback that such a young girl as Lu Sueki could afford a residence there. He had underestimated her. Thus, Lin Feng settled into Lu Sueki's Porsche as they made their way home. It was evident that her vehicle was far more meticulously maintained than any man's car. Imbued with the scent of high-end perfume that lingered even several kilometers away. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Feng noticed a bobblehead SpongeBob SquarePants on the dashboard. A delightful touch of whimsy, unlike Zhu the Chubby, who favored kitschy decor such as a fortune cat or a sign proclaiming prosperity, along with a simple ashtray for convenience. In short, it was all rather pedestrian. Lin Feng closed his eyes, savoring the experience. Opportunities like this were indeed rare. After approximately 15 to 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. A security guard emerged from the booth and, upon checking the vehicle's license plate, granted them entry. Given that this was a high-end community, security measures were notably stringent, with numerous surveillance cameras and several security personnel armed with electric batons patrolling around the clock to ensure the safety of the residents. Without Lu Sueki's guidance, Lin Feng doubted he would have gained access. Upon entering the complex, Lin Feng observed that all the buildings were exquisitely decorated, each boasting 30 stories and equipped with elevators. The surrounding amenities were also remarkably comprehensive, epitomizing luxury and sophistication. Under Lu Sueki's lead, Lin Feng entered Unit 2442, located on the 24th floor. As he stepped inside, he surveyed the modestly sized room, which measured approximately 50 to 60 square meters, comprising a living room, one bedroom, a bathroom, and a minuscule kitchen, which appeared to be coated in dust with no signs of recent use. It seemed Lu Sueki typically dined out, rarely cooking at home. This was quite understandable, as how many young, independent individuals today would bother to prepare their own meals? More often than not, they resorted to takeout or dining out. The thought of washing vegetables, cooking rice, and then having to clean pots and dishes was simply too burdensome. Lin Feng noted that this apartment was even smaller than his antique shop, and regardless of how much it might sell for, its size rendered it rather inconsequential. Furthermore, with such a high floor, it would likely be unappealing to anyone without an elevator. Nevertheless, one must admit, the room exuded a pleasant fragrance. Whether it was the scent of designer perfume or Lu Sueki's natural aroma, it was refreshing and invigorating. Lu Sueki glanced at her Xiaomi smartwatch, noting that it was around 5 or 6 in the evening, and darkness would soon descend in a couple of hours. Based on the pattern observed over the past month, those 3 unfamiliar men typically harassed her around 8 o'clock at night, as she usually retired early, having no habit of staying up late. Feeling anxious, Lu Sueki implored, "Lin Feng, please help me check if those 3 rascals are hiding in this apartment." Lin Feng nodded, without hesitation activating his X-ray vision to meticulously scan every room. First, he examined the living room, which required no special ability to discern. It was quite apparent. The living room contained only a sofa, a coffee table, an 80-inch luxurious LCD television, and a few decorative items, nothing more. Next, he entered the bedroom where Lu Sueki slept. Upon entering, he caught a whiff of a rich, creamy scent. Turning towards the balcony, he discovered an array of her undergarments hanging to dry, most adorned with whimsical cartoon characters. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It was his first time witnessing such a collection of women's undergarments. Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Feng's face, Lu Sueki suddenly realized the situation and hurriedly dashed to the balcony to retrieve her sun-dried clothing. Unable to restrain herself, she shot him a significant eye roll and remarked, "Seriously, can you not be so abnormal? I'm beginning to wonder if I've encountered a pervert. Is this how all men behave?" Lin Feng chose not to engage further on this matter. Turning around, he was surprised to find a large plate of fresh cucumbers on the bedside table, their vibrant green hue catching his attention. Curiosity stirred within him as he pondered the purpose of such an abundance of fresh cucumbers in the presence of this young lady. With a slight blush, Lu Sueki lowered her head and softly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. These cucumbers are for my facial mask. It's not what you think." Lin Feng, perplexed, glanced at her before replying, "I haven't said anything, so there's truly no need for you to explain. Why the urgency in your clarification? Are you perhaps hiding something shameful?" Lu Sueki felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She regretted her moment of indiscretion. Why did she even bring it up? It was like giving herself away. Pouting, she said, "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Please help me find out where those 3 men are hiding." Lin Feng shook his head, responding, "I can responsibly assure you that those 3 unfamiliar men are not in this room." Lu Sueki grew anxious, exclaiming, "How is that possible? You must have overlooked something. Please think carefully. There must be some oversight, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Oversight? I see many flaws on you. Would you like me to help you identify them?" This left Lu Sueki utterly speechless. She glared at him, seething with anger. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have perished 1,000 times over. Chapter 33. The Conspiracy of the Eastern Intruders. Lin Feng disregarded her murderous glare and chuckled. "My apologies, merely a jest. Please don't be angry, let us calm down." After a while, as darkness began to envelop the outside world, Lu Sueki, in a state of mild panic, said, "What should we do? Those ruffians will arrive soon. I'm terrified. I never want to see them again." Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied nonchalantly, "How about this? If you're tired, you can go to bed first while I hide in the shadows and wait for the right moment. What do you think?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Sueki voiced her concerns. "You make it sound so easy. What if you can't handle them and run away? At crucial moments, men are hardly reliable. If you flee, I'll be doomed." Lin Feng looked at her incredulously. "Your reasoning is quite unique, but your worries are unfounded. I assure you I will not abandon you. Rest easy." Upon hearing Lin Feng's earnest promise, Lu Sueki finally relaxed and obediently went to bed as instructed. Surprisingly, her sleep quality was commendable. Within 5 minutes, she was softly snoring, unlike many who suffer from insomnia, unable to sleep through the night. After all, modern life brings immense pressure, and nearly everyone experiences some degree of sleeplessness, though it is not a grave issue. Lin Feng approached her, marveling at her peaceful slumber, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. It was no wonder that even he felt a surge of desire, contemplating taking the initiative. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the room, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Initially, he thought a window might be ajar, but upon checking, he found the window securely locked. What could be the cause? Were those Eastern intruders already here? Without a moment to lose, Lin Feng instinctively sought a hidden spot to conceal himself, swiftly crawling under the bed. Moments later, he observed two shadowy figures appearing on the curtain. To his astonishment, the figures passed through the window and entered the room. Lin Feng's heart raced in disbelief. This is absurd. Is this even possible? One might think this was a scene from a horror film. He quickly activated his X-ray vision to scan the two figures. Although it was the dead of night, shrouding the room in complete darkness, the heavenly phoenix eye bestowed upon him the clarity of daylight, allowing him to see everything distinctly. He clearly discerned that these were indeed two Eastern intruders, short and unremarkable, their faces marred by pockmarks. The sight was utterly repulsive. Curiosity piqued. Lin Feng questioned how these two intruders managed to pass through solid glass and enter the room. This was unscientific. Moreover, Lu Sueki had mentioned 3 intruders. Why had only 2 appeared? However, Lin Feng did not remain baffled for long. Whenever he encountered something beyond his comprehension, his first instinct was to consult Feng Qing'er, the little girl who had practiced for 100,000 years. Was there anything on this planet she did not know? Thus, he communicated with Feng Qing'er through his consciousness. Hey, little sister. Do you know what these 2 Easterners are up to? Is this some kind of superpower? After a brief pause, Feng Qing'er's dismissive voice echoed in his mind. You fool. This is not a superpower. It's a form of Eastern ninjutsu known as shadow clone technique. Intrigued, Lin Feng asked, shadow clone technique? It sounds impressive. Do you think I could contend with these 2 intruders? I'd hate to overestimate myself and end up getting killed. Feng Qing'er responded with disdain. Impressive? Please. The shadow clone technique created by the Easterners, even when mastered, only grants the clones half the strength of the original, and they can create at most 10 clones at once. However, these 2 intruders are exceptionally weak, just ordinary Eastern ninjas. If I were to intervene, I could eliminate them with the mere touch of a finger, akin to squashing an ant. And don't be fooled by their frightening appearance. This is merely the lowest form of the technique, lacking any offensive capabilities. They're nothing more than a scare tactic. If you simply fart, you could obliterate them. After listening to Feng Qing'er, Lin Feng felt an immediate sense of relief. After all, this little girl was quite obedient and would never deceive him. He had no reason to doubt her words. With a cheerful smile, Lin Feng said to Feng Qing'er, well then, I truly appreciate your help. Once I deal with those 2 Eastern rascals, I shall treat you to a seafood hot pot. How does that sound? Your brother is quite generous, isn't he? Feng Qing'er pouted. Humph, you only know how to make grand promises. I can hardly be bothered with you. At that moment, one of the Eastern rascals remarked, this little lady's vital essence is truly delectable, and there's plenty to go around. My brothers and I have been indulging in her for nearly a month now, yet we have not drained her dry. Another one chimed in, hee, with our elder brother absent today, we must savor this feast thoroughly. Let us aim to completely drain this Chinese woman's essence within a fortnight, thereby elevating our strength to a new level. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lin Feng suddenly understood. The reason those 3 Eastern rascals came to disturb Lu Sueki every night was to absorb her vital essence, enhancing their cultivation through such heinous acts. Truly, only rascals would engage in such heartless deeds. However, Lin Feng was fortunate to have learned this in advance. Otherwise, if it dragged on for another 10 days or half a month, that poor girl, Lu Sueki, might have been completely drained by those 3 vile Easterners. Chapter 34, A Futile Effort. Yet, since Feng Qing'er claimed that these 2 Eastern rascals lacked any real strength and were merely posturing, Lin Feng felt no fear. Thus, he boldly emerged from beneath the bed and shouted at the 2 Eastern men, Hey, you 2 rascals. What brings you to a young lady's room in the dead of night? Startled by the unexpected appearance of a stranger, the 2 Eastern men instinctively drew their military knives and threatened Lin Feng. Foolish Chinese pig, while we are still in good spirits, you better scram, or I'll cleave you in 2. Lin Feng chuckled, then by all means, come at me. Seeing their threats ineffective, the 2 Eastern men grew weary of conversation and brandished their knives, lunging at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not flinch. He merely wished to ascertain whether Feng Qing'er's words held true, that these 2 Eastern rascals posed no real threat. Even if he were mistaken, it mattered little, for he had the blessing of Feng Qing'er's celestial bloodline. As long as he did not sustain a fatal injury, he would not perish. As the blades of the 2 Eastern men made contact with Lin Feng, they did not strike him, but rather passed through him, as if he were a mere illusion. So that is how it is, Lin Feng thought, elated. It seemed these Eastern rascals were indeed all bark and no bite, merely intimidating others. With that realization, Lin Feng unleashed his fire manipulation technique. Flames erupted from his palm and shot towards the two Eastern men. A series of agonizing screams ensued as their shadow clones disintegrated in less than a minute, quickly reduced to ashes. After resolving the situation with the two Eastern rascals, Lin Feng turned to Feng Qing'er, still feeling uneasy. Little sister, are those two Eastern men truly dead? Could they still be alive? Feng Qing'er disdainfully replied in his mind. Your thoughts are rather naive. Those were merely the shadow clones of the two Eastern rascals. Even if you destroy them, their true forms remain unharmed. At most, they will be severely injured and unable to rise for at least 3 to 5 months. Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not completely vanquished the two Eastern rascals. After a moment, Lin Feng continued, Little sister, do you think I could also learn that shadow clone technique like those two Eastern rascals? Feng Qing'er responded, You could, but I advise against practicing Eastern ninjutsu. One misstep, and you might fall into the abyss of demonic cultivation. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, you can project your soul, and your soul will possess the same strength as your body. In rare cases, exceptional nascent soul cultivators can even split their souls into 4 or 5, effectively allowing 5 or 6 beings to battle one. They would be an invincible presence among their peers. Even in battles against higher levels, they might still hold a chance. Wow, that is amazing, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Feng Qing'er smiled and said, Of course. Otherwise, why have emperors and generals throughout history been so obsessed with cultivating immortality? It is not merely for the immense magical power, but also for the significant extension of their lifespan. Take the nascent soul realm, for instance. Once you break through to that stage, you will possess at least 1,000 years of life. In human terms, time is worth its weight in gold, and no amount of wealth can purchase it. Lin Feng contemplated this and felt it to be true. For an ordinary human, nothing holds more value than life itself. If a person perishes, no matter how much wealth they possess, it becomes mere scraps of paper. Their power would simply be usurped by others. Lin Feng then inquired about the little beauty. Is she all right? After all, she was drained of so much vital essence by those dreadful Eastern rascals. Will she survive? Feng Qing'er glanced at Lu Sueki, who lay on the bed. Her eyes were shut, her complexion pale, resembling someone on the brink of death. Feng Qing'er's eyes lit up. Oh, this girl possesses quite an extraordinary physique. If I'm not mistaken, she likely has an innate spiritual body, which is one of the more exceptional special physiques. Lin Feng asked in astonishment, What is an innate spiritual body? Feng Qing'er patiently explained, An innate spiritual body is akin to a furnace used by cultivators. This furnace can continuously absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy from the external world, and, once enough energy accumulates, it can release it all at once, allowing for a rapid cultivation speed, 2 to 3 times faster at the very least. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Oh, that sounds miraculous. How can I extract the spiritual energy from her? Feng Qing'er snapped her fingers and said, It's quite simple. Just use the most primitive method known to humanity. However, you must remember not to extract too much at once. If you drain her completely in one go, you will kill this furnace. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before grasping Feng Qing'er's words. He thought to himself that he might as well follow her advice and give it a try. After all, even if he failed, he would lose nothing. Therefore, he resolved to comply with her instructions. With that, Lin Feng slowly approached the bed, took a deep breath, and carefully climbed onto it. After 2 to 3 hours had passed, Lin Feng felt it was time to stop, fearing that the little beauty might not be able to endure any longer, just as he prepared to rise. However, at that moment, Lu Sueki suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Feng with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, exclaiming, You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of me while I was sound asleep? I truly misjudged you. In truth, Lu Sueki had been fully aware, having maintained her consciousness throughout, and had distinctly witnessed Lin Feng battling against the two Eastern foes, thus grasping the situation's essence. Yet, she found herself momentarily unable to accept this reality. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat cornered, sheepishly retorted, My dear beauty, your words are unjust. We had previously agreed that once I dealt with those Easterners, you would leave my fate in your hands. Why the sudden change of heart? Lu Sueki bit her lip fiercely, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with a desire to see him suffer 1,000 cuts. Realizing that this was not a suitable place to linger, Lin Feng thought, Enough of this. Retreat is the best strategy. If I cannot confront you, surely I can evade you. With that, he hastily made his exit. However, Lin Feng felt perplexed, sensing no significant change in his cultivation. What could possibly be the reason? Feng Qing'er scoffed, Of course. That little sister had her spiritual essence absorbed by those Easterners for quite some time. It will take her a long while to recover. Frankly, The bit of spiritual essence you absorbed from her is hardly enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Lin Feng nearly fainted upon hearing this, thinking to himself, why didn't you say this sooner? I wasted my efforts for nothing. This is infuriating. In chapter 35, titled Physical Cultivation, Lin Feng inquired, what is your level of cultivation? And how long must I train to reach this so-called Yuaning realm? Feng Qing'er, with a haughty demeanor, replied, in my prime. My strength was at least at the late Yuaning stage. However, presently, I am trapped within this emperor's ring, and my cultivation is only at about 110 of my peak. Currently, I am merely at the mid-golden core stage. As for you, I can clearly sense that your cultivation is slightly weaker than mine, likely at the early golden core stage. You will need to cultivate for several hundred to 1,000 years before you might hope to break through to the Yuaning realm. Of course, if fortune favors you. Perhaps it could be quicker. Lin Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, what? I need to cultivate for hundreds to thousands of years to reach this Yuaning realm? Are you jesting with me? Have you ever seen an ordinary human live for hundreds or thousands of years? In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though he had been duped. Feng Qing'er, this mischievous girl, was clearly weaving grand illusions. With a disdainful glance, Feng Qing'er remarked, look at your pathetic demeanor. Think about it. If cultivating immortality were truly so simple, wouldn't everyone in this world achieve eternal life? Wouldn't everyone possess lifespans of hundreds or thousands of years? How could this planet possibly accommodate such a population? It would descend into chaos. Upon reflection, Lin Feng found her words to hold some merit. Take wealth, for instance. Earning $1 billion may seem an unattainable goal for the average person, perhaps something they might not achieve in a lifetime. Yet, for those billionaires perched atop the societal pyramid, earning $1 billion could be as effortless as lighting a cigarette, having a meal, or even using the restroom, money arriving in their accounts in mere moments. After all, once their fortunes reach a certain threshold, making money becomes a trivial endeavor. In contrast, the allure of eternal life appears even more irresistible. Who among the wealthy would not desire to live forever? Half an hour later, Lin Feng returned to his antique shop and collapsed into a deep slumber, sleeping for a full day and night, utterly exhausted from the previous night's endeavors. Compared to the pursuit of wealth, he preferred to simply relax and take it easy, being a person easily satisfied. As long as he had no worries about food and drink, he felt little concern. Had it not been for Feng Qing'er persistently nagging him in his mind to fulfill his earlier promise of treating her to a seafood feast, he might have slept even longer. Reluctantly, Lin Feng rose, attended to his morning routine, and headed to a nearby fresh market, purchasing an abundance of fresh seafood, intending to enjoy it leisurely. Before long, an enormous seafood hot pot was prepared, brimming with a variety of live seafood, enough to overflow. Such a lavish hot pot would cost a small fortune at any local high-end restaurant, especially the expensive varieties like the Eastern Star Grouper and Mouse Grouper, which could fetch hundreds per pound. Once the seafood was nearly cooked, Lin Feng filled a large enamel basin with the delectable feast and stored it within his ring space. Soon, he could hear the sound of Feng Qing'er indulging gleefully within his ring, relishing her meal. Seeing her delight brought joy to Lin Feng's heart. Naturally, he did not forget to invite Zhu Pongzi to join in the feast, as good brothers should share such culinary delights. Thus, the two set up a folding table within the antique shop, feasting heartily. After about an hour, Zhu Pongzi, his belly nearly bursting, expressed a desire to take a stroll to help digest. Lin Feng, feeling no discomfort, settled into a grand armchair with his eyes closed, resting. Just then, a beautiful young woman entered. Lin Feng opened his eyes to find it was none other than the enchanting auctioneer, Lu Sueki. Instinctively, he sprang up from the chair, scratching his head and looking slightly guilty as he addressed her. Ah, beautiful lady, what brings you here? Lu Sueki, with her large, melancholic eyes fixed on him, responded. You heartless scoundrel. After bullying me, you refuse to take responsibility, don't you? I truly misjudged you. With that, she burst into tears. Lin Feng, taken aback, felt a headache coming on. He quickly reassured her. Oh dear, please do not cry. Let's talk this over calmly. When did I ever say I would abandon you? With a pout, Lu Sueki retorted, then why haven't you contacted me? Why must I come seeking you out? You clearly do not wish to take responsibility. Lin Feng, feeling embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, I didn't have your phone number, so how could I reach you? Besides, I was quite worn out and needed to rest. Oh, by the way, how did you find your way to my antique shop? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Lu Sueki rolled her eyes dramatically. Fortunately, you left your ID and phone number at the antique auction. Otherwise, I would have truly been unable to locate you. Do you secretly wish I wouldn't find you? Lin Feng chuckled. How could that be? Do I seem like such a person? Rest assured, I will take responsibility. Lu Sueki replied with a smirk. Now that's more like it. In truth, Lin Feng had no desire to abandon this lovely young woman. Her beauty surpassed that of many celebrities and influencers, and he stood to gain. Most importantly, her eloquence was simply captivating. Moreover, one could hardly bear to part with such a magnificent alchemical furnace, even if it were merely to extract the ethereal energy from this enchanting young lady sporadically. It would still be preferable to having nothing at all. After all, who among us would ever complain about possessing too much wealth? Thus, Lin Feng endeavored to soothe her for quite some time. Eventually, Lu Sueki's spirits calmed, and it wasn't long before she affectionately began to call him Brother Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to breathe a sigh of relief, a raucous group of ruffians stormed in, each one a burly man adorned with elaborate tattoos. The leader of this gang, a towering brute nearly 2 meters tall, surpassed even Zhu the Fatty in stature, his face marred by a deep scar. With an air of brazen arrogance, he approached and kicked the antique shop's glass door clean off its hinges. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, leaving a cascade of shards strewn across the floor, shocking both Lin Feng and Lu Sueki. Lin Feng's heart raced with alarm. What the hell is happening? Who have I offended now? Why do I constantly attract trouble? Upon witnessing the commotion, Lu Sueki's complexion paled, and she instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He gently patted the back of Lu Sueki's head, urging her to step aside and let him handle the situation. Chapter 36. Trouble at the door. Fuming, Lin Feng strode out of the shop. The lead ruffian boisterously demanded, "Where's the owner of this antique shop? Get out here now." Lin Feng stepped forward, unleashing a tirade of curses upon the ruffian. "Your father is right here. What do you want with me?" This retort infuriated the ruffian leader, who swung a punch toward Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng deftly dodged, then seized the thug's thigh, bringing him crashing to the ground, followed by a powerful elbow strike. A cacophony of cracking ribs resounded, indicating that the ruffian's ribs had likely been shattered beyond count. Witnessing their leader's swift defeat at the hands of this young man, the remaining thugs turned pale, retreating in terror. Lin Feng grasped the ruffian leader by the collar, his voice low and menacing. "We have no enmity or grievances. Are you all out of your minds, or just plain foolish to come here and smash my store's glass? What do you intend to do?" At that moment, the ruffian leader, bloodied and trembling, replied, "Our boss ordered us to teach you a lesson for injuring 2 of his esteemed guests, to ensure you remember this encounter." Lin Feng pondered briefly, recalling whether he had crossed any paths recently, and realized it might only be those 2 Eastern foreigners. Could they have sent these thugs after him? "Who is your boss? I would like to meet him and see what kind of person dares to cause me trouble," Lin Feng inquired coldly. The ruffian leader, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "I advise you not to inquire about our boss's identity. He is none other than the notorious underworld overlord, Xie, the most powerful figure in the entire Handong province. Killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant." Lin Feng's eyes widened in realization. The Xie spoken of was indeed Xie Bingquan, a well-known figure in Handong province's underworld. In comparison to Sun Xiaohua, he was truly in another league. Xie Bingquan was also a representative of the People's Congress in Handong, wielding immense influence in both legitimate and illicit affairs. Legend has it that he started as a humble fish vendor beneath the Golden Gate Bridge, barely scraping by. Yet, inexplicably, within a mere 20 years, he transformed from an ordinary fishmonger into a billionaire. Truly, fortunes can shift dramatically in the span of a generation. Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt a sense of foreboding, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the ruffian leader, sensing his advantage, taunted, "Hey, you little brat, you better let me go, or once our boss gives the word, you'll be left in pieces." Lin Feng frowned, then, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that sent the thug reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. "Silence. You have no say here. If you wish to live, take me to your boss now." Upon hearing Lin Feng's willingness to confront their leader, the ruffian leader gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. If you insist on seeking your own demise, I will personally witness how our boss orders you to be dispatched." With that, the gang summoned a few minibuses to transport Lin Feng to their headquarters. Lu Sueki, deeply concerned about Lin Feng's solitary venture into danger, insisted on accompanying him. Just then, Zhu the Fatty returned, and after grasping the situation, he immediately declared his intent to join them, ready to support his brother. Thus, the 3 of them were ushered into the vehicles, heading toward the gang's lair. However, Lin Feng harbored no fear. He was no longer an ordinary human. He was, in fact, half a cultivator now. According to Feng Qinger, he had attained the early stage of the Golden Core realm, rendering him more than capable of handling a group of ordinary thugs. Moreover, with Feng Qinger's heavenly phoenix abilities at his disposal, no one could harm him in the slightest. After a journey of about 20 minutes, they arrived at a towering group building located in the bustling city center. This edifice, known as the Tycoon dynasty, stood at least 50 stories high, with each floor encompassing 3,000 square meters. The businesses within operated on the fringes of legality, including grand gambling halls, bathing centers, upscale restaurants, nightclubs, and even a stone gambling arena. In essence, it was a colossal den of vice, attracting a multitude of wealthy patrons daily, with profits that could be described as astronomical. Due to Sieb Bingkuen's political clout, ordinary police officers dared not enter this establishment and conduct searches openly. According to Sieb Bingkuen's own words, unless the head of the Provincial Public Security Bureau signed off on it, no one would enter to inspect his affairs. Indeed, in this world, those with wealth and power could act with impunity. As Lin Feng and the others disembarked from the vehicles, they were led by the lobby manager to the 15th floor, where Sieb Bingkuen's office was located. At that moment, a secretary-like woman was respectfully reporting to Sieb Bingkuen, "Boss, those 3 individuals have arrived at our building and are currently ascending the stairs. They should be here in a few minutes." Sieb Bingkuen disdainfully remarked, "How many times must I tell you? Do not refer to me as boss. Address me as chairman. We are a legitimate company, not some underworld syndicate. All our dealings are lawful and compliant, and every penny we earn is clean. Do you understand?" Observing his superior's fury, the secretary immediately responded with trepidation, "My apologies, Chairman. It was my mistake. May I inquire if you wish to meet those individuals?" Sieb Bingkuen let out a dismissive snort. "Of course I wish to meet them. I must demand an explanation for their unprovoked assault on Mr. Tsangjing and Mr. Yoshizawa. If I do not seek justice for these esteemed guests today, how can I face Master Fujita?" The secretary nodded and swiftly exited the office. Chapter 37. Are we not able to play? Before long, Lin Feng and his companions were ushered into Sieb Bingkuen's office by the secretary. Upon entering, Lin Feng was struck by the sheer size of the floor, easily spanning over 1,000 square meters. It featured a cultivation area, a reception area, and numerous presidential suites. The bar in the leisure area was adorned with a plethora of prestigious wines from around the globe, including domestic Matai and Wulianya, as well as exquisite French reds, along with various luxurious brands whose names he could scarcely pronounce. The reception area boasted an entire suite of rosewood furniture, worth at least $1 million, with European chandeliers illuminating the space. Even the armrests were inlaid with gold threads, presenting a resplendent decor. In that moment, Lin Feng's heart swelled with envy, pondering if this was indeed the life of the affluent, characterized by such opulence and sophistication. Truly, the world of the wealthy was beyond the comprehension of the less fortunate. Sieb Bingkuen lit a Cuban cigar worth tens of thousands, taking a deep drag before exhaling a plume of blue smoke. Lin Feng observed him, around his 40s, dressed in a fine Armani suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured sophistication that belied his status as a gang leader, resembling instead the CEO of a major publicly listed company. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. With a grim expression, Sieb Bingkuen addressed them. "Who among you injured those 2 esteemed guests from the East? Do you comprehend the gravity of offending individuals of their stature?" Lin Feng boldly stepped forward, stating, "You speak irrationally. It was those 2 Eastern rascals who resorted to dark sorcery in an attempt to drain this young lady's vitality to enhance their own cultivation. Had I not intervened in time, she may have been left lifeless within days." Lu Sueki quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, what my brother Lin Feng says is true. Those Easterners have been sneaking into my room at midnight to harm me. How can you be so unreasonable?" Sieb Bingkuen scoffed. "To receive the attention of such individuals is a privilege for a mere common girl like you. You should feel fortunate. Besides, what is the life of ordinary people worth? I could easily offer your parents a few million as compensation, considering it a charitable act." His words ignited a furious response from the group. Was it so easy for these thugs to disregard the value of life? Lin Feng retorted coldly, "If that is the case, then let us cease this pointless chatter and resolve matters with strength." With that, he assumed a fighting stance. A horde of minions surrounding Sieb Bingkuen appeared eager to pounce at their leader's command. Without hesitation, Lin Feng charged into the throng, dispatching a dozen burly men with swift and powerful strikes. Zhu Pengzi, undeterred, used his considerable weight to crush several ruffians beneath him. In an instant, the duo had taken down 13 of the thugs, but more kept pouring in from the other floors. What began as a mere handful of adversaries quickly swelled into hundreds, filling the entire floor to near capacity. Zhu Pengzi, alarmed, thought to himself, how could they possibly contend with such an overwhelming number? With no option for retreat, they had no choice but to fight their way through. He urgently advised Lu Sueki, "Stay closely behind me. I am robust and can withstand blows. As long as you stick with me, you will be safe." Lu Sueki nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. The hundreds of muscular men, armed with an array of cold weapons, glared menacingly at the trio, ready to pounce. It was as if they were proclaiming that, once they surged forward, there was no way Zhang Zhenren could defeat all of them. Yet Lin Feng remained unruffled, retrieving a substantial handful of ancient coins from his ring, primarily Qianlong and Jiaqing coins. He threw them into the fray, producing a cacophony of thuds as they struck the thugs' chests and limbs. In an instant, cries of pain echoed as many of those hit collapsed, bellowing in agony. Half of their assailants were incapacitated by Lin Feng's deft maneuvering. All present stood in stunned silence, marveling at the boy's extraordinary skill, which seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. The remaining thugs, witnessing the youth's prowess, hesitated and began to retreat, unwilling to risk their lives in the face of such formidable talent. Lin Feng smiled, triumphantly surveying the bewildered gangsters, reflecting on how useful the coins he had recovered from the Qianren Shui family proved to be. They were not only economical but also ideal as projectiles. At this moment, it was Xie Bingquan who began to lose his composure. He had never anticipated that this young man would be so formidable, easily overpowering his numerous subordinates. No wonder he had managed to injure those two Easterners. Now, Xie Bingquan found himself at a loss, uncertain how to proceed. However, allowing them to leave unscathed would be a blow to his pride, leading his subordinates to think he had capitulated. With brute force off the table, he resolved to employ cunning instead. With a calculating glint in his eye, he feigned a smile and said to Lin Feng and his companions, "Oh dear, what are you two doing? We live in a society governed by law, and yet you threaten violence so readily. Are you not afraid of spending your lives behind bars?" He then turned to Lin Feng, his expression still deceptively amiable. "Young man, I have heard that you are engaged in the antique business, which surely implies that your discerning eye is quite remarkable. Coincidentally, I possess an expansive gambling stone venue, and considering this is our first interaction, I am willing to offer you a 10% discount on any gambling stone you desire, regardless of which piece it may be. What do you think?" Chapter 38. I just want to live a low-key life. In truth, Lin Feng did not wish to engage in a confrontation with these ruffians. He preferred to remain as inconspicuous as possible, quietly accumulating wealth. However, despite his efforts to maintain a low profile, his unusual demeanor had still attracted attention, which was quite vexatious for him. After some contemplation, Lin Feng addressed Xie Bingquan, saying, "Very well, since you are willing to forego violence, I shall not quibble with you street thugs. I will accompany you in this endeavor." If he could resolve their conflict amicably, it would be most desirable. Perhaps he could indulge in a bit of playful engagement with this Master Xie and observe what tricks he might employ. Upon hearing Lin Feng's eager assent, Xie Bingquan's heart swelled with joy. It is worth noting that the cost price of his gambling stones was merely 15 of their selling price. Thus, even offering Lin Feng a 10% discount would still yield him a considerable profit. Since a direct approach proved ineffective, he resolved to mentally undermine this young man, determined to empty his wallet without mercy, so he could learn that even the king of horses has multiple eyes and that the pot is forged from iron. Thus, Lin Feng and his companions accompanied Xie Bingquan to the elevator, ascending to the pinnacle of the commercial edifice, the 50th floor. Upon stepping onto this level, Lin Feng was astounded to find an enormous gambling stone hall, spanning at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. The hall was thronged with no fewer than 1,000 patrons, predominantly affluent young men and women, alongside some ostentatiously dressed ladies of leisure. It was indeed more bustling than the market across from the antique street. As Lin Feng surveyed the hall, he noticed a vast array of jadeite rough stones, varying significantly in size and quality. Regarding their origins from Burmese jade mines, he was not particularly knowledgeable, as he was not an expert in gambling stones. Among these stones, many remained unprocessed, naturally priced lower, and sold by weight. A smaller portion featured semi-transparent sections, thus commanding higher prices, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. The weights of these stones varied greatly, with the lightest being several dozen or hundreds of kilograms, while the largest could weigh dozens or even hundreds of tons, resembling small mountains piled together. After a cursory examination of the gambling stones present, Lin Feng turned to Zhu Pongzi and Lu Sueki, suggesting, "Since we are here, why not join in the excitement? You both should select a few stones that catch your fancy, and if funds are insufficient, I can cover the cost." Upon hearing this, Zhu Pongzi and Lu Sueki were elated at the prospect of indulging in gambling stones without spending their own money, and they promptly set off to select their treasures. Watching them scamper away, Lin Feng remained unhurried as he activated his heavenly phoenix eye, beginning his selection from the first stone at his feet. Before long, he had chosen a dozen or so stones of varying sizes. Among these carefully selected pieces, approximately 13 were deemed waste stones, leaving only 2 or 3 that had potential for profit. The most expensive of these stones was valued at over 6 million yuan and weighed about 10 tons, while the least expensive was a complete rough stone, weighing around 200 to 300 kilograms, costing no more than several hundred yuan per kilogram, thus not exceeding 100,000 yuan in total value. Unexpectedly, The priciest stone turned out to be a waste stone, which Lin Feng had deliberately included to avoid raising suspicion. He believed that if every stone yielded profit, it would be too conspicuous, drawing unwanted attention. After all, having perused numerous online novels, he understood that maintaining a low profile was the key to survival. About 10 minutes later, the group reconvened. Zhu Pengzi had selected a semi-transparent stone, roughly the size of a wash basin and weighing around 100 kilograms, with a price tag of 300,000 yuan. The exposed portion revealed a tempting glimmer of emerald green jade. Without this alluring green hue, the stone would scarcely be worth 3 yuan. Regrettably, it was merely a veneer of color, concealing a mass of worthless debris within. Lin Feng, utilizing his X-ray vision, discerned the disappointing reality and could not help but shake his head in bemusement, amused yet exasperated. However, witnessing Zhu Pengzi's exuberance, he opted not to dampen his spirits at this moment, allowing him to spend a few 100,000 to learn a valuable lesson. Zhu Pengzi exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Hey, Brother Feng, do you believe that the stone I selected is bound to appreciate? A tenfold increase is certainly within reach." Lin Feng merely shrugged, replying, "Suit yourself. As long as you are happy, I shall refrain from commenting." Thus, Zhu Pengzi eagerly rushed to complete his purchase, ultimately spending 300,000 yuan on the stone. But thanks to Xie Bingquan's prior offer of a 10 discount, he effectively paid only 270,000 yuan. After acquiring the stone, Zhu Pengzi promptly handed it over to the workers in the gambling stone hall, requesting their assistance in processing it, ensuring that they would receive a generous tip afterward. The hall boasted hundreds of large processing machines, adept at handling the workload, allowing Zhu Pengzi to bypass any significant queue and have his stone processed almost immediately. At that moment, Lu Sueki approached Lin Feng, cradling a modest-sized rough stone, cautiously inquiring, "Brother Lin Feng, could you please help me ascertain whether my stone has the potential to appreciate?" Lin Feng observed that the stone she held was relatively small, roughly the size of a basketball and weighing no more than 20 kilograms, and it was a complete rough piece, priced at merely 50,000 yuan, which would amount to 45,000 yuan after the discount. Given that Lu Sueki was just a girl and could not manage excessively heavy stones, coupled with her limited funds, she preferred to select a more affordable jade rough. She aimed to avoid burdening Lin Feng with the expense, as she would feel guilty if the gamble proved unsuccessful. Thus, she sought a reasonably priced rough jade stone, treating it merely as a means of entertainment. Chapter 39. Wealth is but an external possession. Lin Feng activated his clairvoyance and, upon glancing at the stone held in Lu Sueki's arms, discovered a jadeite of high transparency and vibrant green, approximately the size of an egg. It weighed around 200 to 300 grams, sufficient to yield several pendants or a couple of ring faces, valued at no less than 1 to 2 million yuan. Naturally, Lin Feng was aware that this charming young lady, Lu Sueki, possessed little knowledge of stone gambling. However, he was astounded to realize that this naive girl, relying solely on luck, had managed to wager 50,000 yuan for a stone worth 1 to 2 million yuan. It seemed that in the world of stone gambling, both skill and fortune were indispensable. Even if one was utterly ignorant of the craft, should luck favor them, it was indeed unstoppable. Conversely, misfortune could strike with equal ferocity. One could choke on a sip of water or inadvertently encounter their spouse while borrowing a charger from a neighbor. With this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving Lu Sueki somewhat bewildered. Blushing slightly, she shyly inquired, "Ah, Brother Lin Feng, why are you laughing so heartily? What is so amusing? Do share it with me." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Go ahead and have the stone assessed. I believe you will uncover its true value." Like a docile little kitten, Lu Sueki nodded eagerly before clutching the stone and heading off to find the gemologist. At that moment, Zhu, the plump man, approached with a dejected demeanor, holding 2 pieces of already ruined stones. He lamented to Lin Feng, "It's all over. I spent 300,000 yuan on these stones, only to cut them open and find a heap of worthless debris. The gemologist said they are worth at most 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. And even that is hard to sell. Woe is me. My hard-earned savings over the past 4 to 5 years have vanished in an instant. Why is my life so bitter?" As he spoke, Zhu began to weep profusely, his sorrow leading him to cling to Lin Feng, wailing pitifully. The other patrons turned to them with curious glances, causing Lin Feng considerable embarrassment. Feeling helpless, Lin Feng attempted to console him. "Hey, could you please calm down a bit? Let's not carry on like this. Worst comes to worst, if I cut a valuable stone later, I'll give you a hefty red envelope to ensure you have no worries for the next month or 2. He understood that Zhu's recent loss of 300,000 yuan represented years of savings, and losing it all meant he might struggle even to afford meals. Lin Feng couldn't bear the thought of Zhu subsisting on instant noodles and boiled cabbage for weeks on end, living in perpetual hunger. After all, despite Zhu's foolishness, his heart was not malicious. Before long, the gemologist unveiled Lu Sueki's stone, revealing, as expected, a jadeite of egg size and brilliant green. The moment it was revealed, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Goodness, this little beauty has extraordinary luck. A stone worth 50,000 yuan has transformed into jadeite valued over 1 million. It seems even the heavens favor beautiful young ladies. Despite its modest size, weighing perhaps only 300 to 500 grams, jadeite's worth lies not in its dimensions, but in its quality. This small piece of vibrant, high-quality jadeite was easily valued in the 7 figures, inciting envy among the onlookers. A few disgruntled gamblers who had lost large sums of money glared enviously, wishing they could snatch the stone away. Yet, the gambling hall was equipped with numerous high-definition surveillance cameras, leaving no room for misconduct. In contrast to other places where cameras mysteriously malfunctioned when incidents occurred, this was the territory of the notorious gang leader, Xie San, and even the most desperate gamblers dared not act on their thieving impulses. At this juncture, a flamboyantly dressed wealthy woman approached Lu Sueki, exclaiming, "My dear girl, I am utterly captivated by your exquisite jadeite. I am willing to offer 3 million yuan to purchase it. What say you?" Lu Sueki, instinctively glancing at Lin Feng for guidance, remained silent. Lin Feng smiled and encouraged her. 3 million yuan is a generous offer. I believe it's quite reasonable. You may as well sell it to this affluent lady. With Lin Feng's affirmation, Lu Sueki shed her hesitations and joyfully agreed. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction at 3 million yuan. The wealthy lady promptly requested Lu Sueki's bank details and swiftly transferred the funds into her account, completing the transaction in less than a minute. Indeed, the affluent handled matters with remarkable efficiency, particularly when it came to acquiring items they desired, regardless of the cost. It is no wonder that people say, in this day and age, a woman's money is the easiest to earn, while men's spending habits often rank below even that of pets. Upon checking her bank account, Lu Sueki was elated to find a sudden influx of 3 million yuan, her joy overwhelming as she realized she had become a millionaire in mere minutes. It was simply unfathomable. Considering her salary at the auction house, it would take her over a decade of frugal living to amass such wealth. Lin Feng, observing Lu Sueki's gleeful demeanor, couldn't help but laugh heartily. This little girl was so easily satisfied. A mere 3 million yuan had brought her such delight. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng teasingly remarked, "Hey, I say, little beauty, I find myself in need of some funds lately. Would you lend me some money?" Tilting her head thoughtfully, Lu Sueki readily replied, "Since you've asked, brother Lin Feng, it's no trouble at all. How much do you need?" Lin Feng jokingly retorted, "Whatever you can spare. How about that? Would you lend it to me?" His intent was to gauge her feelings towards him, to see if he was worth her kindness. After all, this charming girl possessed a rare innate talent, making her a valuable partner in cultivation. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, Lu Sueki handed her phone to Lin Feng, playfully saying, "Brother Lin Feng, all my savings are in this bank card. Just transfer whatever you need. Even if you never pay me back, it's all right. I'm yours anyway. So why worry about material wealth?" She then unreservedly revealed her mobile banking password. Chapter 40. The stone worth 400 million. Lin Feng curiously checked Lu Sueki's mobile banking balance, discovering a total of 3 million yuan. In addition to the 3 million earned from selling the jade, the remaining 300,000 yuan was entirely saved by Lu Sueki herself. It is noteworthy that Lu Sueki is merely a young woman in her early 20s. After graduating from university, she began working at an auction company in Jingzhou City, and she has only been employed for about 2 or 3 years. The fact that she has managed to amass 300,000 yuan in savings is nothing short of astonishing. It is likely that this young beauty, Lu Sueki, shares a similar frugality with Qian Ruxue, being the type of girl who scrimps and saves, reluctant to splurge even on slightly expensive clothing, bags, or cosmetics. As for the luxurious apartment and the Porsche, they were gifts from her parents. She has not spent a single cent on them. After all, Lu Sueki is the only daughter her parents have, and they naturally wish to indulge her. To encounter 2 such peculiar women like Lu Sueki in one day left Lin Feng utterly speechless. After a while, he returned his phone to Lu Sueki, saying, "My apologies. Little sister, I was merely teasing you earlier. I'm not in need of money at the moment, but I'll come to find you when I do." Lu Sueki shot him an exaggerated eye roll, retorting, "Humph, you naughty boy, always toying with me. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you." Lin Feng quickly smiled and replied, "I'm sorry. I assure you, I will never joke with you again." Lu Sueki pouted, "That is more like it." Seeing the opportune moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and handed one of his gambling stones to the stone workers, saying, Could you please assist me in carefully revealing this stone? I assure you, there will be a generous reward for your efforts. To be candid, Lin Feng did not hold much hope for this stone. Although it weighed 400 to 500 jin and appeared to contain high-quality jade, with some parts even resembling glass, it was riddled with a plethora of colors: yellow, green, red, purple, and blue, making it a veritable kaleidoscope that could give one a headache just to gaze upon. While Lin Feng may not be well versed in the value of jade, he understood that such a multicolored stone might not fetch a significant price. Nevertheless, he was indifferent, as he merely intended to test the waters with this stone. Upon hearing about the reward, the stone workers became invigorated, eagerly hoisting Lin Feng's stone onto the cutting machine. They pressed the button, and the harsh sound of the machine cutting filled the air. Gradually, the stone was being revealed. After approximately 10 minutes, a loud crack resonated as the stone split in two. One of the workers turned on the faucet and, lifting a thick hose, washed away the debris from the stone's surface. Once the fragments were cleared away, two vibrant sides of jade emerged, igniting a frenzy among all present. Goodness gracious! This is actually multicolored jade. Fortune, prosperity, longevity, joy, and wealth. The crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by Lin Feng's stroke of luck. Indeed, I have spent a lifetime in the jade business, and I have never encountered such exquisite jade before. How much could this possibly be worth? It's utterly unfair. In an instant, the onlookers were no longer composed, their gazes filled with an uncontainable mix of envy and jealousy. Of course, a few sour grapes attempted to downplay the excitement, scoffing, "Humph, don't celebrate too soon. This stone has only been partially revealed. We still do not know what lies within. It could merely be a thin layer of color on the surface." Listening to the discussions, Lin Feng gleaned some insights. It became clear that stones with such vibrant colors were not only rare, but also highly valuable, as they symbolized the aspirations of all Chinese people: fortune, prosperity, longevity, joy, and wealth. In truth, Lin Feng had already scanned this stone with the Tianhuang eye, determining that the genuine jade portion weighed approximately 100 jin, occupying about 15% of the entire stone, signifying a substantial gain. However, to satisfy the curiosity of those around him, he decided to fully reveal the stone, thereby delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the naysayers. He took a marker and drew several lines on the stone, instructing the workers to continue revealing it along those lines. Time flew by, and after half an hour, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the stone was finally fully unveiled. As expected, aside from the worthless debris, approximately 15% of jade was revealed, amounting to around 100 jin. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, the skepticism evaporating entirely. "Sir, I offer 50 million yuan for your multicolored jade. What do you think?" came a voice from the crowd. However, before long, that offer was drowned out by others. 50 million for such exquisite jade? Shentuzi, it seems you're dreaming. I'll offer 200 million. 200 million? My Dafu jewelry will go up to 300 million for that multicolored jade. 320 million. 350 million. 380 million, damn it. I'll add 20 million. That's a total of 400 million. In less than 5 minutes, the price of the multicolored jade skyrocketed from an initial 50 million to 400 million, thanks to the bidding frenzy among the wealthy jade merchants. Lin Feng was left astounded, pondering how a mere aesthetically pleasing stone could be worth such an astronomical sum. Did these people have more money than they knew what to do with? Yet now, Lin Feng found himself in a predicament. He realized that selling the jade to anyone would inevitably offend a multitude of individuals, rendering the endeavor a thankless task. Should someone harbor resentment, he would undoubtedly encounter endless troubles. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. If someone were to trip him up from behind, he would be utterly defenseless. At that moment, Lin Feng was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card. Upon examining it, he recognized that it was the card from Miss Wang of the Wang Jewelry in Kyoto. Looking at the elegantly crafted pink card, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not contact Miss Wang and see if she has any interest in this exquisite stone? That way, if these wealthy tycoons harbor any anger, they can take it out on her. I may not be able to contend with them, but can I not evade them? Thus, Lin Feng quickly dialed Miss Wang's number, eager to discuss the extraordinary stone. As soon as Lin Feng dialed the number, he was taken aback by its prompt connection. On the other end, he heard the soft, melodic voice of Wang Yuyan. "Hello, young Master Lin. May I inquire as to the purpose of your call?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "Well, I noticed on your business card that your family is engaged in the jewelry trade. Coincidentally, I have just unearthed a piece of multicolored jadeite. I wonder if Miss Wang might be interested?" Upon hearing these words, there was a noticeable pause from Wang Yuyan before she responded. "Could you please add me on WeChat and send me your location? I will make time to come and have a look. My WeChat ID is my mobile number." After hanging up, Lin Feng promptly added her on WeChat. Once the verification was approved, he sent her the location without hesitation. Within 5 minutes, Wang Yuyan arrived, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black suits. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng noted that she was adorned in a purple dress, accentuated by 10-inch stilettos. Her long, jet black hair was meticulously styled, with a jade hairpin elegantly positioned, exuding an aura of grace and refinement. There was an indescribable air of nobility about her, a quality that clearly distinguished her from women of ordinary background. Although she had opted for a subtle makeup look and a hint of perfume, she still captivated everyone present with her stunning presence. Wow, this beautiful lady, this ethereal goddess, could she be Wang Yuyan, the heiress of the esteemed Wang family jewelry in Kyoto? Truly, her beauty is extraordinary, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, one onlooker exclaimed. Hey, what are you doing? Stop staring and keep your hands out of your pants. There are so many people around. Aren't you embarrassed? Apologies, I was momentarily overwhelmed. Please lower your voice. It would be rather mortifying if others overheard, came the reply. Wang Yuyan, disregarding the awestruck gazes of the crowd, approached Lin Feng directly. Hello, young Master Lin. May I ask where your piece of multicolored jadeite is? May I take a look? Lin Feng gestured towards the stone-cutting machine nearby. There it is. Feel free to examine it yourself. Wang Yuyan stepped forward and was immediately taken aback upon seeing the vibrant jadeite, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. This exceptional piece of jadeite weighed at least 100 pounds, capable of yielding over 100 jade bracelets. Each bracelet could fetch a minimum of 10 million yuan, suggesting that this piece was worth no less than $1 billion. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuyan finally spoke. Young Master Lin, the quality of your jadeite is remarkable, and I am quite satisfied. I am willing to offer 600 million for this stone. I hope you will be content with this offer, as this price does not leave much profit for our jewelry company. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. 600 million? That's an astounding sum. The heiress truly lived up to her status, speaking of 600 million as if it were a mere trifle. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Wang Yuyan grew anxious, mistakenly believing he found her offer inadequate. Therefore, she clenched her teeth and stated, I will make one final offer, 650 million. If you are still unwilling to sell, I shall take my leave. Realizing her misunderstanding, Lin Feng understood that she thought he was dissatisfied with her initial offer and was expecting her to increase the price. In truth, he felt that 600 million was already a generous amount, sufficient for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life without lifting a finger. Yet, to his astonishment, she had now added 50 million. Very well, if you have money to spare, then please indulge my wallet a bit more. I shall refrain from further explanations lest you think I am trying to flatter you. Lin Feng promptly smiled and said to Wang Yuyan, all right then. Let us proceed with your offer of 650 million. Wang Yuyan cast him a disdainful glance, but said nothing. She then took out her phone and called her bank manager, instructing them to prepare the funds of 650 million to be transferred in multiple installments to Lin Feng's account. She added, I apologize, young Master Lin, but such a significant amount cannot be transferred all at once. It will take at least 3 transactions to complete. I hope you do not mind. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, not at all. I am in no rush for the money. The timing of the transfer is of no concern to me. Wang Yuyan nodded, very well. If all is settled on your end, I shall take my leave. With that, she departed, accompanied by her entourage of bodyguards. As for the multicolored jadeite, she would arrange for a driver to pick it up shortly. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room above the gambling stone hall, 2 figures stood, Xie Bingquan and a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Japanese samurai attire, approximately 50 years of age. Upon witnessing the young man who had effortlessly earned over 600 million, Xie Bingquan was seething with rage. He had originally planned to extort a significant sum from Lin Feng, ideally stripping him of every last cent. However, he was taken aback by the young man's extraordinary luck, allowing him to walk away with over 600 million. Had it not been in such a public setting, he might have commanded the immediate execution of the trio. Despite possessing a fortune of several billion himself, Xie Bingquan had spent a lifetime accumulating his wealth through hardship in the underworld. Witnessing this young man so effortlessly amass such riches filled him with a visceral envy, igniting an impulse to consume the young man whole. Fortunately, the Japanese man beside him intervened, saying, Mr. Xie, please, do not act impulsively. Instead, why not approach the young man? If you are unable to handle him, I shall lend my assistance. Xie Bingquan quickly regained his composure, albeit reluctantly, and replied, very well, I shall heed Mr. Fujita's advice and confront that young man. I will teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. Chapter 42. Shedding tears to earn another 600 million, having already amassed such wealth. Lin Feng felt little inclination to continue with the remaining gambling stones. He promptly stored those capable of yielding profit into his ring space, while disregarding the useless stones, allowing anyone who wished to take them to do so for free. Having completed his tasks, Lin Feng intended to depart with Lu Sueki and Zhu Pongzi. However, at that moment, Xie Bingquan and his entourage blocked their path. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Are you refusing to let us leave? Do you wish to fight?" To be frank, Lin Feng had no desire to engage further with this underworld leader. But if he insisted on pursuing the matter, Lin Feng would have no choice but to subdue him. Though he claimed to detest trouble, he was certainly not one to shy away from it. Xie Bingquan understood that this young man was not to be trifled with. Thus he refrained from confronting him directly. Observing the few gambling stones beneath Lin Feng's feet that remained unexamined, a cunning idea suddenly struck him. With a sly smile, he addressed Lin Feng. "I say, young Master Lin, you've been at this for quite some time, yet you've only managed to crack one stone. Aren't you going to examine the others?" Lin Feng replied, "Oh, you're curious about that? Allow me to speak plainly. Those stones I haven't examined are nothing but worthless rock. There is no treasure within them. It would be a waste of time to crack them open. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it yourself." Naturally, Xie Bingquan was not inclined to accept the young man's word. Why should his assertion that they were worthless hold any weight? Did this fellow possess the ability to see through stone? After pondering for a moment, Xie Bingquan declared, "You say they are worthless. I, for one, refuse to believe such nonsense. Let us wager on it." Intrigued, Lin Feng inquired, "Oh, and how do you propose we wager?" After a brief hesitation, Xie Bingquan pointed to the largest stone among them and said, "Let us bet on whether this stone can yield green jade." Lin Feng nodded, "No problem. So, what shall the stakes be?" Xie Bingquan replied, "You purchased this stone for 6 million. We shall wager whether the jade extracted from it will exceed that value. If it exceeds 6 million, I win. If it falls below, I lose. As for the stakes, let us make it a substantial wager, 600 million. What say you? Do you dare to take my bet?" Lin Feng hesitated. "I'm afraid that stake is rather exorbitant for me. I do not have that kind of money on hand." Xie Bingquan waved his hand dismissively. "Did you not just sell a jade worth 650 million? While the funds have not yet been fully transferred, I can accept an IOU. Of course, I will require some interest, 5% per month, and not a penny less." Upon hearing the interest rate, Lin Feng recognized the predatory nature of this loan. It was clear that Xie Bingquan, a notorious figure in the underworld, was adept at exploiting others for profit. Such exorbitant interest was audacious. However, fortunate for Lin Feng, he possessed the foresight to already know the internal condition of the stone. Upon inspecting the stone, he confirmed it was indeed worthless. Not even 6,000 could be gleaned from it. He thought to himself, since this man was so intent on betting, he might as well go along with it. Perhaps he could profit from the situation. In these times, fortune seemed unstoppable. Without further ado, Lin Feng agreed to the wager. Xie Bingquan, sensing he had ensnared the young man, could hardly contain his delight and promptly summoned several stone workers to hasten the examination of the stone. The onlookers, drawn by the spectacle, were eager to witness the outcome of this grand gamble, all too happy to partake in the excitement, regardless of the stakes involved. The stone workers expertly positioned the massive stone on the machine, securing it before activating the device. Xie Bingquan scrutinized the stone, estimating its weight to be over 10 tons. Even if the stone was somewhat lacking in quality, a small yield of green jade would still surpass 6 million. After all, with such weight, even the most inferior jade could accumulate significant value. An hour passed, and finally, the stone was partially unveiled. As the workers cleared away the debris with a thick hose, a grim sight emerged, grayish and unremarkable, marred with dirt and cracks. This stone resembled nothing more than a common brick used in construction. In that moment, Xie Bingquan's heart raced, nearly causing him to collapse. How could this be? What has happened to this stone? Stunned and speechless, he demanded the workers, "You must extract this stone properly. Do not make me resort to threats. This time next year could be your memorial." The workers exchanged worried glances, their faces drained of color, trembling at his outburst. Yet the reality was undeniable. The stone harbored no treasure, and no matter how they proceeded, the outcome would remain unchanged. Another torturous 30 minutes dragged on. The stone had been sliced so thinly that it resembled dried tofu, yet not a hint of green jade was visible. It was clear that this stone was utterly devoid of value, with no hope of redemption. At this juncture, Xie Bingquan could no longer maintain his composure. Clutching his chest as he twisted his features and called out to his female secretary, "Medicine, quick!" The secretary, bewildered by his distress, exclaimed, "What on earth?" Yet upon seeing her boss's pale visage, she realized he was having a heart episode. She quickly rummaged through her bag for a bottle of fast-acting heart relief pills, pouring 2 into her palm, and handed him a bottle of mineral water to swallow them down. After a considerable time, Bingkuin managed to regain his composure, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog, gasping for air. The arrogance he once displayed was nowhere to be found. Observing Bingkuin in such a pitiful state, Lin Feng felt no desire to further humiliate him. He spread his hands apologetically and said, "I'm afraid you lost. Per the rules of our world, one must honor their debts. When do you intend to repay the 600 million you owe me?" In front of the gathered crowd, even Bingkuin, with all his bravado, could not shirk his obligation. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and issued Lin Feng a check for 600 million, stating, "Behold, this is a check for 600 million. I, Bingkuin, stand by my word." Lin Feng took the check and, upon inspection, found it bore an impressive string of zeros, far too many for him to count. Overjoyed, he marveled at how easily he had earned this fortune. It had taken scarcely more than a fleeting moment to secure such a sum. Now, he was on his way to becoming a small-time boss with over 1 billion in liquid assets. While this amount paled in comparison to the fortunes of the nation's super-rich, it still left Lin Feng profoundly astonished, especially given his previous status as a pauper. With a smile, he addressed Bingkuin. "Very well, since you have proven yourself trustworthy, I shall not prolong this matter. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." With that, he turned to depart alongside Lu Sueki and Zhu Pongzi. To my astonishment, Bingkuin remains unyielding, promptly dispatching his subordinates to obstruct several individuals. Lin Feng furrows his brow and inquires, "What is your intention? Are you still unwilling to relent?" Bingkuin responds with a cold smirk, "Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. After you've profited so much from me, you think you can simply walk away? It's not that straightforward." Lin Feng, growing somewhat impatient, retorts, "So, are you suggesting that you intend to resort to violence? Do not blame me for my candor. With your motley crew of inept fools, attempting to take my life seems utterly ludicrous." Bingkuin, still grinning coldly, declares, "You arrogant brat, do not celebrate prematurely. This time, I won't engage you in a contest of stone gambling. Instead, I shall challenge you to a game of chance. Recently, I have enlisted the services of Taro Fujita, the second-ranked gambling master from the entire Eastern Ocean nation. Today, we shall witness how Master Fujita will leave you utterly defeated, stripped of everything, even your undergarments in payment for your debts." As he finishes speaking, Bingkuin claps his hands forcefully, and soon a middle-aged man clad in traditional Eastern warrior attire materializes before the crowd like a specter. Lin Feng observes this Eastern figure, though not tall. He possesses a compact and formidable physique, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, as if capable of cleaving a man in two. Curious, Lin Feng asks Feng Qinger about this Eastern adversary's prowess. Should a confrontation occur, who would emerge victorious? After a brief pause, Feng Qinger's voice resonates in Lin Feng's mind. "Do not be deceived by his unremarkable appearance. His strength is formidable, at least at the elite shinobi level of the Eastern Ocean nation, roughly comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator in the realm of cultivation. While defeating you may not pose a significant challenge for him, killing you would be nearly impossible. After all, my heavenly phoenix bloodline is not to be trifled with, and I will not idly watch as you face your demise." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng is deeply moved. "Haha, it seems my affection for you has not been in vain. With your reassurances, I can rest easy. Once I return, a grand feast awaits you." Feng Qinger scoffs, "Humph. Look at your miserly demeanor. I hardly find it worth my time to respond." "Well then, I shall take a brief rest. Do as you wish." As they converse, the Eastern man strides forward, addressing Lin Feng ominously, "Greetings, sir. I am Taro Fujita. Today, I wish to challenge you in the art of gambling. I hope you will not decline." Lin Feng, irritated, replies, "Enough with the pleasantries. What game do you propose?" Taro Fujita contemplates for a moment before suggesting, "Let us play Jinhua, a form of poker. This particular card game is widely familiar among your people, as gambling seems to be in the very essence of your culture." Lin Feng, reflecting on this, realizes the truth in his words. It appears that gambling is indeed an inherent trait among the Chinese. From businessmen leveraging high stakes in real estate, risking everything for profit, to officials orchestrating various projects in hopes of political gain, it is all a gamble. Even ordinary citizens frequently gather to play mahjong or poker. However, Lin Feng himself does not often indulge in card games. He usually plays a few rounds of do di zhu with Zhu Pongzi, and the winner treats the loser to a meal. As for Jinhua, he has never played it before. The game involves each player receiving 3 cards, comparing their values, and while the rules are not complex, deception plays a pivotal role. One might be intimidated into folding, believing their hand inferior, thus losing even with a strong hand. The hierarchy of hands is as follows. A triplet beats a flush beats a straight beats a pair, and a pair beats a high card. Zhu Pongzi, upon hearing of the game, becomes animated, eagerly rubbing his hands together. expressing his desire to join. Lin Feng has no objections. After all, the portly fellow is merely idle. Lin Feng asks Zhu Pengzi, "What stakes are you considering?" Zhu Pengzi replies bluntly, "The usual, a base of 20 yuan, 10 yuan for concealed cards, 30 yuan for revealed cards, and at least 3 rounds of concealed play. Capped at 10 rounds. Lin Feng nods in agreement, acknowledging the saying that small bets bring joy, while large bets lead to harm. Their playful banter has never escalated into disputes over money. Their games typically involve minor stakes, with the maximum loss being a few hundred yuan. Moreover, should either party's winnings exceed 2,000 yuan, they intuitively cease playing. The winner even treats the loser to a meal. This understanding has fostered a bond between them that surpasses that of ordinary brothers. Taro Fujita, disdainfully eyeing Zhu Pengzi, mocks, "Are you a fool brought here by a monkey? Such a meager wager is beneath your dignity. I propose a stake of 20 million as the base, with double stakes for concealed cards and triple for revealed ones, with no upper limit." Upon hearing Taro Fujita's outrageous proposal for a stake of 20 million, Zhu Pengzi immediately recoils, retreating in defeat. Taro Fujita provocatively challenges Lin Feng, "So, do you dare to gamble?" Lin Feng nonchalantly replies, "A gamble is a gamble. We, the men of Huaxia, have never feared your kind." Taro Fujita's brow furrows at this response, yet he pretends not to have heard. "Very well, let us proceed to the counter to exchange for chips." He turns and strides toward the gaming hall's front desk, requesting an astonishing 5 billion in chips from the attendant. Of course, these chips are devoid of any actual value, generously bestowed upon him by Xie Bingquan. In other words, should Taro Fujita exhaust these 5 billion chips, the loss would fall squarely on Xie Bingquan. Yet, Taro Fujita wears an expression of pride, evidently brimming with confidence in his gambling skills, dismissing the notion that this Huaxia youth could possibly outmatch him. Initially, Taro contemplated using force to eliminate Lin Feng, but he reconsidered, knowing that he was on Huaxia's territory. Should a life be lost, the Huaxia authorities would not overlook it, and he might find himself entangled in dire consequences. He cannot rely solely on Xie Bingquan, a rogue with no sense of loyalty, whose allegiance is bought with money. Betrayal is swift and merciless. At that moment, Lin Feng glances down at his mobile banking app. Noticing a transfer of 200 million yuan has just been credited. It is undoubtedly a transaction from Miss Wang of the Wang family jewelry in Kyoto. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng swiftly utilized the funds to exchange for 200 million in chips with the front desk attendant at the casino. Clutching the substantial sum of chips, he made his way to the gambling table. Their gambling venue was arranged within an opulent private room, equipped with an array of surveillance cameras and infrared sensors, capable of detecting any high-tech metallic instruments, thereby eliminating the possibility of cheating. Additionally, a dedicated individual monitored the players at the table through high-definition cameras installed on the ceiling, ensuring that no illicit card switching occurred. Inside this lavish room, apart from Lin Feng, Lu Sueki, and Zhu Pengzi, there were also Taro Fujita, Xie Bingquan, and several billionaire companions. Xie Bingquan had summoned his most adept gambling associates to bolster Taro's presence. Observing the thin layer of plastic chips on the table, Lin Feng felt a twinge of discontent, thinking that if this were actual cash, it would likely cover most of the table. It was no wonder that many opined that casinos were the swiftest arenas for winning and losing in the world, regardless of one's wealth. As long as the stakes were high enough, even a billionaire could find themselves stripped of their riches in just a few hands. Zhu Pengzi, somewhat apprehensive, cautioned Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, this Eastern fellow is wagering an enormous sum against you. Do proceed with caution and avoid losing it all at once, for I do not possess the means to cover your debts." Lu Sueki chimed in. "Indeed, Zhu is correct. Brother Lin Feng, please do not act recklessly. If it becomes too daunting, we can simply forego the game and return home to rest. There is no need to clash with this Eastern gentleman." Lin Feng remained silent, a bit exasperated but choosing not to respond. Once everyone was prepared, a beautiful dealer approached to deal the cards. With practiced grace, she opened a fresh deck of playing cards and began distributing them. Lin Feng seized 3 cards from the table, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. He held a pair of 6s and a low-ranking card. The pair was hardly impressive. Discreetly activating his heavenly phoenix eye, he scanned the cards of everyone present. To his dismay, he discovered that all others held superior hands, while he had drawn the weakest hand in the first round. To his astonishment, Taro Fujita revealed a formidable trio of kings, a hand that would undoubtedly triumph over all. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation, pondering how this Eastern gambler could possess such fortuitous luck on the very first round. Taro, however, displayed no signs of excitement upon glancing at his cards, understanding that overt joy would reveal his advantageous position, thereby discouraging others from engaging. Conversely, A display of disappointment would entice others to wager aggressively against him. Taro Fujita, maintaining an impassive demeanor, declared, "I will play conservatively, raising the stakes by 20 million. Who will match me?" Lin Feng promptly replied, "I fold. I will not participate in this round." Taro felt a pang of disappointment at Lin Feng's immediate fold, as he had hoped to leverage his strong hand to deplete Lin Feng's chips. Nevertheless, according to the rules, Lin Feng still forfeited 20 million as a baseline loss, making this round all the more exhilarating. After a few rounds, the remaining players, having followed suit, also decided to fold. Taro Fujita, brimming with triumph, counted the chips he had just won, approximately 2 billion. As the game progressed, Lin Feng repeatedly received subpar cards, leading him to fold without hesitation to avoid complete annihilation of his funds. After several rounds, he realized he had lost a staggering 100 million in base stakes alone, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Clearly, playing fair would not suffice in this high-stakes environment. As the adage goes, in gambling, 9 out of 10 resort to deception. Regardless of whether he cheated, as long as he remained undetected, there would be no repercussions. Thus, he discreetly utilized his spatial ring to conceal several high-ranking cards within its confines, ready to deploy them when the opportunity arose. Yet, Lin Feng observed that Taro played with an unyielding bravado. Unlike others who would only engage with strong hands, Taro would bet fiercely even with a single king. His aggressive betting style dissuaded others from pursuing their hands, fearing he might hold a powerful combination. Lin Feng contemplated whether this was the tactic of the lion fighting the rabbit, a demonstration of dominance. Taro's psychological warfare was undeniably refined, justifying his rank as the second-best gambler in the East. Chapter 45, The Eastern Gambler's Lack of Honor. Soon, a new round commenced. Once the dealer had dealt the cards, Lin Feng eagerly examined his hand, a broad smile spreading across his face. Remarkably, he had drawn 3 aces, a veritable powerhouse in the realm of card games, second only to a rare combination of a pair of 2s and 5s. Statistically, the likelihood of such a hand appearing alongside a pair of 2s and 5s was a mere 1 in 10 million, rendering it almost impossible. Elated, he refrained from revealing his excitement, knowing that any outward display of joy would alert others to his strong hand, prompting them to fold. Having finally acquired such a formidable hand, he was determined to seize this opportunity for substantial gain. Nevertheless, Lin Feng cautiously employed his X-ray vision to scrutinize the other's cards. Fortunately, there were no pairs of 2s and 5s in sight, or he would have been infuriated. Upon examining Taro's cards, Lin Feng noted that Taro also had a strong hand, a straight flush, just slightly inferior to Lin Feng's 3 aces. However, Taro would never fathom that Lin Feng held the ultimate hand. As it was Lin Feng's turn to act, he had no need to reveal his cards, having already seen his hand with his X-ray vision. Thus, he confidently placed a conservative bet of 20 million, to which Taro immediately matched without hesitation. Those who held small cards promptly discarded them, opting to withdraw, while only a select few wielding high-value cards chose to continue their engagement with the dealer. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Feng steadily wagered an additional 80 million, ultimately betting all his chips on the table. Taro Fujita, sensing an opportunity, relentlessly matched his bets. At this juncture, the total funds on the gambling table had amassed to over 600 million. Apart from Lin Feng and Taro Fujita, the remaining players, upon witnessing the magnitude of the stakes, hastily folded, unwilling to proceed further. Thus, only Lin Feng and Fujita remained at the table. Noticing that Lin Feng had no chips left in front of him, Fujita narrowed his eyes and malevolently remarked, "You're out of money now. Let us reveal our cards and stop wasting time." Lin Feng, however, was unwilling to simply reveal his cards, as doing so would mean he could only claim a mere 100 million from this oriental adversary. He yearned to ensnare a grander prize, one that would leave Fujita utterly destitute. Yet, he found himself genuinely unable to produce more funds. What to do? After some contemplation, Lin Feng decided to call Elder Qi. Once connected, a hearty laugh resonated from the other end. "Ah, it's Little Feng. What brings you to call your godfather?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "I find myself in urgent need of a substantial sum of money. I wonder if you might lend me some?" Elder Qi inquired with curiosity. "How much do you intend to borrow?" Lin Feng casually suggested. "How about 10 billion to start? Rest assured, I will repay you in full." The voice on the line hesitated momentarily before responding. "All right, 10 billion is no issue. After all, I am your godfather. Just send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately." With that, the call ended. Without delay, Lin Feng promptly sent his bank account information to Elder Qi. Within a minute, a notification pinged on his phone, informing him of a 10 billion transfer. Overjoyed, Lin Feng thought to himself, "It seems my decision to recognize Elder Qi as my godfather was not in vain. He truly is remarkable. 10 billion. borrowed without a moment's hesitation. Where else could one find such a formidable godfather? Without a second thought, Lin Feng rose and exchanged the 10 billion for chips once more, casting them onto the gambling table. With a brazen demeanor, he looked at Fujita and declared, "You wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me, don't you? Very well, I shall match you with these 10 billion in chips. What say you? Do you dare to continue?" Fujita, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity to wager 10 billion in one go, found himself momentarily indecisive. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish the strong hand he possessed. Unless Lin Feng held a three of a kind, there was no way any other hand could surpass his own. However, observing Lin Feng's steadfast determination, Fujita inwardly suspected that he was merely putting on a show to intimidate him. After considerable hesitation, Fujita resolved to take the gamble. He called for Siebingkuan to bring him 10 billion in chips, which he then wagered in full. At this point, the total chips on the table approached 30 billion. If all these chips were converted to cash, they would likely fill this luxurious private room to the brim. In an instant, everyone's hearts raced, eager to witness who would emerge as the ultimate victor. Fujita, without a trace of hesitation, revealed his cards, and as expected, he displayed a flush. The crowd instinctively believed that this young man was destined to lose. However, Lin Feng remained unflustered, calmly revealing his 3 cards one by one, revealing a triumphant 3-of-a-kind aces. This revelation stunned everyone present, including Fujita, who was utterly astonished that Lin Feng had indeed achieved a 3-of-a-kind, and a powerful one at that. Seeing the expression on Fujita's face, akin to one mourning a deceased parent, Lin Feng, uninterested in exchanging further words, gleefully gathered the 30 billion in chips from the table. Unexpectedly, Fujita slammed his hands on the table, his frustration boiling over as he shouted, "Baka! You foolish Huaxiao pig! How dare you cheat in my presence? You shall pay dearly." Lin Feng's expression darkened. "You Eastern scoundrels are utterly unreasonable. On what grounds do you accuse me of cheating? Do you have any evidence?" Fujita, livid, retorted, "Baka! I say you cheated, and that's enough. You deserve to die." With that, he drew a large-caliber revolver from his waist and fired off several rounds in rapid succession, emptying the chamber in an instant. Bullets, as thick as a man's arm, sped towards Lin Feng. The suddenness of the attack caught nearly everyone off guard. Zhu Pongzi and Lu Sueki could do nothing but watch helplessly as Lin Feng was mercilessly shot. However, in this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed all the bullets into his ring's space, emerging unscathed. Chapter 46. Becoming a billionaire by accident. In that instant, Taro Fujita was left dumbfounded, his shock akin to discovering that the Hua character he had labored over for a month was merely a sticker. Fujita pondered. What kind of person was this Huaxia youth? To withstand bullets and possess such extraordinary martial prowess was simply unfathomable. As a seasoned elite shinobi from the east, Fujita quickly drew a katana, aiming to strike at Lin Feng with blinding speed, almost in the blink of an eye. The blade was mere inches from Lin Feng's head. Confident in the skills he had honed over more than a decade, Fujita believed that few could withstand his strike, especially when it came as a surprise. He envisioned the Huaxia youth being cleaved in two, utterly defenseless. Yet, unbeknownst to Fujita, Lin Feng had long been prepared. Utilizing his Tianhuang eye, he had foreseen Fujita's attack. In a swift motion, Lin Feng extended his right hand, expertly pinching the katana between his thumb and middle finger. This unarmed defense left Fujita in a state of shock, desperately attempting to reclaim his blade from Lin Feng's grip. No matter how hard he pulled, the katana remained steadfastly unmoved. Lin Feng smirked. "You have quite the audacity, daring to wield your blade before Guangong. Truly, you overestimate your abilities." With that, Lin Feng unleashed his fire manipulation technique, sending a searing heat along the blade, causing Fujita's hands to burn. The latter let out a pained cry, instinctively retracting his hands. In an instant, the katana fell into Lin Feng's possession. Upon inspecting the weapon, Lin Feng noted that the katana was of excellent quality, forged from high-grade steel, remarkably sharp, suitable for peeling fruits such as apples and potatoes. At the very least. Thus, Lin Feng unceremoniously stowed the Japanese katana belonging to the little devil into his ring space. For the Eastern ninjas, their katana is akin to another lifeline. Fujita gazed in fury at the loss of his cherished sword, seized by this young man from Huaxia, and erupted. "You foolish Huaxia pig, return my katana at once, or I shall ensure your dismemberment and make you pay a heavy price." Lin Feng merely chuckled disdainfully. "Who do you think you're intimidating, little devil? Do you believe I was raised in fear? If you possess the audacity, come and take it yourself. I am eager to see what you can do." Fujita ground his teeth in anger, yet prudently chose not to continue his confrontation with this Huaxia youth. As the saying goes, the best tactic among the 36 strategies is to flee. Suddenly, Fujita conjured a smoke bomb from seemingly nowhere and hurled it at the feet of the onlookers. In the next instant, the smoke bomb detonated, enveloping the entire room in a thick cloud of obscurity. At that moment, everyone's vision was obscured, rendering them utterly blind. "Baka, just you wait, I will return." Fujita's menacing words echoed before he vanished from sight. It goes without saying, this was the little devil's smoke escape. Fleeing when unable to fight back is indeed a despicable act. Although the smoke bomb posed no hindrance to Lin Feng's sight, he found no inclination to pursue the little devil. After all, Feng Qing'er had previously informed him that Fujita was an elite shinobi from the Eastern nation, possessing strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, while he himself was merely at the initial stage. Engaging in a genuine battle with the little devil would yield extremely slim chances of victory. It was far wiser to retreat gracefully, which would save him considerable trouble. With a few strides, Lin Feng approached Xie Bingkuan, grasped his collar, and bellowed, "So, are you finally convinced? Do you still wish to fight me?" Upon realizing that even Fujita Taro was no match for Lin Feng, Xie Bingkuan dared not remain obstinate any longer. He promptly knelt before Lin Feng, begging for mercy. "All right. I concede. I surrender. Please, I implore you, do not hold my past transgressions against me. Spare my life." Observing Xie Bingkuan's abject demeanor, Lin Feng resolved not to press him further. "Very well," he replied. "In light of your sincere apology, I shall spare your life. I hope you can mend your ways and cease to endanger society." With that, Lin Feng gestured to Lu Sueki and Zhu Pongzi, then swaggered out of the gambling hall. Upon calculating his earnings, Lin Feng realized he had made 6.5 billion from gambling stones, in addition to 600 million from Xie Bingkuan's check, and 3 billion from defeating Fujita. After deducting the requisite 20 tax, he was left with over 3 billion. This newfound wealth elevated him to the status of a billionaire. Zhu Pongzi enviously remarked, "Brother Feng, I truly admire you. You are now a billionaire." Lin Feng laughed heartily. "What is this? As long as you stick with me and behave, I assure you will find fortune as well." Zhu Pongzi nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Sueki observed silently, devoid of envy or jealousy, for poverty had indeed limited her imagination. She simply could not fathom how to spend such a vast sum of money. Of course, Lin Feng had no desire to become a wealthy man, for the life of affluence was excessively burdensome, always needing to guard against kidnapping and extortion. It was far preferable to remain an ordinary person, free from the burdens of wealth. He longed to return to his previous life, relishing the comfort of idleness. For lounging was truly his favorite pastime. Zhu Pongzi inquired, "Brother Feng, where shall we go next?" Lin Feng pondered briefly. "Since we are all hungry, I have heard that a new spicy hot pot restaurant has opened near the Antique Street. Let us go there and indulge in a feast." Both Zhu Pongzi and Lu Sueki expressed their agreement. Thus, the three of them ventured together to the newly opened hot pot restaurant, eager for a delightful meal. At the same time, within the office of the Jingzhou municipal government, Wang Yuyan smiled brightly at a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket. "Brother Zhao, look. I have gathered the various medicinal herbs that the old divine doctor mentioned. This must certainly cure the old master's ailment." The man in the administrative jacket, around 40 years of age with a dignified appearance, was named Zhao Yaoding. Currently, he served as the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, having held the position for several years, with no qualms regarding his qualifications. The next step was to attain the position of deputy secretary of the provincial committee. Only by successfully climbing this rung could he be considered a senior official, allowing his family's political legacy to continue. Ordinarily, a municipal secretary like him would only achieve a departmental level position. However, due to Jingzhou being a subprovincial city, Zhao Yaoding effectively held the status of a deputy ministerial cadre. Naturally, this was still insufficient. As the saying goes, the barracks are solid, but the soldiers are fleeting. In the realm of politics, age is always a precious asset. If one does not rise to a deputy position by 30, the likelihood of promotion diminishes drastically. Now at 45, if Zhao Yaoding could ascend to the position of deputy secretary of the provincial committee within 5 years, he would still wield considerable authority for another decade. This decade would suffice for him to elevate every family member to their desired positions. Otherwise, the family's influence would wane, risking absorption by rival families. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the old master suddenly fell gravely ill, hanging by a thread. The Wang family, desperate to save him, spared no effort or expense, enlisting premier medical teams from around the globe, yet to no avail. With nowhere left to turn, the Wang family placed their hopes on a renowned old divine doctor from Kyoto. It was said that this old doctor's ancestors had served as the chief imperial physicians for 3 generations, enjoying considerable renown. He proclaimed that to cure the old master's illness, 3 wild ginseng roots aged 50 years, a wild lingji mushroom aged around 100 years, and various other rare herbs must be procured. Wang Yuyin devoted considerable resources to gather these herbs, expending 3 to 5 months scouring the globe. Nearly half a year to compile the necessary items. Chapter 47. Wang Yuyin's Concerns. Zhao Yaoding observed Wang Yuyin's haggard visage and felt a pang of sympathy. Sister Yuyin, you must be utterly exhausted during this time. You should return and rest. Wang Yuyin shook her head. No, I am not tired. I must hurry to deliver this batch of rare herbs to Kyoto to treat the old master. There can be no further delay. Zhao Yaoding immediately adopted a stern expression. Do not argue with me. Follow my instructions. I do not wish to repeat myself. Since you refer to me as Brother Zhao, I will treat you as my own sister. Do you not heed your elder brother's words? It was revealed that Zhao Yaoding and Wang Yuyin were not biological siblings. Originally, Zhao Yaoding was the heir of the Zhao family, one of Kyoto's 4 prominent families. However, over 30 years ago, both of his parents perished in a car accident, leaving behind a vast fortune in Kyoto without any management. In this moment, Zhao Yaoding's uncles and elder relatives eagerly emerged one after another, swiftly dividing up the Zhao family's assets, including all shares of the Zhao group, transferring them into their own names. At that time, the young Zhao Yaoding, merely 7 or 8 years old, was utterly powerless to intervene. Furthermore, these uncles and relatives not only depleted the Zhao family's wealth, but also sought to send Zhao Yaoding to an orphanage, fearing that he might pose a threat to them in the future as he grew older. At such a tender age, Zhao Yaoding was oblivious to the reasons behind their cruel treatment. Fortunately, the elder Mr. Wang, unable to bear the thought of Zhao Yaoding being sent away, kindly took him in and adopted him as his godson. Coincidentally, Mr. Wang had only one granddaughter, Wang Yuyin, which is why they referred to each other as siblings. Wang Yuyin, tilting her head, wore an expression of reluctance. Zhao Yaoding pondered for a moment and asked, Sister Yuyin, now that you are no longer a child at 26 years of age, do you have any thoughts on your marriage? Wang Yuyin, curious, replied, Why do you suddenly bring this up? Zhao Yaoding sighed. Previously, elder Mr. Wang has persistently mentioned this matter, wanting me to help find a suitable son-in-law for our Wang family. Wang Yuyin chuckled. And who do you think would be appropriate? Zhao Yaoding hesitated briefly before tentatively suggesting. For instance, the 3rd young master of the Yi family from Kyoto, Yi Guqing. I've heard he studied abroad at 16, earning Master degrees in economics, nuclear physics engineering, and aerospace engineering from Cambridge, MIT, and Harvard. He has recently returned home. It is said that he held various positions in the military of a certain nation, and to retain such talent, their Ministry of Defense offered him an annual salary of 30 million. One can imagine the caliber of this individual. It is certainly not merely the result of financial resources, but genuine ability. Moreover, the Yi family is one of the 4 prominent families in Kyoto, and he has only 2 elder sisters who have long since married abroad, posing no threat to either family. In fact, Wang Yuyin was well acquainted with the 3rd young master of the Yi family, and their relationship was exceedingly close, having grown up together in the same compound. However, their familiarity rendered her devoid of romantic feelings for Yi Guqing, as she had always viewed him as a younger brother. The notion of discussing marriage was, therefore, quite awkward. Noticing her expression, Zhao Yaoding immediately added, If you feel that Yi Guqing is unsuitable, what about the eldest young master of the Huang family in Kyoto, Huang Yuan? I've heard he has always been fond of martial pursuits. After graduating from the National Defense University, he enlisted and is now a commanding officer in one of the 5 major military districts of Huaxia. In terms of power and status, he is certainly on par with elder Mr. Wang, and he is only in his early 30s, just 4 or 5 years your senior. Upon hearing Zhao Yaoding's words, Wang Yuyin was momentarily speechless. Please, I have never even met Huang Yuan. We have not crossed paths even once throughout our lives. Even if I were willing to marry him, I wouldn't even know if he would agree. Zhao Yaoding considered this and realized the truth in her words. After all, the Huang family was also one of Kyoto's 4 prominent families. Their standing dictated that the Wang family would not necessarily be able to secure a union with them. At this point, Zhao Yaoding found himself at a loss for better candidates. Feeling somewhat helpless, he awkwardly inquired, Then might I ask, Sister Yuyin, do you have someone you fancy? Wang Yuyin hesitated, unexpectedly thinking of Lin Feng. However, she quickly shook her head, dispelling this absurd notion. She was not an ordinary woman but a daughter of a prestigious family, and if she were to marry, her partner must possess an equal status and standing. Women can only aspire upwards. Settling for less was simply not an option, even if she did not harbor feelings for the other party. The interests of her family left her with no alternative. Emotions could be cultivated over time, but the disparities between them were not easily bridged. Only a match of equal standing would render her marriage valuable. After all, this was not solely her affair, but a matter concerning her entire family. Wang Yuyin was acutely aware that her marriage was not simply a matter of personal choice. She could not marry whomever she pleased without elder Mr. Wang's consent. She was not the type to be naive in matters of love. Her understanding of reality was clear, and she knew precisely what she wanted. Moreover, she only admired the strong. Zhao Yaoding gazed at Wang Yuyan with a calm demeanor and said, "Sister Yuyan, do not be obstinate. I happen to have a business trip to Kyoto in a couple of days. Leave the matter to me." Wang Yuyan pouted and playfully replied, "All right then, I will comply with your wishes. I happen to be heading to the southwestern region in a few days to discuss jade procurement business with the local government. If this deal goes through, our Wang family jewelry in Kyoto will gain a stable channel for jade acquisition." Zhao Yaoding nodded. "Of course, that is no problem. I will have Secretary Song book you a first-class ticket." Wang Yuyan, slightly exasperated, responded, "Oh, must you fuss so? I am not a child of 3, and I can handle such trivial matters myself. Just focus on being the head of your municipal committee." With that, she swiftly departed, eager to escape any further prattling from Zhao Yaoding. He watched her hasty retreat and could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 48. I only wish to challenge my own weaknesses. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Lu Sueki, and Zhu Pongzi spent an entire 3 hours at the newly opened spicy hot pot restaurant on Antique Street, heartily helping the owner clear out his food inventory. Zhu Pongzi, in particular, devoured nearly all of the tripe, fatty beef, and crayfish, moving the owner to tears with his voracious appetite. This was a self-service hot pot restaurant, charging 98 yuan per person. After indulging themselves, the 3 of them exited the restaurant, patting their full bellies in satisfaction. Zhu Pongzi, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, turned to Lin Feng and said, "Bro Feng, it's getting late. I'll head back to wash up and sleep. Bye." With that, he merrily scampered off. Although Lin Feng had also imbibed quite a bit, he felt a slight dizziness. Fortunately, his Tianhuang abilities aided him in dispelling the effects of the alcohol. Otherwise, he might have ended up sleeping on the streets. He certainly couldn't expect the young lady, Lu Sueki, to carry him home. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lin Feng suggested to Lu Sueki, "How about we reluctantly book a hotel for the night? We can address any matters later. What do you think?" Lu Sueki, being agreeable, nodded in consent. Consequently, they went to a nearby hotel and booked a reasonably priced room for 120 yuan a night. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Feng engaged in a profound exchange with Lu Sueki. After all, this was also a means of cultivation for him, and he found this unique method of training quite enjoyable. After 2 to 3 hours of in-depth conversation, Lin Feng once again grasped the depths of Lu Sueki, while she, in turn, became more acquainted with his strengths and weaknesses. At this point, they had come to know each other quite intimately. Before long, Lu Sueki, entwined around Lin Feng's arm, succumbed to a deep slumber. Lin Feng sensed a slight increase in the spiritual energy within his dantian. Although this energy was not substantial enough to fill his gaps, with time, it would certainly strengthen him further. In the future, he would not only be able to contend with that Taito Fujita, but could even match up against the more formidable Eastern foes. Amused by this thought, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. At that moment, he felt no inclination for sleep. Well then, since sleep eluded him, he might as well seek out Feng Qing'er for a chat. Quietly, he slipped into the space of his ring. Upon entering the ring space, Lin Feng discovered Feng Qing'er, the little girl, gnawing on a block of jadeite rough stone, seemingly engrossed in her task. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Little sister, what are you doing? It's merely a piece of worthless stone. Is it truly that delectable?" Feng Qing'er lifted her head, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. "You know nothing. This is an exceedingly rare spirit stone. Once I absorb the spiritual energy within it, my cultivation will significantly advance, bringing me a step closer to immortality." Lin Feng was taken aback. "What? You mean this jadeite rough stone is a spirit stone for cultivation? Is that true? Are you certain you're not deceiving me?" Feng Qing'er rolled her eyes. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Still skeptical, Lin Feng activated his heavenly phoenix eye. Meticulously scanning the internal structure of the jadeite rough stone, he observed that the jade within had been nearly completely absorbed by Feng Qing, leaving only a fragment of stone behind. The spirit stones in the ring space were acquired during his previous visit to the gambling hall run by the notorious Jianghu leader, Xie Bingquan. He had already profited 600 to 700 million from just one gamble, rendering the need to unravel the others unnecessary. Otherwise, it would incite envy. Imagine if he revealed every stone he gambled on. People might suspect he possessed some form of X-ray vision. In no time, Feng Qing had thoroughly consumed Lin Feng's few jadeite rough stones. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if still yearning for more. "Master, can you find me more spirit stones like these? I truly adore them, but this little bit simply isn't enough." Lin Feng gazed at her, somewhat exasperated. "You seem to have a rather rosy view of things. You're well fed, but what do I gain from this? Moreover, I spent a fortune acquiring these spirit stones, which are quite valuable. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose by allowing you to treat them as mere snacks? Feng Qing'er retorted. Look at your stingy demeanor. Do you think I would consume your spirit stones for free? Think about it. All your abilities are a result of inheriting my heavenly phoenix powers. If my cultivation becomes stronger, wouldn't that, in turn, enhance your strength as well? Lin Feng found a kernel of truth in her words. After all, he was just an ordinary human, lacking the lineage of a cultivation family, and he had no real understanding of the path to immortality. Besides, he was too lazy to pursue such a demanding endeavor. If Feng Qing'er enjoyed cultivating, perhaps he should support her. After all, once she achieved immortality, he would naturally benefit alongside her without expending any effort. With a smile, he said to Feng Qing'er, all right, since you've put it that way, I shall fulfill your wish and procure more spirit stones to assist in your cultivation. Feng Qing'er proudly lifted her chin. That is more like it. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly recalled a pressing issue. Where would he find an abundance of spirit stones for Feng Qing'er to cultivate with? After all, spirit stones like these were rather scarce in this world, not something as common as cabbages. Even if they existed, their prices would be exorbitant. Buying 10 or 8 spirit stones individually wouldn't pose a problem, but hundreds or thousands. That would amount to an astronomical sum. Even if Lin Feng had such funds, he wouldn't be inclined to spend it all on spirit stones. With that much money, wouldn't it be better to indulge in some earthly pleasures? After all, Lin Feng was merely an ordinary mortal, not particularly interested in matters of immortality or eternal life. After a drink or two, he simply wished to embrace beautiful women and enjoy a night of rest. Otherwise, life would indeed become exceedingly dull. Chapter 49. A Chance Encounter with Lady Wang. It seemed Feng Qing'er had seen through Lin Feng's thoughts, and with a hint of exasperation, she remarked, in the ancient primordial era, spirit stones were ubiquitous, more plentiful than the waters of your earth. That's why there were so many formidable beings then. Spirit cultivators were as common as dogs. However, in this current age of dwindling spiritual energy, the spirit stones available for cultivation are pitifully scarce, which explains the decline in extraordinary cultivators. Moreover, for your kind, these spirit stones are exceedingly valuable, hence humans prefer to sell them rather than using them for cultivation. Lin Feng, growing impatient, replied, that's obvious. Without money, what use is even the greatest power? You'd still be a pauper. Nowadays, people are incredibly pragmatic. They mock the poor, but not the immoral. If you don't earn money, you might not even be able to afford a warm meal. How can one cultivate on an empty stomach? Should I just starve? Feng Qing'er shook her head in resignation. Oh, poor humans. I truly don't understand why you're so obsessed with wealth, even dismissing the grand undertaking of cultivation. Consider the ancient martial families of your Huaxia. With even one nascent soul powerhouse in the family, they could ascend to the ranks of elite families. Even a peak golden core cultivator could dominate a region, yet you're still fixated on the lowly pursuit of wealth. Lin Feng did not wish to linger on this topic. After contemplating for a while, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Oh, since the price of finished spirit stones is prohibitively high, why not head to the domestic gambling sites and use my X-ray vision to acquire the unrefined jadeite rough stones instead? After all, unrefined jadeite rough stones are far more affordable than finished spirit stones, especially those that rely entirely on luck to gamble on. Such stones are sold by the kilogram, usually around 4 to 500 yuan per kilogram. Such prices are incredibly reasonable compared to purchasing finished spirit stones directly from jewelry stores. Lin Feng resolutely made up his mind and promptly booked a first-class ticket to the southwestern region of Huaxia on his phone, spending over 10,000 yuan. Naturally, the sooner, the better. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose the flight scheduled for 8 a.m. the following morning. The night passed in silence. The next day, Lin Feng rose early. He tidied up his luggage in the bedroom, bringing along a few changes of clothes and some personal items. There was little else to mention. After all, if he found himself lacking anything upon arrival, he could simply purchase it locally. Once he had taken care of his immediate affairs, Lin Feng bid farewell to Zhu Pongzi, Lu Sueki, and Qian Ruxua, informing them that he would be embarking on a distant journey and urging them not to worry. He assured them that unless something urgent arose, there was no need to contact him. He then took a taxi to the airport. Before long, he boarded a Boeing 747. The first-class cabin was indeed a world apart from the ordinary economy class. Upon entering, Lin Feng noticed that the seats in first class resembled individual sofas. Several stunning flight attendants, with their fair skin, exquisite features, and long legs, looked like models, captivating the eye. As Lin Feng stepped into the first-class section, 2 flight attendants approached him, graciously half-squatting in front of him, warmly inquiring if he would like something to drink or eat. At that moment, Lin Feng was not particularly hungry and was about to politely decline their generous offer when, quite by accident, he activated his perspective vision. Instinctively glancing down at the 2 beautiful attendants, he was met with a sight that left him momentarily flustered, his face flushing a deep crimson. Who among the officials could withstand such a test? The two attendants, noticing his sudden embarrassment, inexplicably turned red themselves, mistakenly believing he was unwell. One of them, visibly anxious, asked, "Sir, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor?" Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Oh, no need. No need. I don't feel unwell at all. Perhaps it's just my first time on a plane, and I'm a bit nervous. How about you just brew me a pot of tea?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the two lovely flight attendants finally relaxed. Shortly thereafter, they served him a pot of premium Longjing tea, encouraging him to sip it slowly and offering to refill it if he desired more. Once the attendants had walked away, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to drink the tea in one go, reflecting on the exceptional service and treatment in first class. No wonder the affluent favored this luxury. It was indeed worth every penny. The normally frugal Lin Feng felt that spending over 10,000 yuan was truly justified for this experience. At that moment, a familiar figure approached, accompanied by the delightful scent of a renowned French perfume that wafted through the cabin. Lin Feng looked up to find none other than Miss Wang, the heiress of the Wang family jewelry in Kyoto. A smile spread across his face as he realized the serendipity of the encounter. Wang Yuyin gracefully settled into the seat beside him, pulling out her phone to scroll through Douyin, hardly glancing at the person sitting next to her. After a while, noticing her lack of response, Lin Feng mustered his courage and gently tapped her shoulder, saying, "Hello, Miss Wang. I never expected to run into you here." Startled by his sudden touch, Wang Yuyin felt her heart race. "Ah, Mr. Lin, what a surprise. You nearly scared me to death," she exclaimed, placing a hand over her chest, still recovering from the shock. Lin Feng, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "I apologize for startling you. May I ask what brings you here?" Wang Yuyin rolled her eyes at him. "You asked me, but I wonder what you are doing here in the southwestern region?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "I heard there are many large stone gambling venues in that area, and since my luck has been quite favorable lately, I thought I might take this opportunity to uncover a few stones and earn some pocket money." Wang Yuyin raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Is that really the case? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? You've already made 600 or 700 million with me. Isn't that enough for you?" Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, resulting in an awkward chuckle as he replied, "Ah, Miss Wang, you wouldn't understand. For someone like you, born into wealth, money is no concern. But for someone like me, without connections or power, every penny I earn is hard-won. How could I ever feel I have too much money?" Wang Yuyin contemplated his words and found them reasonable, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Noticing that Miss Wang had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, Lin Feng wisely fell silent. Chapter 50. The Plane Crash. About an hour later, a heavy rain began to fall outside, followed by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Sitting in his first-class seat, Lin Feng felt a chill envelop him. Glancing around to see no one paying attention, he stealthily slipped into the space within his ring. Naturally, he also took advantage of the situation to gather an assortment of snacks and drinks from the airplane to share with Feng Qinger. After all, these items were complimentary. Why not indulge? Thus, Lin Feng and Feng Qinger enjoyed a leisurely meal together, engaging in light conversation. Lin Feng posed a question. "That little sister, I have something I'd like to ask you. To what level must I cultivate to be able to ride the clouds?" Feng Qinger replied, "Riding the clouds? That is nothing. Once you reach the pinnacle of the yuanying stage, not only will you be able to ride the clouds, but walking on air will also be effortless." Lin Feng's heart leapt at the revelation. "No way. Is it really as impressive as you say?" Feng Qinger shrugged. "Believe it or not." Lin Feng pressed on. "So, in this world, do such pinnacle yuanying experts exist?" Feng Qinger hesitated before responding. "I can't say for certain. After all, this planet is vast, and I am not omniscient. However, I can assure you that within Huaxia, there are at least 3 powerful individuals at the yuanying level. I wonder if you will have the chance to encounter them in the future." "Oh, is that true? Personally, I hope to avoid those 3 yuanying experts you mentioned. If they were to target me, wouldn't I be in grave danger?" Lin Feng replied, half believing her words. Feng Qinger disdainfully remarked, "Humph, you overthink matters. Those who have reached such a profound realm of cultivation are invariably low-key. They seldom take action against others. A single misstep could lead to widespread devastation, implicating not only yourself, but numerous innocent lives as well. Thus, as long as you refrain from deliberately provoking them, you should encounter little trouble." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he had perused many novels about immortal cultivation, familiar with the common tropes therein. Typically, the narrative would depict powerful clans or sects who, during an auction or martial arts tournament, would notice the protagonist's rapid cultivation and exceptional talent. Regardless of any personal vendetta, they would inexplicably declare, "This one cannot be spared," and commence a frenzied pursuit of the protagonist. Naturally, these antagonists ultimately served as experience fodder for the protagonist. For without such conflicts, the story would falter. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Lin Feng, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, enjoyed a refreshing slumber in his ring's spatial dimension. After prolonged use, he had formed a general hypothesis regarding his spatial ring. The time within this otherworldly realm did not align with that of the real world. A single day in the ring equated to approximately 3 days in reality. Thus, if he spent an hour inside the ring, 3 hours would elapse outside. Realizing the time was nearly upon him, Lin Feng deduced that the plane would soon land. He promptly prepared to return to the real world. Otherwise, upon disembarking, the flight attendants would immediately report his absence to the captain and crew. At that moment, he would find it challenging to explain his actions. However, the instant Lin Feng re-entered the real world, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Before him lay a mass of aircraft wreckage, engulfed in flames and emitting billowing clouds of smoke, visible for miles around. Surrounding him were towering trees, resembling an untouched primordial forest. Where else could such grandiose trees thrive? Surveying his surroundings, he found not a single soul in sight. This revelation sent a wave of panic through Lin Feng. What on earth is this? Is this still within the country? It turned out that during the hours Lin Feng had spent in the ring's spatial realm, a horrifying armed robbery had unfolded aboard his flight. Several young assailants from an eastern nation had seized control of the aircraft, robbing all passengers of their valuables. To eliminate any evidence of their crime, they had ruthlessly executed all crew members, including the captain, resulting in the plane spiraling out of control and crashing to the ground. The vast majority of the over 10,000 passengers perished, with only a few surviving. The assailants, however, had parachuted to safety before the crash, their whereabouts unknown. Simultaneously, in the nearest city to the crash site, Ruining, located in the northwestern border of Huaxia, Mayor Wang Shuyi swiftly received orders from a prominent figure in the capital. He was instructed to mobilize all police forces in Ruining and hasten to the crash site to conduct a thorough search, striving to rescue any survivors aboard the ill-fated aircraft. The order emphasized that the flight included Wang Yuyan, the heiress of the Wang family jewelry business in the capital. Regardless of her fate, whether alive or dead, they were to find her. Failure to do so would cost Mayor Wang his position, forcing him to return to his rural roots to farm. Upon receiving the directive, Mayor Wang Shuyi wasted no time. He summoned the head of Ruining's Public Security Bureau, Mao Renfeng, to assemble all available personnel, bringing search and rescue dogs, and proceeded to the crash site. However, given that the crash had occurred in the remote mountainous regions of northern Myanmar, the difficulty of rescue operations was immense, bordering on insurmountable. Nevertheless, Mayor Wang had resolved to locate Miss Wang, alive or dead. Reluctantly, Mao Renfeng had no choice but to lead the city's police force in the search for survivors. Before departing, however, he needed to communicate with the Myanmar embassy to secure permission for Huaxia's police to enter their northern territory for rescue efforts. After all, Myanmar was a sovereign nation recognized by the United Nations, and any unauthorized incursion by Huaxia's police could be perceived as a severe violation of their sovereignty, potentially provoking international backlash against Huaxia. Given the existing tensions with certain Western nations, they would likely seize the opportunity to impose further sanctions. Thus, caution was of the utmost importance. One misstep in haste could lead to a significant international dispute, with dire consequences. Chapter 51, Slaying the Wolf King. Of course, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. At that moment, he meandered leisurely along a riverbank towards the foot of the mountain. Along the way, he encountered numerous bodies of the unfortunate passengers, their remains gruesomely mangled. Some hung from trees, others tumbled down cliffs, and others crushed beneath the wreckage, charred beyond recognition. The forest was pervaded by an eerie scent of burnt flesh. At present, Lin Feng had little inclination to collect the remains. After all, he did not know them, and it was unnecessary for him to meddle. The task of recovering the bodies would be left to Huaxia's police, who would undoubtedly arrive in due course to attend to the deceased. Yet, Lin Feng was determined not to linger in this cursed place. He wished to vacate the area post-haste. One could never know what beasts might lurk in this primordial forest, and he certainly did not want to become prey for any wild creatures. As time passed, the sky began to darken. Lin Feng estimated he had traversed at least 20 to 30 kilometers of mountainous terrain, yet the forest ahead seemed endless. Uncertain of the expanse of this primeval forest, he felt fortunate to possess the celestial abilities bestowed upon him by Feng Qing'er, which significantly enhanced his stamina. Despite the arduous journey, he felt no fatigue. As the saying goes, a horse dies from running too far. Lin Feng pondered that aimlessly wandering without a clear direction was not a viable strategy. Lacking a definitive sense of orientation, he began to suspect that he might be meandering in circles within this forest. Lin Feng glanced at his phone, only to find that it had no signal whatsoever. Neither calls nor messages could be sent. At this moment, his device was likely less functional than a simple brick. With a sense of resignation, Lin Feng tucked his phone away and sought a clean spot nearby to sit down. He then accessed the space within his ring, retrieving several packets of spicy and 5-spice beef jerky, 2 chilled cans of beer, and an assortment of other snacks. Regrettably, his spatial ring lacked any means to boil water. Otherwise, he would have ventured to the nearby stream to fetch some water, intending to boil it and prepare a couple of instant noodles. However, considering the desolate location he found himself in, having something to eat and drink was already a stroke of fortune, and Lin Feng did not dwell on it too much. He savored the beef jerky, taking generous bites, occasionally sipping the chilled beer. The taste was simply exquisite, a delight he would not trade for anything. Before long, Lin Feng felt satisfied, only to realize that night had fallen, the sky now enveloped in darkness. It was likely around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Feeling no desire to continue his journey, he gathered a considerable amount of dry firewood and climbed a nearby large tree, where he discovered several bird nests. Each nest contained a few fist-sized eggs, likely belonging to magpies or sparrows, and at this time, they had yet to hatch. Lin Feng unceremoniously dismantled the nests, using them as kindling, and he did not spare the eggs either, placing them beside the fire to roast. He consumed them one by one, fearing they might not suffice to satiate his hunger. After finishing the roasted bird eggs, Lin Feng felt his belly full and decided to lie down and sleep. This was his first experience of spending a night alone in the wilderness, evoking a sense of survival amidst the wild. Of course, had it not been for the miraculous spatial ring, even if he had not perished alongside the other passengers in the plane crash, he would have surely starved to death in this remote wilderness. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Fortunately, he had stocked the spatial ring with ample food and drink during his free time, and he never anticipated that it would come in handy now. After a quick estimation, Lin Feng concluded that the food in his spatial ring would last him at least 3 to 5 months, if not half a year. He was confident that within such a prolonged time frame, he could navigate his way out of this primitive forest, whether by foot or even by crawling. He was determined to escape, despite his phone being devoid of signal and leaving him unaware of his exact location. He could infer from the local climate that he was likely in some tropical rainforest in Southeast Asia. However, as night deepened, the number of mosquitoes and flies in this primordial forest was overwhelming, swarming in droves, eagerly attacking any moving creature to feast on its blood. Lin Feng waved his arms, futilely attempting to shoo away the insects surrounding him, but before long, he felt a sharp sting on his skin, quickly swelling into a sizable bump. Soon, he was covered in welts, and the incessant buzzing of the insects, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, extinguished any hope of sleep. Reluctant to enter his spatial ring for slumber due to the accelerated passage of time within, he feared waking up to find that several days had elapsed in the real world, potentially missing any rescue efforts from the Chinese authorities. With no other option, Lin Feng begrudgingly rose from the ground and set off once more. To prevent any risk of wildfires, he extinguished the fire beneath him before embarking on his journey. Activating his clairvoyance, Lin Feng was able to see clearly in the pitch-black night, as if it were daylight. After all, this primitive forest harbored numerous cliffs and precipices. Should he misstep and fall, he would either meet his demise or be left severely injured. After walking for around 20 minutes, fatigue began to set in, and he found himself resting like a toad on a large rock, panting for breath. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the air, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Startled, Lin Feng jumped up, scanning the surroundings, only to spot a wolf emerging from the thicket. This creature was no ordinary wolf. It was massive, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, towering over him. Clearly, it was a wolf of royal lineage. Lin Feng's heart raced as he thought, "Where did you come from? Roaming about at night instead of sleeping?" The wolf, appearing famished, was instantly intrigued by the sight of a living human, its mouth agape, revealing a set of razor-sharp fangs. In that moment, Lin Feng's irritation surged. He thought, "Are you mistaking me for your prey? I dare you to try and devour me." Without hesitation, the wolf lunged at him with astonishing speed. Yet Lin Feng remained calm, standing still until the wolf was nearly upon him. Then, with a swift and powerful strike, he unleashed his full strength, delivering a crushing blow to the wolf's skull, shattering it in an instant. Thus, the unfortunate Wolf King met its end before it could comprehend what had transpired. After confirming the beast was truly lifeless, Lin Feng wasted no time in claiming the wolf's body as a trophy, placing it within his spatial ring. After a brief moment to gather himself, he resumed his journey, determined to exit the forest before dawn. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 to 3 hours of relentless trekking, Lin Feng had scarcely paused for rest. He was unsure of the distance he had covered, but he estimated he had traversed at least 20 to 30 miles, navigating perilous trails unlike the smooth, flat roads. Were it any ordinary person, even a short distance through water or dry land would have proven arduous. Reaching into his spatial ring, Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and drained it in one go before continuing onward. Approximately 20 minutes later, he lifted his gaze and noticed the terrain gradually leveling, his surroundings becoming increasingly open. A surge of joy filled him, for he knew he was nearing a town. Sure enough, after a short while, he spotted a modest settlement in the distance. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng approached the town, eager to find a local to inquire about his whereabouts. However, he repeatedly inquired several local residents, only to be met with a cacophony of incomprehensible dialects. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, ultimately abandoning his quest for conversation. He then meandered through the town for a while, discovering that this marketplace resembled a typical small township in a third or fourth-tier city of Huaxia. Surrounding him were no towering edifices, at best. There were a few rudimentary 2- or 3-story buildings, far inferior in aesthetics in order to those found in Huaxia's rural areas. The landscape was a haphazard sight, with even the roadside streets riddled with potholes, filled with stagnant water. The vehicles that passed by were predominantly antiquated pickups, tricycles, and motorcycles, all bearing the marks of rust. Not a single car worth over 100,000 yuan could be seen. It appeared that the local populace's economic standing was rather modest. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted a small grocery store by the roadside. He stepped inside and tentatively addressed the shopkeeper. "Greetings, good sir. Might you speak Huaxia language?" The shopkeeper, smiling, replied, "Ah, young man, so you hail from Huaxia. How fortuitous, for my ancestors were also from Huaxia. Our forebears resided in the Sichuan-Chongqing area, but my ancestors relocated here to escape the ravages of war, subsequently marrying and raising children while engaging in small trade to make ends meet." "Ah, I see." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that during the Second World War, the armies of the Eastern Empire had unleashed a torrent of bombings upon the Sichuan-Chongqing region of Huaxia. Countless innocent civilians had tragically lost their lives in the indiscriminate bombings, and over 200,000 soldiers from Sichuan had valiantly sacrificed themselves in combat against the Eastern Empire's forces. The people of Sichuan-Chongqing had paid a heavy price in their struggle against the invasion. "May I inquire your name, so that I might know how to address you?" Lin Feng asked. The shopkeeper responded, "I am Wang Tianyi. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Old Wang." Lin Feng nodded. "Greetings, Boss Wang. Might I ask where we are?" The shopkeeper replied, "This is a town in northern Myanmar, known as Taiping Town. If you proceed about 50 to 60 kilometers further, you will reach the territory of the Shan State Army. However, I strongly advise against venturing there. It could pose a significant threat to your life, and you might not return." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never imagined he had inadvertently wandered into northern Myanmar, a place notorious for its perilous reputation. It was said that those who fell into the hands of the local demons either ended up being forced into fraudulent schemes or exploited as free labor in the mines. In short, no one seemed to have a favorable outcome in such circumstances. After a moment, Lin Feng confessed, "To be candid, I am an antique dealer, here to acquire a batch of jade raw stones at a low price to transport back home and sell for a profit." The shopkeeper chuckled. "Ah, you need not elaborate. I could have surmised your intentions. Most Huaxiao individuals who venture to northern Myanmar are indeed jade traders. In the spirit of our shared heritage, I can guide you along a promising path." Lin Feng eagerly inquired, "Please, do share." Wang replied, "In northern Myanmar, there exists a plethora of gang forces, the most formidable of which is the Snake Gang. Their stronghold is right here in our town. Numerous mines, both large and small, surround this area, and the jade raw stones extracted must pass through our town. Naturally, the mine owners are obliged to pay a portion of their earnings as protection fees to the Snake Gang. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to transport even a single stone. The head of the Snake Gang, recognizing the lucrative nature of the jade trade, has partnered with various mine owners to exploit many mines, selling the stones for their own profit. You should certainly visit their stronghold. You won't be disappointed." It became evident that northern Myanmar was rife not only with warlord factions, but also with numerous gangs. The motivation for such perilous endeavors was, after all, the pursuit of wealth. In a place like northern Myanmar, where martial ethics are disregarded, as long as you have people and firearms, substantial profits await. Lin Feng's spirits lifted at this revelation. "Ah, splendid. I appreciate your guidance, Boss Wang." The shopkeeper replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. You can set off immediately. Just head north for 2 or 3 kilometers, and you will arrive." Lin Feng nodded and proceeded to purchase various items from Wang's grocery store, including cookware, hundreds of gas canisters, and a modest assortment of tools like shovels, hammers, and axes. He even acquired several bags of pesticides and fertilizers, unsure of their utility, but merely wishing to support Wang's business by selecting the pricier items. The total expenditure amounted to over 30,000 yuan, a mere trifle for him, as he was currently flush with cash. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a second-hand motorcycle parked outside the grocery store. He approached Wang and inquired, "Boss Wang, would you be willing to sell this motorcycle to me? It would certainly expedite my journey far better than traveling on foot." Without hesitation, Wang agreed. All right. As long as you don't mind this old clunker, I have no reason to refuse you. Just offer me 1 or 2,000 yuan, and it's yours." Lin Feng waved his hand generously, transferring 20,000 yuan to Wang, then mounted the motorcycle and sped away, leaving no chance for Wang to react. Chapter 53. No middleman to profit. From Lin Feng rode the second-hand motorcycle from the grocery store owner and soon arrived at the stronghold of the Snake Gang. The headquarters appeared to be an impressive 3-story villa, covering approximately 1,500 to 2,000 square meters, tastefully decorated. In front of the villa, a large parking lot was already filled with vehicles, most of which bore Huaxia license plates. Observing the villa adorned with festive decorations and numerous red lanterns hanging from both floors, Lin Feng wondered if a celebration was underway. Notably, several armed gang members were present. Maintaining order, he parked his motorcycle at a distance and joined the throng entering the villa's grand hall. Inside, a multitude of guests had already congregated, creating a bustling atmosphere that was nearly overwhelming. At the forefront of the hall stood a long offering table with 2 chairs. One chair was occupied by a steward-like individual, who was collecting monetary gifts from the guests, accompanied by a gentleman responsible for bookkeeping. The amounts varied, with some offering around 1 or 2,000 yuan, while others contributed merely 5 to 800 yuan, all in Huaxia currency. As the local currency was virtually worthless, 10,000 chots amounted to roughly 200 yuan. Lin Feng casually approached a merchant of Chinese descent, whom he surmised was engaged in the jade business, and inquired, "Greetings, esteemed sir. May I ask what joyous occasion you are celebrating?" The jade merchant replied, "It appears you are also in the same trade. To be frank, today marks the grand celebration of Boss Song Kai, the leader of the Poison Snake Gang. It is said he has recently acquired a stunning Chinese woman, whose beauty is akin to that of a celestial being. Her looks are simply breathtaking. A mere glance from an ordinary man could very well be the end of him." Curious, Lin Feng asked, "So, you have seen this Chinese woman then?" The jade merchant, slightly embarrassed, confessed, "I regret to say I have not yet had the pleasure of seeing her. However, I am quite eager to witness her beauty firsthand." It turned out that the Song Kai mentioned by the merchant was indeed the notorious head of the Poison Snake Gang. Originally, Song Kai was a relatively well-known drug lord in the Golden Triangle region, possessing considerable capabilities among his peers. However, following a joint anti-drug operation by the governments of China and Myanmar, most drug lords in the Golden Triangle were dismantled, and their production sites were obliterated. Realizing his reign was coming to an end, Song Kai had no choice but to retreat with his followers to northern Myanmar, where he resorted to collecting protection fees and operating jade mines to sustain his crew. He dared not touch drugs again, for most countries around the globe now detest narcotics. With China leading the charge, any trafficker caught there would face execution. Nevertheless, Song Kai sought ways to increase his income, as money was essential in these times. Who would willingly follow him without compensation? To bolster his earnings, he raised protection fees by 10 to 20% each year, causing significant distress among the mine owners. Yet, under Song Kai's oppressive influence, they had no choice but to comply, lest they wished to run their businesses in peace. Lin Feng chose not to dwell on this matter further, as he held little interest in such affairs. After all, was he the type to be swayed by mere beauty? His true purpose for visiting the Poison Snake Gang's stronghold was to procure a substantial quantity of spirit stones to facilitate Feng Qing'er's cultivation. After all, she had previously mentioned that her strength would enhance his own. In essence, allowing her to cultivate on his behalf was a rather convenient arrangement. Who would pass up such an opportunity to attain immortality without the arduous toil of training? Thus, Lin Feng made his way to the location where the Poison Snake Gang traded in jadeite rough stones, situated not far from the villa. This wholesale market for rough stones resembled a bustling antique bazaar, with numerous stalls showcasing an array of raw stones, numbering in the thousands. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision and began inspecting the first stall at his feet. In less than an hour, he had cleared the entire market of spirit stones, amassing a total of several dozen tons. Of course, most of these were of average quality, with only a scant few capable of yielding stones valued at over 1 million. However, Lin Feng was not concerned. The sheer quantity would suffice to satisfy the gluttonous Feng Qing'er for some time. After tallying the total, He realized that the entire collection of spirit stones amounted to less than 3 million yuan, an astonishingly low price. If these stones were sold in domestic gambling markets, the price would easily multiply tenfold. Indeed, first-hand goods are always cheaper. In any industry, it is the middlemen who profit. Lin Feng then spent a few thousand yuan to summon a large transport truck, instructing the driver to transport the stones to a secluded wilderness. With peace of mind, he transferred the spirit stones into his ring space. Meanwhile, the truck driver, who had stepped into the nearby bushes to relieve himself, returned to find his entire load of rough stones vanished, leaving him utterly astounded, convinced he had encountered a ghost. Lin Feng chuckled softly, urging him to remain calm and not to spread word of the incident, and handed him 1,000 yuan as a hush fee. With his affairs concluded, Lin Feng was eager to depart this treacherous locale. He was wary of drawing the attention of the gangsters. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger and realized he needed to find a place to satiate his appetite. He recalled that today was indeed the day of the Poison Snake Gang's banquet. Why not take advantage of the opportunity for a free meal? He could always contribute a monetary gift. After all, as long as he had his fill, he was unconcerned about the trifling sum involved. Thus, Lin Feng boldly made his way to the Poison Snake Gang's headquarters to partake in the feast. Naturally, he did not forget to present a gift of 500 yuan. He certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a freeloader. A mere few hundred yuan was a small price to pay to avoid drawing the ire of the gangsters, as complications could arise from such misunderstandings. Chapter 54, Clever Strategy. The so-called banquet resembled the traditional flowing banquet of Lin Feng's rural hometown, with large round tables seating a dozen or so guests, all partaking in the festivities. There were approximately 10 tables, accommodating around 200 to 300 people. As the villa's first-floor hall was insufficient, they opted to hold the event outdoors. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant, predominantly filled with Chinese attendees. It is a common custom among Chinese people that regardless of familiarity, once seated at a table and a few drinks consumed, they soon feel akin to brothers, embracing and sharing heartfelt conversations. Lin Feng was no exception. He indulged in the food and drink while engaging in delightful conversation with the strangers seated beside him. Even though he did not know them, he enjoyed the banter for the sake of amusement. Lin Feng reflected that his 500 yuan gift was well spent. Not only was he enjoying a sumptuous meal, but he was also able to engage in lively discussions, relishing the carefree atmosphere he hadn't experienced in a long while. As the feast progressed for about an hour, 2 figures descended from the villa. Leading the way was a short, rotund man in his 40s, whose appearance was quite unremarkable, followed closely by a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a red wedding gown, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Her presence exuded the grace of a celestial being newly descended to earth. Flawless in every aspect, she resembled a perfect bride. As this enchanting bride made her entrance, all eyes in attendance swiftly turned towards her. Lin Feng curiously looked up and was taken aback. What on earth? Is that not the esteemed Miss Wang from the Wang family of Kyoto's jewelry empire? He wondered how she ended up as a captive bride for someone so unworthy. This was indeed a case of a little knife at the rear, opening his eyes to a whole new world. However, upon closer inspection of Wang Yuyan, although she appeared ethereal in her attire, her face bore the marks of tears, and her overall demeanor was one of utter exhaustion, as if she had been tormented beyond recognition, looking dazed and lost. As he scrutinized her further, the realization dawned upon him. She had been abducted, forced into an unwanted marriage. This presented a dilemma. Should he intervene or not? Initially, Lin Feng wished to refrain from involving himself, for he was no saint. The lives of others held no significance for him. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Given the Wang family's immense wealth, should he rescue her? They would surely reward him handsomely, perhaps 10 or even 8 billion in gratitude. As the saying goes, one would be foolish to turn down a lucrative opportunity. With the prospect of profit laid before him, he had little reason to decline. Just then, the greasy uncle chuckled and proclaimed, "Today marks my joyous occasion. I am grateful to all esteemed guests for your presence. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." His words were met with thunderous applause. In that moment, Lin Feng suddenly understood. The unsightly fellow was none other than Song Kai. How dare he, with such a repulsive appearance, presume to have Miss Wang serve as his captive bride? He must be a toad dreaming of a swan's embrace. Truly, did he think himself worthy? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng quickly devised a clever plan. He raised his glass and confidently approached Song Kai, saying, "Congratulations, Boss Song, on marrying such a beautiful wife. Allow me to toast to you. I shall be relying on you for future prosperity." Song Kai furrowed his brow, speechless, as he did not recognize Lin Feng. However, given the man's courteous gesture, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, Song Kai poured himself a drink and returned the toast. Laughing heartily, "Well said. As I mentioned, dear brother, should you have any needs, feel free to voice them. Anything within my power will be attended to." Lin Feng nodded, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Song." At that moment, Wang Yuyan seemed to hear a familiar voice nearby. She looked up and was astonished to discover Lin Feng. In an instant, her surprise rendered her speechless, and she found it hard to believe her eyes. Her mouth slightly agape, one could fit a sausage and 2 eggs inside. Lin Feng quickly signaled her to remain calm, advising her to avoid alarming the assailants while he formulated a plan to handle the gang members. Wang Yuyan understood immediately, blinking her sparkling eyes, and obediently sealed her lips. Seeing her astuteness relieved Lin Feng of considerable trouble. Next, he concocted an excuse about needing to relieve himself and hastily departed the wedding banquet. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he stealthily slipped into the kitchen. There, he swiftly incapacitated a serving staff member and donned his attire. Once clad in the waiteress clothes, he strode confidently into the kitchen, surveying for an opportune moment to administer poison. Initially, he contemplated a direct assault to obliterate the entire snake gang, but after further reflection, he deemed such a method excessively brutal. Unless facing imminent peril, he was reluctant to take lives indiscriminately, fearing he might become a cold-blooded killer. While pondering his approach, he unexpectedly discovered a vast wine cellar in the kitchen's backyard, stocked with an abundance of spirits, all brewed by the members of the snake gang using grains and corn as raw materials. Such artisanal beverages would undoubtedly surpass the inferior concoctions mixed with industrial alcohol available on the market. He thought little of it and promptly retrieved the agricultural chemicals stored in a snakeskin bag from his spatial ring, pouring several hundred pounds into the wine barrels. Observing the packaging, he noted it was branded with by Chao Ku, and mused that even if the gang members were not poisoned to death, they would at least be rendered incapable of resistance. This development would simplify matters greatly, allowing him to rescue Wang Yuyan with ease. Chapter 55, The Loot. After completing this task, Lin Feng quietly exited the wine cellar, relieved that his actions had gone unnoticed. Noticing the time was still early, he wandered elsewhere, unconcerned about accidentally consuming the tainted wine. Before long, he arrived at the snake gang's armory. Though termed an armory, it was merely a modest bungalow of about 100 or 200 square meters. Given its small size, it was unlikely to house many weapons. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was determined to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, he found 2 armed guards stationed on either side. Approaching them, he swiftly delivered 2 slaps that sent them flying, before brazenly entering the snake gang's armory. Inside, he was met with a mere handful of rifles, a few handguns, and a couple of crates of landmines, alongside some steel helmets, bulletproof vests, and military boots. However, upon closer inspection, the protective gear seemed to date back to World War II, akin to the standard issue of the Eastern nations' forces. The firearms appeared rusty, relics from a bygone era, single shot only, prone to jamming, and susceptible to catastrophic failure. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. How pitiful was this snake gang, boasting only a heap of scrap metal while claiming to be a force in the underworld? Any regular army could easily decimate this ragtag bunch with just a single company. It was evident he had overestimated the snake gang, merely frightening himself. With a resigned shake of his head, he dismissed the weapons as unworthy of his attention, too trivial to warrant space in his ring. He took only a submachine gun, contemplating that the despicable Song Kai, having spent years as a drug lord in the Golden Triangle, must have amassed considerable wealth. Perhaps he could thoroughly plunder it. The money in question is undoubtedly ill-gotten gains, stained with the blood of countless individuals. However, despite an extensive search around the villa, he found not a single hair. It seems that the villain, Song Kai, must have stored all his valuable possessions within his own villa. Thus, he leisurely returned to the grand hall of the villa. At this point, most of the members of the poison snake gang had already consumed the poisoned wine, writhing in agony on the ground, some even foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. The scene had erupted into utter chaos. It appeared that the poison snake gang would suffer a significant blow. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart, astonished at how effortlessly his plan had dismantled this criminal organization, thereby liberating the people of northern Myanmar from a scourge. Subsequently, Lin Feng sought out Wang Yuyan, who, upon assessing her condition, seemed to be relatively unharmed, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. With tear-filled eyes, Wang Yuyan looked at Lin Feng and expressed her gratitude. "Young Master Lin, I owe you my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my reputation would have been tarnished by that vile scoundrel. Rest assured, your immense kindness will remain etched in my memory. Even in the next life, I shall repay you, even if it means toiling like a beast." Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. What nonsense! Are you repaying me or seeking revenge? What would I want you to do as a beast in the next life? I'm not some Indian peasant. If you genuinely wish to repay me, why not serve me in this life instead? Wang Yuyan blushed at Lin Feng's words and shyly replied, that might not be feasible in this lifetime, considering you are just an ordinary youth. If you were a scion of a prominent family, I might reconsider. But even if I were to agree, my family would never permit it. Her reasoning was quite sound, for marriages among their elite class were never merely personal affairs. They were intrinsically linked to the fate of the entire family. If the elders disapproved, it would spell disaster. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Look at your lack of ambition. I was merely jesting. Did you take it to heart? You need not worry. While I may lack grand abilities, I have no intention of living off others. I prefer to earn my keep through my own efforts. In truth, Lin Feng was somewhat self-aware, apart from possessing a modicum of extraordinary abilities. He lacked other skills and could barely make ends meet in the antiques trade. Wang Yuyan lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and awkwardly said, except for this matter. I can agree to any terms you propose. Lin Feng nodded. Very well, let us proceed according to your wishes. However, I have yet to decide what I might request from you. I will inform you when I have given it thought. After speaking, Lin Feng instructed her to remain where she was and not wander off while he attended to some business. He then hurriedly ascended to the upper floors of the villa to scour for valuables. Not a single precious item was overlooked. He collected everything of worth without exception. In addition to commonplace gold and silver jewelry, he uncovered several other valuable antiques, such as rare woods, furniture crafted from rosewood, and a few Wangwali armchairs. To his astonishment, he even discovered a coffin made from exquisite golden silk nanmu. Momentarily, Lin Feng was left speechless. He was acutely aware that such premium golden silk nanmu could fetch tens of thousands of dollars per pound in the market. This coffin, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, must be worth a fortune. Typically, such luxurious wood is reserved for furniture, accessible only to the wealthy. However, using it for a coffin was a luxury few could afford, likely only within the reach of the world's elite. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stored the golden silk nanmu coffin in his spatial ring. Although he recognized it was somewhat inauspicious to possess a coffin, he cared little for superstitions. He cherished anything of monetary value. After all, who would willingly turn their back on wealth? Minutes passed swiftly, and Lin Feng had thoroughly ransacked the villa, leaving only a small attic on the top floor unexplored. Since he was already there, he thought it prudent to investigate further. He strode toward the attic and kicked the door open with force. To his shock, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet the size of an infant's fist grazed his scalp, narrowly missing him. Stay back, or I will shoot myself. Lin Feng quickly felt his head, relieved to find no serious injury, just a minor scrape on his scalp. He cursed under his breath, realizing how close he had come to a fatal blow. Though he possessed extraordinary powers and a degree of self-healing ability, a bullet to the head would undoubtedly be fatal. Fuming, he turned to discover the source of the attack. Before him was a young girl's room. Seated on a small bed across from him was a girl of around 16 or 17, dressed in a pleated skirt. Her stature petite and her demeanor innocent, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, as if she had stepped straight out of a comic book. At that moment, the young girl, trembling with fear, pointed a standard handgun at him. Lin Feng, exasperated, demanded, "Hey, little beauty, who are you? Why did you shoot at me the moment we met? Do I have a grudge against you?" The girl, shaking, replied, "I saw you poison those people. You killed them. I'm afraid you will harm me too." Lin Feng retorted, "That is absurd. Stop slandering me. It was your gang that kidnapped my dear friend and tried to force her into a marriage with your gang leader. To save her, I had no choice but to resort to such drastic measures." The girl pouted, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Is that true? Are you sure you're not deceiving me?" Lin Feng spread his arms wide. "What reason would I have to lie to you?" Finally, the girl's apprehension melted away as she began to trust Lin Feng's words, letting out a sigh of relief. After a moment, Lin Feng inquired, "By the way, what is your name, and what is your background?" With tears in her eyes, the young girl timidly responded, "My parents were originally members of the royal family in Thailand, holding a position of considerable esteem, far from that of ordinary citizens. However, due to an inadvertent offense against the king of Thailand, they were stripped of their royal status and faced a relentless pursuit for extermination. Left with no other choice, we were forced to flee our homeland, and by a stroke of misfortune, we found ourselves in the treacherous Golden Triangle region. There, we fell into the clutches of a local warlord and drug lord, who captured my parents and compelled them to toil in their drug production facility. They even insisted that I serve as a concubine to their leader, renaming me Miao Miao Sui." Lin Feng mused that the drug lord the little girl spoke of must certainly be Song Kai. Yet, he presumed that this man had likely succumbed to his own toxic machinations by now. With a gentle smile, he reassured Miao Miao Sui, "Do not grieve any longer. I have dealt with that drug lord, and you are now free. No one shall harm you again." Miao Miao Sui pouted and replied, "No, you misunderstand. I have always been fine. No one dares to harm me." Lin Feng, intrigued, asked, "Why is that? A beautiful girl like you must have many who wish to claim you." After a moment's hesitation, Miao Miao Sui slowly explained, "I was born with a peculiar affliction. My body is as cold as frost. Anyone who makes physical contact with me, no matter the part, will instantly freeze into an ice block, leading to the death of their blood vessels and muscles, leaving virtually no chance of recovery, only the option of surgical removal of the necrotic tissue." This revelation sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. He had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless little girl possessed such lethal power. Was this yet another form of special constitution? He quickly nudged the space ring to summon Feng Qing'er for assistance. "Hey, little sister. Please check if this girl has any special constitution," he implored. Feng Qing'er, having just indulged in a hearty meal and now reluctant to be disturbed from her slumber, was understandably irked. Lin Feng soon heard her impatient voice echo in his mind. "Ugh, young master, must you be so bothersome? Even in sleep? You do not allow me peace. I could just as easily drown you in a torrent of salt water." Feeling somewhat at a loss, Lin Feng sheepishly replied, "I apologize for disturbing your rest. It's just that I have an urgent matter to discuss. I hope you won't hold it against me." With an exasperated click of her tongue, Feng Qing'er reluctantly emerged from her slumber and directed her consciousness toward Miao Miao Sui. A moment later, a surprised gasp escaped her lips. "Wow, young master, you truly have struck gold this time. This little girl is actually a rare ice marrow saint body." Lin Feng quickly inquired, "What is an ice marrow saint body? Please explain further." Feng Qing'er scratched her head, her tone tinged with embarrassment. "I don't know much about it, but I do know that such a constitution ranks among the top 10 special physiques. As for its specific benefits, I cannot say. If you wish to know more, you might as well experiment yourself to uncover the truth." Lin Feng was left speechless by her vague response. What kind of information is this? It's like saying nothing at all. Now, it was Feng Qing'er who looked down on Lin Feng. "You are like an endless well of questions. I am not an encyclopedia. I cannot know everything. If you maintain this attitude, I might just ignore you from now on." With that, she retreated back into the ring's space, leaving him to ponder alone. After a while, Lin Feng finally regained his composure and turned to Miao Miao Sui. "What will you do now? Do you plan to remain here in solitude for the rest of your days? The world is full of wonders. Do you not wish to see it?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Miao Miao Sui quickly wiped her tears and replied, "Then, esteemed sir, would you be willing to take me with you? Wherever you go, I shall follow. I am more than willing to serve you and bear your children, as long as you do not reject me. I am still a virgin. You can verify it for yourself." Lin Feng stared blankly at Miao Miao Sui, bewildered. "What? You are entrusting your entire life to a stranger after just meeting me? Is that not a bit hasty?" Miao Miao Sui lowered her head and murmured, I only wish for someone to protect me. I can no longer endure this life of being at the mercy of others. Please, grant me this wish." Considering her plight, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. A girl so alone in the world, wandering the rivers and roads without care or protection, was indeed a tragic fate. So be it. He would grant her this small mercy. Thus, Lin Feng began to delve deeper into the unique constitution of Miao Miao Sui. After a thorough dialogue, he was astonished to discover that this little girl was indeed untouched, a true virgin. However, curiously, he felt no discomfort in his own body. He felt perfectly fine. This piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. Could it be attributed to his own phoenix abilities? Pushing aside any further contemplation, Lin Feng turned to Miao Miao Sui and said, "Little sister, I have decided to take you on as my maid. You have no objections, I hope?" Miao Miao Sui replied obediently, "As long as you are willing to take me in, I have no objections." Nodding, Lin Feng continued, "Very well. I shall temporarily place you within my space ring. Once the time is right, I will release you." With a wave of his hand, he drew Miao Miao Sui into his ring's space. He recalled that Feng Qing'er had mentioned his space ring could only store lifeless objects. Living beings, whether human or animal, could only enter but not exit. At this moment, Lin Feng had yet to decide how to manage this little girl. Perhaps it would be best for her to stay in his ring space for a while, and they could address other matters later. His decision to take Miao Miao Sui stemmed from both sympathy for her plight and the desire for her to assist him and his companions. It might also serve to provide her with companionship, alleviating Feng Qing'er's tendency to indulge in gluttony and slumber without any semblance of a cultivator's demeanor. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that he had not visited the ring's space in a long while. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to explore it once more. Upon entering, he was surprised to find a river had inexplicably appeared, stretching endlessly before him. Strangely, the water was a pale blue. What could this possibly mean? Lin Feng certainly would not hastily drink from this river. What if the water were toxic? He called out to Feng Qing'er, "Little sister, what is the meaning of this river? Where did it come from?" Feng Qing'er cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "You truly lack discernment. This is the divine spring water from the celestial realm, which offers immense benefits to cultivators. Even for ordinary mortals like yourselves, consuming this spring water can not only extend your lifespan, but also heal certain mild ailments. It is, without a doubt, a priceless treasure." Lin Feng could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Such fortune exists? If I were to package this spring water and sell it to the wealthy, wouldn't I instantly become a billionaire? Feng Qing'er seemed to see through his thoughts and looked at him with even greater disdain. Money, money, money. Your mind is solely occupied with making a profit. Can't you aspire to something more noble? Lin Feng, feeling slightly embarrassed from her contempt, retorted, "What pursuits can mere mortals have? It's nothing but wealth, power, or beauty. I refuse to believe anyone can resist these temptations." Feng Qing'er scoffed. "It is merely a reflection of your limited perspective. Once you cultivate to the point of transcending the void and wielding supreme power, you will naturally cease to cling to the trivialities of the mortal world." Lin Feng raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. You girls are all the same, always stirring up trouble, declaring what is acceptable and what is not, so long as you have a point." He then turned to Miao Miao Sui and said, "Little sister, for now, please endure a bit and share your life with this gluttonous girl for a while. If you desire any food or drink, just let me know, and I will certainly fulfill your wishes." Miao Miao Sui nodded silently. At this moment, Feng Qing'er was visibly displeased. The food in this space belonged to her, yet she was now expected to share half with someone else. It truly vexed her, and the words "unhappy" were written all over her face. Lin Feng quickly smiled at Feng Qing'er. All right, little sister, please don't be upset. In the future, I will buy double the food and drink. You two can each have a portion, and I promise I will not slight either of you." Feng Qing'er pouted, "That is more like it." Suddenly, Lin Feng had a whimsical idea and decided to seek the source of this river. However, after searching for a long time, he could not find its origin. "Forget it. If I can't find it, then so be it," he thought, feeling too lazy to expend further effort. He then returned to the real world and sought out Wang Yuyan. Lin Feng addressed her, "Miss, what shall we do now?" Wang Yuyan replied, "I want to call home to reassure them that I am safe, so they need not worry, and then we can devise a plan for our rescue." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt that her suggestion was reasonable. It also provided him an opportunity to conveniently return home with Miss Wang. However, this cursed place had no signal. It was impossible to make an ordinary call, let alone an international long-distance one. Fortunately, Lin Feng discovered a satellite phone in the villa. He promptly handed the satellite phone to Wang Yuyan, urging her to call her family immediately. Wang Yuyan took the satellite phone and quickly dialed the number for the Wang family in Kyoto. At that moment, in the Wang family villa in Kyoto, all the members were gathered around a sickbed, silent and grave, each face etched with concern. The air was thick with a sense of impending doom, as if it might erupt at any moment. Not long ago, the elder of the Wang family had heard news of his precious granddaughter's plane crash, and to this day, her whereabouts remained unknown, with her life hanging in the balance. The already ailing Wang elder could not bear this blow and had collapsed, teetering on the brink of death. Barely clinging to life, the Wang elder had 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest son, Wang Mufeng, aged 46, had never been fond of studies and barely managed to obtain a bachelor's degree. After graduating, he was assigned to work at the Wang family's jewelry branch in Southeast Asia and now serves as the general manager for the Asia-Pacific region. The younger son, Wang Tianfeng, had always been keen on martial pursuits, but his academic performance was dismal. He was later sent into the military through the elder's connections, but tragically perished during an international peacekeeping mission at the young age of 32, leaving no descendants. As for Wang elder's daughter, Wang Qingqing, she had early on married a renowned billionaire in Hong Kong through a political alliance, relying on the family's influence. Without such backing, the younger generation of the Wang family would be no different from any ordinary individual in society. If not for the support of the Wang elder, their business endeavors, both within China and globally, would not run so smoothly. After all, any prominent figure in China would have to show respect to the elder, a founding figure of the nation. Furthermore, the elder's eldest son had only one daughter, Wang Yuyan, while his younger daughter, Wang Qingqing, had become a married woman. And since her marriage, the two families had little contact beyond business dealings. Excluding Zhao Yaoding, the adopted son of the elder, Wang Yuyan remained the sole granddaughter. Chapter 58. Endeavors to rescue the little granddaughter. With such events unfolding, the Wang family found themselves at a loss, each member's face reflecting their despair. Just then, the phone in the villa's living room rang unexpectedly. Mama Sun, sitting on the sofa, sprang up to answer the call. Mama Sun had served the Wang family for many years, having watched Wang Yuyan grow up. In her heart, she regarded Wang Yuyan as her own granddaughter. Since learning of the plane crash, Mama Sun had wept daily, unable to eat or sleep. Waiting in the living room for the day, she would receive a call from Wang Yuyan. As Mama Sun trembled and lifted the phone, she was overjoyed to hear the familiar voice of Wang Yuyan on the other end. In that instant, Mama Sun felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. "Ah, miss. Are you alive? Are you all right? Where are you? Please tell Mama Sun." Wang Yuyan chuckled. "Do not worry, Mama Sun. I am perfectly fine. By the way, how is the elder? Please hand the phone to him. I have something to discuss." Mama Sun, not daring to delay, rushed to the elder's side and handed him the phone. "Elder, it's Miss Wang's call. She is alive and wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing Mama Sun's words, everyone present was overwhelmed with astonishment, some unable to believe their ears. Wang Mufeng gazed anxiously at Mama Sun. "Mama Sun, is what you said true? My daughter is truly alive?" Wiping her tears, Mama Sun joyfully affirmed, "Indeed, it is true. The person who just called is undoubtedly Miss Wang." Despite Mama Sun's words, Wang Mufeng still felt incredulous. Meanwhile, the Wang elder, who had been lying on the sickbed, appeared to be on the verge of death, as if he could expire at any moment. However, upon hearing the news that his beloved granddaughter was still alive, the venerable elder of the Wang family, Wang Zhenghua, suddenly widened his weary eyes. With a swift motion, he sat up from his sickbed and seized the telephone from Sun Mama's hand. In a grave tone, he inquired, "Wang Yuyan, my dear granddaughter, where are you now? Have you encountered any dangers? Are you injured in any way?" Wang Yuyan pouted and replied, "Oh dear. Are you interrogating a criminal? I have just narrowly escaped death, and you speak to me in such a manner, which truly saddens my heart." Realizing his granddaughter was merely throwing a tantrum, the elder, far from being angered, patiently coaxed her. "All right, my sweet granddaughter, cease this bickering with your grandfather. Please tell me where you are, so I can arrange for someone to come and fetch you." Wang Yuyan then recounted her recent experiences in detail. After listening, the elder pondered momentarily before devising a brilliant plan. He calmly informed Wang Yuyan, "I understand now. I shall notify the military's extraction department to pinpoint your location and dispatch an elite special forces unit to immediately fly to northern Myanmar to rescue you. Remember, do not wander aimlessly to avoid losing your position. If you encounter any armed personnel or warlords in northern Myanmar, you may need to bribe them. Try to avoid direct confrontation. We will address any issues once our special forces arrive." Indeed, Wang Zhenghua, a seasoned veteran, swiftly organized the situation with remarkable precision, leaving no room for error. After giving his granddaughter a few more instructions, he hurriedly ended the call. Once the line was disconnected, he contemplated for a moment before dialing a number to an old comrade in arms, Hu Zhongnan. In their younger days, they had shared meals from the same pot and fought through bloodshed side by side as brothers in adversity. Their bond was indeed forged in the crucible of hardship. Hu Zhongnan had now risen to become the commanding officer of a military district in a province in northwest Huaxia, a figure of renown known as the King of the Northwest. Wang Zhenghua knew well that although the Wang family was one of the four great families of the capital, wielding significant influence, they needed local military assistance to rescue his granddaughter from northern Myanmar. However, the challenge lay in the fact that local forces might not be inclined to lend their support to him due to the inherent risks they faced in disobeying military orders for a personal matter. Given the severity of the consequences, few would dare to take such a risk. As the saying goes, a county official is not as good as a local officer. With no other recourse, Wang Zhenghua reluctantly sought the help of his old friend. Fortunately, upon hearing of Wang Yuyan's plight, Hu Zhongnan readily agreed to deploy troops to northern Myanmar to rescue her. This gesture deeply moved Wang Zhenghua, who choked up with emotion as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude over the phone. "Old Hu, I truly must thank you this time for not forgetting your old comrade." Soon, Hu Zhongnan's dismissive voice echoed through the receiver. "You old codger, I considered you a brother. How dare you say such things to me? We're brothers, after all. Even if I were to face severe consequences, I would undoubtedly assist you with this matter. Now, stop lamenting and await my good news at home." With that, he hung up the phone. Finally, Wang Zhenghua could breathe a sigh of relief, no longer worried about any last-minute changes from his ally. For men like them, who had spent a lifetime in the military, their word was their bond. Once a promise was made, it would be honored regardless of the circumstances. In a sudden uplift of spirits, Wang Zhenghua, who had not enjoyed a proper meal in ages and had been subsisting solely on nutritional fluids, found his appetite rekindled. He waved his hand grandly, instructing the servants to prepare a sumptuous feast, craving a hearty meal of leeks. Chapter 59. Entering the mountains of northern Myanmar. Returning to Lin Feng, he asked Wang Yuyan, "How did it go, young lady? What did your grandfather say?" Wang Yuyan replied, "Grandpa advised us to exercise utmost caution and to avoid any conflicts with the local warlords while patiently awaiting the rescue from the Huaxia military." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "That's all well and good, but where exactly shall we rendezvous with the Huaxia military?" Wang Yuyan suggested. Instead of waiting idly here, we might as well head to a larger city in northern Myanmar. This way, the Huaxia military can more easily pinpoint our location. Lin Feng had no objections. He had long grown weary of the small town and yearned to explore other regions of northern Myanmar. After all, this town was no larger than the palm of one's hand, and certainly less substantial than any rural area in Huaxia. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something and curiously asked Wang Yuyan, "By the way, where is your advisor, Lu Huan? He seems quite capable and likely has a military background. Why isn't he with you?" With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Yuyan lamented, "Oh, don't even mention it. The more I talk, the more I want to cry. I had intended to board the plane with Uncle Lu for mutual support, but on the day before our departure, his wife fell ill, and he rushed to the hospital to care for her. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament, narrowly escaping death only to be captured by that vile gang leader, who wanted me to become his concubine. It's infuriating." Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at her plight. "You truly owe me your gratitude. If I hadn't fortuitously stumbled upon you and rescued you from the lair of the Viper gang, you might never have seen your family again. Imagine, in just a few years, you could have been forced to bear a whole brood of children for someone else. It's a disgrace for a well-bred young lady like you to end up as a mere tool for someone else's desires." This remark infuriated Wang Yuyan, who pinched Lin Feng's side with all her might, puffing her cheeks in indignation. "You, Lin Feng, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I had always regarded you as a gentleman. It seems I was blind." Lin Feng, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "How can you be this way? I went out of my way to save your life. Yet instead of expressing gratitude, you repay my kindness with ingratitude. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have left you to bear the consequences of your actions, letting you bear a litter of little drug lords for that vile trafficker." Wang Yuyan, blushing with embarrassment, retorted, "Get lost. Even if I were to sew myself up, I would never bear a child with anyone else." Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Lin Feng dared not tease her further, knowing he couldn't win an argument with her, and as a man, he would not resort to physical means. He covered his face with his hand, feigning a look of helplessness as he sighed. Men should never attempt to reason with women, for they are utterly oblivious to the nature of reason. This is a painfully profound realization. Wang Yuyan's face flushed as she shot him a fierce glare, choosing not to engage with him any longer. Subsequently, Lin Feng made another visit to the general store, requesting a map of the northern region of Myanmar from the store owner, Mr. Wang. According to the map, the closest city to the border of Huaxia was named Pingan City, situated approximately 40 to 50 kilometers away, necessitating passage through a vast mountainous area, potentially teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts, where a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. However, Lin Feng was undeterred by such dangers. In this era, humans were far more formidable than wild beasts, especially in a place like northern Myanmar, known for its ruthless savagery. Thus, he prepared to embark on the journey with Wang Yuyan, riding on his second-hand motorcycle. Yet, Wang Yuyan, an enthusiast for speed, could not resist the allure of Lin Feng's motorcycle and insisted on riding it herself. With no choice but to acquiesce, Lin Feng thought to himself that as long as a beautiful woman was involved, it mattered little who rode or who sat behind. Thus, the pair set off on the motorcycle, swiftly entering the mountainous terrain of northern Myanmar. Approximately half an hour later, they found themselves unable to continue riding and had to dismount, relying on their own legs to traverse the path. Lin Feng turned to Wang Yuyan and asked, "Hey, little beauty, do you need any self-defense weapons? If you want, I can provide you with a useful armament, so that should you encounter any danger along the way, you won't be utterly defenseless." Wang Yuyan's eyes sparkled with interest. "What do you have? Show me." With an air of theatricality, Lin Feng muttered an incantation, and in the next moment, a razor-sharp katana appeared in his hand, a trophy from his last encounter with a certain Japanese adversary, Fujita. This astonishing display left Wang Yuyan in awe, her jaw dropping as she gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "Wow, young Master Lin, are you performing magic? How on earth did you conjure such a sharp katana? Or did you hide it in some secret place on your body?" Wang Yuyan had heard tales of martial artists capable of swallowing swords and later regurgitating them. Could it be that Lin Feng possessed such remarkable skills? Faced with her probing inquiries, Lin Feng felt reluctant to elaborate. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known better, he would not have showcased his abilities in front of her. What if he inadvertently revealed his spatial powers? It seemed prudent for him to maintain a lower profile in the presence of outsiders and avoid ostentation, lest he attract unwanted attention. With a sigh, he said, "Oh, must you pester me with so many questions? You sound just like a nagging old woman. Some matters of the martial world are best left undisclosed. Do you think those who earn their living by such skills would freely share their secrets?" Wang Yuyan rolled her eyes dramatically. "Fine, I won't pry any further. It's not like I'm particularly interested. But what about you? Aren't you going to carry a weapon for your own protection? Lin Feng chuckled. It's of no consequence. I'm quite all right. As he spoke, he pulled out a burlap sack and retrieved an assault rifle from within, proudly displaying it before her. I have an AK. That suffices. Wang Yuyin was momentarily taken aback. You miser. How could you not offer me a gun when you possess one, instead giving me a mere katana? This won't do. I demand a trade. Lin Feng, growing impatient, replied, All right, enough of this. You, as a lady, have no need for a firearm. Besides, even if I gave it to you, would you know how to operate it? Wang Yuyin retorted defiantly, Don't underestimate me. I've spent years in a military academy. I could handle not just an assault rifle, but tanks and artillery as well. Lin Feng was left speechless by her bravado. With a resigned tone, he remarked, Fortunately, in our Huaxia, boasting is not a crime, or else you'd find yourself in serious trouble. As they ventured deeper into the mountainous region of northern Myanmar, Lin Feng and Wang Yuyin soon found themselves lost. They wandered for several hours, from dawn until dusk, their legs weary and aching, yet upon glancing back, they realized they seemed to be going in circles. The surroundings appeared unchanged. Towering trees and grass taller than a person provided no useful landmarks. Lin Feng, bolstered by his phoenix powers, found traversing the rugged terrain a trivial matter. He could run through the mountains carrying a bull without breaking a sweat. However, Wang Yuyin was not so fortunate. Having grown accustomed to the comforts of urban life, she found the ordeal overwhelming. Suddenly, she plopped down onto the ground, bursting into tears. I can't go on. I'm starving, and my stomach feels like it's gnawing at my insides. I need food and water, or I'll surely perish from hunger and thirst. Seeing her in distress, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Her once vibrant red dress was now soiled, resembling nothing more than a beggar on the street. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a clean outfit from his spatial ring and offered it to her. Miss Wang, please find a secluded spot and change into this. With your current appearance, anyone who sees us might think we are eloping as a pair of wild doves. As for food and drink, fret not. I will find a way to ensure you are not left hungry. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would help with her sustenance, Wang Yuyin perked up. Really? I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. I'm truly on the verge of starvation. If you dare deceive me, I will tear you apart. Lin Feng replied with exasperation, Why would I lie to you? Wang Yuyin, touched by his words, said no more and obediently went to change her clothes. Seizing the opportunity while she was occupied, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved the carcass of the slain wolf king from his spatial ring, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. It would provide ample sustenance for quite some time. He then climbed a nearby tree and gathered several tons of fresh wild fruits as appetizers. After a while, Wang Yuyin emerged, dressed in new attire, and approached Lin Feng. Upon noticing the lifeless body of the wolf king at his feet, she was momentarily taken aback. Wow, such a massive wild wolf. Where on earth did you acquire this? You're truly impressive. Lin Feng, feeling quite proud, flicked his long hair with a touch of arrogance. Eager to impress the young lady, he proclaimed with a hint of swagger, Oh, this is nothing. To be frank, my uncle was once a hunter. On a typical week, he could bring down 1,000 pounds of game. If all the hunters in our village banded together, we could easily secure 1,000,000 pounds of prey in a month. Absolutely no problem. At that moment, Wang Yuyin, famished to the point of distraction, had little inclination to ponder the veracity of Lin Feng's claims. All right, enough chatter. Let's quickly start a fire and roast this wild wolf. By the way, I've never tasted roasted wolf meat before. I wonder what it's like. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, remaining silent. He then gathered a substantial amount of dry twigs and branches from the surroundings. Fortunately, it was late October, and the rainy season in northern Myanmar had long since passed. Had it been otherwise, even if they had food, the rain-soaked wood would have been unusable. As for his fire control skills, such an extraordinary ability was not something he intended to flaunt in front of others. It would be far too conspicuous. What if this young lady blabbed about it to someone else? He certainly didn't want to end up in a laboratory, treated like a lab rat by some specialized department in Huaxia. Thus, Lin Feng proceeded in a conventional manner, retrieving a lighter from his pocket to ignite the kindling. He instructed Wang Yuyin to help stoke the fire while he expertly eviscerated the wolf king's carcass and carried it to a nearby stream to wash the meat thoroughly. Using the bone knife he had purchased earlier, Lin Feng meticulously sliced the wolf meat into cubes resembling tofu. He then skewered the pieces with sturdy twigs, arranging them over the fire to grill. Within 5 minutes, the tantalizing aroma of roasted wolf skewers wafted through the air. Upon catching the scent, Wang Yuyin couldn't help but salivate, hastily grabbing a skewer and devouring it without a second thought, despite the heat. Lin Feng, unfazed, also took a generous portion of the skewers and began to indulge. Suddenly, he remembered the various seasonings stored within his spatial ring. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Yuyin was engrossed in her feast, he discreetly retrieved several bottles of pepper and cumin salt from his space. He sprinkled them evenly over the skewers. When Wang Yuyan looked up unexpectedly, she was astonished to see Lin Feng conjuring several bottles of seasoning. Although a hint of surprise flickered in her mind, she had grown accustomed to his antics. After all, she was currently enjoying the fruits of his labor, and it would be wise to adopt a more humble demeanor, lest she appear ungrateful. With a sweet voice, she ventured, Lin Gongzi, could you possibly share some of your seasonings with me? Please. Lin Feng, being someone who preferred gentleness over forcefulness, was easily swayed when addressed kindly. Moreover, the fact that she was a stunning beauty only added to his reluctance to refuse her. He set the seasonings on the ground and said, choose whatever flavors you like. I won't interfere. Elated, Wang Yuyan eagerly picked up a bottle of cumin and sprinkled it over her skewer before taking a bite. To her delight, the addition of cumin significantly muted the gaminess of the roasted wolf meat, making it far more palatable. As they relished their meal, casual conversation flowed between them. Lin Gongzi, she inquired, I heard you were previously running a grocery store. What prompted your abrupt shift to the antique trade? Also, how much did you earn on average per month from your grocery business? Lin Feng scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Well, the truth is, running a grocery store just wasn't profitable. I wouldn't blame you for laughing, but during my time there, I worked tirelessly and barely made 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, and that's without factoring in rent. If you did include that, there would be no profit at all, perhaps even a loss. Experts online say that high salaries for young people hinder their development. So I had no choice but to change careers, to avoid displeasing those so-called experts. Wang Yuyan burst into laughter at his words. What? Is that a kind of Chinese dad joke? Ha ha ha. Just like that, they continued to eat and drink, and before they knew it, 2 to 3 hours had passed. After finishing their hearty wolf meat feast, they rinsed their mouths by the riverbank, then lay back on the ground, gazing up at the sky while patting their bellies to aid digestion. Lin Feng observed Wang Yuyan's adorably innocent demeanor, reflecting on how this young lady surprisingly possessed such a down-to-earth side. Truly remarkable. Chapter 61, Encountering a Fairy. At that moment, Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of extraterrestrial electrolyte water from his space, discreetly pouring out its contents and replacing it with the spiritual spring water from his own realm, then handed it to Wang Yuyan. Lady Wang, here is a bottle for you to drink. This water replenishes the body's trace elements. I wouldn't offer it to anyone else. Wang Yuyan rolled her eyes. Humph, since when did a purveyor of antiques turn into a salesman? Is this your side hustle? Lin Feng retorted playfully, oh, you don't want it? Fine, I'll drink it myself. If you're thirsty, go ahead and drink from the river. I'm not eager to curry favor with you. Wang Yuyan thought to herself, no matter the brand, this mineral water would certainly be more refreshing than river water. Since he had offered it, she had no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, she accepted the bottle from Lin Feng, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one go. After consuming the spiritual spring water, she soon felt an invigorating surge of energy, as if she had boundless strength coursing through her. Her skin appeared visibly brighter. With not a wrinkle in sight, she looked as fresh and radiant as a perfectly peeled boiled egg. At that moment, Wang Yuyan resembled a youthful girl of 16 or 17. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless at her breathtaking beauty, his heart racing with excitement. He had not anticipated that the spiritual spring water from his space would possess such miraculous properties. Not only did it alleviate fatigue, but it also enhanced one's complexion, far surpassing the effects of expensive beauty treatments from high-end clinics, with no adverse side effects to boot. If he were to reveal the wonders of this spiritual spring water, he could only imagine the frenzy it would incite among wealthy women eager to obtain it. In truth, he had initially intended to let Wang Yuyan take a sip of the spring water to ascertain whether it was indeed poisonous or safe for consumption. Now, it appeared that his apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Upon noticing Lin Feng's somewhat dazed expression, Wang Yuyan immediately became vigilant, feigning seriousness as she admonished him. You impudent boy, I advise you to behave yourself. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts or actions towards me. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. However, Lin Feng merely chuckled nonchalantly. Look at you, so suspicious and paranoid. It's clear you are projecting your own misgivings onto others, seeing malice in everyone. How can you even say such things? Is it a common trait among women to harbor such delusions of persecution? Wang Yuyan felt a blush creep to her cheeks upon hearing his words. Leaving her momentarily speechless, Lin Feng continued, all right, since we have feasted and quenched our thirst, should we continue our journey or rest here? You make the call. Wang Yuyan glanced up. The sky was rapidly darkening, obscuring the mountain path ahead. If they pressed on, they could easily encounter unforeseen dangers. It would be wiser to rest for the night, recuperate, and set off at dawn. Thus, she softly suggested, in my opinion, we should refrain from traveling tonight, and instead take a proper rest here. We can set out early tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, indifferent to the decision, simply respecting the preferences of Miss Wang. After all, As the heiress of the illustrious Wang family of the capital, he felt it necessary to treat her with utmost consideration. If she ever felt inclined to repay his kindness, a mere handful of coins would suffice to ensure his comfort for the rest of his life. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, startling Wang Yuyan, who was taken aback and momentarily at a loss. He then added several logs to the fire, ensuring it would burn brightly throughout the night, for the temperature in the mountains could plummet dramatically after sundown, often dropping below freezing. Without proper preparation, they could find themselves frozen come morning. Initially, they lay some distance apart, each finding a clean patch of ground to rest. However, within mere minutes, Wang Yuyan could no longer bear the cold, tossing and turning restlessly on the grass. With no other option, she finally mustered the courage to rise and approach Lin Feng, lying down beside him without hesitation. She then wrapped her arm around his, resting her head against his chest. Lin Feng, noticing her proximity, couldn't resist teasing, "Miss Wang, I must clarify that it was you who chose to lie down with me. I did not pursue you. You mustn't deny this later, akin to that girl in a certain university library who falsely accused me of harassment." Wang Yuyan, taken aback by his words, replied dismissively, How dare you accuse me of paranoia? If anyone here has delusions, it is you. Do I strike you as the type to behave in such a manner? Rest assured, though I am a girl, my principles are sound. I can discern right from wrong without your guidance, and I would never act like a shrew to provoke you." Her words eased Lin Feng's mind somewhat. Observing Wang Yuyan's obedient demeanor, he felt an inexplicable urge to ruffle her hair. Surprisingly, she did not mind his playful gestures, instead curling up comfortably in his embrace, reminiscent of a child being soothed to sleep by a grandparent's gentle touch. Thus, they spent the night in silence. Morning arrived, and they rose early, preparing themselves by a small river. Suddenly, a group of peculiar figures approached, resembling mythical creatures. Lin Feng, alerted by the commotion, looked up to see several women with serpentine tails, half human, half snake, chattering animatedly in a language he could not comprehend. Upon realizing their appearance, Lin Feng was struck with alarm, pondering if they had indeed encountered monsters. Even he, a strong man, felt a twinge of fear. What more could be said for Wang Yuyan, a delicate girl? She instinctively sought refuge behind him, trembling and silent. As he scrutinized the snake women, he noted their feminine attire and stunning beauty, each possessing fair skin and graceful figures clad in ancient garments, their lower bodies culminating in long serpentine tails. Undoubtedly, they were sirens of sorts. Yet, Lin Feng was unaware of their intentions for approaching them at such an early hour. Chapter 62, The Queen of Medusa. With a surge of determination, Lin Feng seized a nearby firearm, aiming it at the enchanting serpent women before him, finding solace in the power it represented. After all, even if they were indeed supernatural beings, they could not withstand bullets. Gathering his courage, he inquired, "Hey, you lot, what brings you here? From whence do you come?" His words elicited confused glances among the snake women, who appeared not to comprehend his question. Yet, they showed no inclination to let them pass, instead blocking their path. Lin Feng, realizing the language barrier left him at a disadvantage, felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, the enchanting snake women seemed to harbor no malice, nor any intent to harm them. Wang Yuyan, still hidden behind Lin Feng, timidly asked, "What should we do now?" Lin Feng shot her an exasperated glance. "If you ask me, who else can I turn to for answers?" Just as they were at a loss, another serpent woman emerged from the woods, appearing to be in her early 20s. Adorned in a splendid Tang Dynasty gown, her flowing red attire accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was elegantly styled, and she sported exquisite features, her lips a striking shade of red, embodying the essence of classical beauty. The snake tail that followed her was adorned with iridescent scales. A sight to behold, she was simply breathtaking. In an instant, Lin Feng was left speechless, standing there in a daze, his mind a blank slate. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I supposed to do? Do not say that Lin Feng, a robust man, is the only one to experience feelings of envy and jealousy. Even someone as distinguished as Wang Yuyan, a lady of high birth, upon witnessing the celestial beauty of this enchanting maiden, cannot help but feel a twinge of unexplainable sourness in her heart. At that moment, Wang Yuyan was inexplicably overcome by a sensation she could not quite articulate. As for the serpent woman, she first chastised her fellow female serpent demons before suddenly casting a glance at Lin Feng, her exquisite eyes sparkling with surprise. The other female serpent demons, upon seeing this serpent maiden, immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, bowing their heads in silence. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. With no one daring to utter a word, it was eerily quiet. After a considerable pause, the serpent maiden finally spoke. "Greetings, two humans. I am a descendant of the ancient Tianxi clan, and our kin has resided upon this land for a full 100,000 years. Since a large number of humans ventured into these mountains over 80 years ago, I have not encountered your kind again. It is truly remarkable to meet you humans once more." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng pondered whether she was referring to the time during World War II when the armies of China and Britain fought together against the forces of the East in the wild mountains of Myanmar. If one were to calculate the time, it indeed aligns with events from over 80 years ago. However, Lin Feng did not dwell on this, as those events were nearly a century past, and he was unaware of his whereabouts back then. Nonetheless, the Serpent Maiden had just indicated that they were in her territory, and it was somewhat inappropriate for him to have intruded so carelessly. Thus, he felt a slight sense of guilt. With a forced smile, Lin Feng said, "My sincerest apologies. It is entirely our oversight for inadvertently trespassing into your domain. I hope you, esteemed lady, will not hold this against us. We shall take our leave immediately and ensure we do not disturb you further." The Serpent Maiden slightly furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by that? I have no intention of blaming you. In fact, I would like to invite you both to visit our serpent tribe for a proper tour, and ideally, you could stay for a few days. In your human terms, this is akin to welcoming friends from afar, is it not a joy?" Lin Feng's face flushed, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "If only you had mentioned this sooner. I thought you had come to deal with us. But it turns out you wish to invite us as guests. What a false alarm." He then inquired of the Serpent Maiden, "May I ask how to address you? Fair celestial sister? And why did you instruct your subordinates to obstruct our passage?" The Serpent Maiden replied, "I am Medusa, the reigning queen of the ancient Tianxi clan. You may refer to me as Queen Medusa. As for why my subordinates sought to halt your advance, it is due to the quality of the waters of the river beneath your feet. While suitable for washing, it is strictly forbidden for consumption. Otherwise." Medusa abruptly paused, a peculiar expression crossing her face, leaving her words unspoken. Lin Feng, curious, pressed, "Otherwise what? Please do elaborate." With a slight smile, Queen Medusa continued, "You may not be aware, but our ancient Tianxi clan descends from the primordial beasts of the ancient wilderness. Our lineage has a notably poor reproductive capacity, as all our kin are female, with not a single male among us, making our numbers exceedingly rare. Thus, for us to bear offspring, we must first attain the late golden core stage of cultivation and then drink from the waters of this river, which provides a mere 1100 chance of conception. My subordinates merely wish to advise you against drinking from this river." Medusa's explanation left Wang Yuyan utterly bewildered. "What is this river? What is this golden core stage? I do not comprehend a single word you are saying." Lin Feng chuckled and turned to her. "Have you ever read Journey to the West? It recounts how Tang Sung and his disciples accidentally drank from the river outside the city of the Western Liang Kingdom, leading to Tang Sung and Zhu Beiji both becoming pregnant. It was only through the efforts of the Monkey King retrieving water from the birth-return spring that the situation was resolved." "Oh, I see." Wang Yuyan nodded thoughtfully. Yet soon after, a new question arose. "And what exactly is this golden core?" Lin Feng replied, "The golden core refers to a level within the cultivation realm, but it is not something I can succinctly explain to you in just a few words. When you find the time, read a few more cultivation-themed web novels, and you will understand. Frankly, I am too lazy to delve into explanations, fearing you may bombard me with questions." Wang Yuyan glared at him. "As if I would listen to your explanations. Don't flatter yourself. I have no interest in your explanations." After a while, Lin Feng asked, "You claim to be the queen of the serpent people, Medusa, yet the Medusa I have seen in films is horrifically ugly, with snakes for hair and a terrifying power that petrifies anyone who meets her gaze." Queen Medusa, hearing this, proudly lifted her chin and retorted, "Humph. Then please open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Am I truly so ugly? And have you turned to stone yet?" With audacity, Lin Feng glanced into Queen Medusa's eyes, and after a few seconds, he realized his body had not petrified. What could this mean? Medusa, in stark contrast to the grotesque depiction, resembled a celestial being, utterly devoid of any ugliness. Anyone who laid eyes upon her, regardless of gender, would surely feel envy and admiration. Medusa nonchalantly explained, "The Medusa you speak of is likely the one from the ancient primordial era, which has no bearing on me today." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of understanding wash over him. "Ah, so you are not the same person. This is akin to seeking Zhou Shuren while having no connection to me, Lu Sun." Embarrassment crept over him as he sheepishly said, "I apologize, Your Majesty. I misjudged you. Please do not be angry." Queen Medusa pouted, "That is more like it." Lin Feng then queried, "May I ask where your serpent tribe resides? Let us depart at once, for I wish to witness firsthand how your kind lives." Medusa nodded in agreement, saying nothing further, and turned to beckon them to follow closely so they would not get lost. Although this half-human, half-serpent queen could only walk by undulating her serpentine tail, she traversed the rugged mountain paths with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Lin Feng and Wang Yuyan found themselves exerting every ounce of strength just to keep pace with her. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a vast cave. Before this cave, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, completely obstructing the path into the cave. Before them, the Queen Medusa waved her hand, conjuring her mystical powers, and the waterfall swiftly parted in the middle, revealing a damp and winding path reminiscent of a goat's trail. Lin Feng gazed at this narrow pathway, which barely measured 20 to 30 centimeters, no wider than his own ribcage, and was slick with vibrant green moss. Below lay an unfathomable abyss. Cloaked in darkness, its depth an enigma. A misstep could result in disappearance, leaving no trace behind. Faced with this precarious path, Lin Feng was instantly filled with trepidation. He was not inclined to take such risks, especially since he harbored a slight fear of heights. As for Wang Yuyan, her apprehension was even greater, being so youthful. She had no desire to meet an untimely demise, as she aspired to live a long and prosperous life. Observing their hesitance, Queen Medusa suggested, "If you are frightened, perhaps my subjects could carry you across. You need not worry, you shall be safe." With a flick of her wrist, two enchanting serpent maidens swiftly approached, turning their bodies and offering their backs for the duo to climb upon. Lin Feng, without hesitation, mounted one of the serpent maidens, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He felt two soft protrusions brushing against his arms, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. After all, it was his first experience riding upon the back of a maiden. This sensation was undeniably delightful. Wang Yuyan cast a disdainful glance at him, remaining silent as she cautiously settled onto the other serpent maiden, ensuring she wouldn't be inadvertently thrown off. Approximately 10 minutes later, they successfully traversed the tunnel and arrived at the heart of the serpent tribe. Lin Feng reluctantly dismounted from the serpent maiden's back and glanced around, discovering an expansive plain that appeared almost semi-desertified. The climate was arid, with only a few resilient plants sparsely dotting the landscape. Throughout this vast, barren expanse, countless caves of various sizes protruded from the ground, serving as the dwellings of the serpent folk. While the caves shared a similar appearance, their sizes varied. Some larger caves were adorned with beautiful gemstones, standing out vividly against the desolate background. Notably, the smaller caves were mostly clustered at the periphery, situated in secluded locations, devoid of any embellishments. Lin Feng mused that this must be the way the serpent tribe distinguished social classes. The notion of hierarchy existed not solely in the human realm. In truth, every species exhibits a hierarchy of sorts. In human society, for instance, commoners toil endlessly, merely serving the interests of concrete and steel, while the affluent remain perpetually prosperous. For any ordinary person yearning for ascendance, they find themselves ensnared by the elite above and the complexities of society below, ultimately compelled to bow their heads in submission, lest they choose a path of self-destruction. Among the multitude of caves, the most striking was a grand cavern at the center, measuring at least 10 zhang in length and 5 zhang in width. The entrance was encrusted with an array of gemstones, including agate and jade, which radiated a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Unsurprisingly, this cavern was undoubtedly the abode of Queen Medusa, with the queen leading the way. The two ventured toward the grand cavern. Inside, the spacious hall was furnished with exquisite mahogany furniture, wangwali armchairs, and other common furnishings, all crafted from various rare woods. In Myanmar, where these precious materials are abundant, they are regarded as commonplace by the locals, not to mention by a tribe of beings that scarcely comprehend the concept of currency. Queen Medusa addressed her guests. "You must be weary from your journey. Why not rest here for a few days? I shall ensure you are well accommodated." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Of course, that sounds splendid. I happen to have some questions I wish to pose to you." The queen gently nodded. "Very well. I shall instruct my servants to prepare tonight's meal. We can converse afterward." With that, Queen Medusa gracefully exited the cavern. Soon after, a throng of serpent maidens surged in, their curiosity piqued by the presence of the two unfamiliar humans. Lin Feng, in particular, became the center of attention among the serpent maidens, for in their ancient lineage of celestial serpents, only females existed. The maidens chattered excitedly among themselves, their enthusiasm palpable. Unfortunately, Lin Feng could not decipher their words and found himself seeking assistance from the young girl, Feng Qinger. In his mind, Lin Feng inquired, "Feng Qing, can you enlighten me about the origins of Queen Medusa?" She retorted dismissively, "Did I not already inform you? Queen Medusa is a descendant of the ancient celestial serpents, akin to us, the ancient phoenixes, both being remnants of the primordial era's mystical beasts." "Ah, then she must be quite formidable. If you were to engage her in combat, what would your chances of victory be?" Lin Feng asked with a hint of intrigue. Feng Qinger replied with disdain, "That is obvious. Currently, I am merely a juvenile ancient phoenix. Even at my peak, I would only reach the late Yuaning stage, while Queen Medusa has lived for millions of years and is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. However, she appears to have sustained significant injuries. I can sense that her current cultivation is likely at the late or peak stage of the golden core, comparable to yours. Lin Feng, curious, queried. Given that you are both ancient magical beasts, why is there such a disparity in your strengths? You have only cultivated for a mere 100,000 years. Yet you surpass this ancient being who has existed for millions of years. Feng Qing'er responded with further disdain. Even within ancient magical beasts, there exists a hierarchy, much like the distinctions in your human world among the 5 major nations. If I were to cultivate for a few million years, I would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Lin Feng, contemplating her words, found them to possess merit. After a brief pause, he asked, "Then allow me to pose another question. Since you are both magical creatures, can you understand her language?" Feng Qing'er nodded affirmatively, of course. Elated, Lin Feng urged, "Please, translate for me what those serpent maidens are saying. Are they perhaps complimenting my appearance?" At this, Feng Qing'er sighed in exasperation. "Very well, I will tell you. The maidens are expressing their interest in becoming intimate with you, for you are no ordinary human. They sense my phoenix bloodline and the ice-sacred body of that woman named Miao Miao within you. If only I could amalgamate their celestial serpent bloodline with my heavenly phoenix lineage, the offspring produced would possess an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, perhaps even entering the nascent soul realm upon birth, or potentially even stronger." Upon hearing Feng Qing'er's words, Lin Feng was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. I shall not procreate with them. As a dignified human, how could I engage in such acts with a host of serpent demons? Who knows what kind of monstrosities they might produce? Feng Qing'er burst into laughter. "Of course, I would advise you against such an endeavor, otherwise. If a brood of peculiar beings, neither human nor demon, surrounded you calling you daddy, it would surely frighten you to death." Ha ha. As her words echoed, Lin Feng's mind involuntarily conjured a terrifying image, sending a shiver down his spine, making his body tremble uncontrollably. The thought was indeed too horrifying, too disruptive to one's worldview. Shortly thereafter, several serpent maidens arrived, bearing a lavish spread of food and drink. Among the offerings were bowls of boiled insects, dark and unfamiliar to Lin Feng, who dared not partake. Wang Yuyan glanced at them briefly before dismissing them entirely. They indulged in their meal, finishing not long after. It was not due to a lack of appetite, but because the dishes bore no flavor, preserving only their primal essence, allowing one to truly appreciate the authenticity of what they consumed. At that moment, Queen Medusa gracefully approached, bowing to the two. "Pray tell, esteemed guests, have you dined sufficiently? I wonder if tonight's fare suits your tastes?" Lin Feng and Wang Yuyan exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond. Lin Feng nodded, forcing a smile. "It was satisfactory, my gratitude for your generous hospitality, Your Majesty." Noticing that the hour was late, he sent Wang Yuyan off to freshen up and retire. While he intended to engage in a more profound conversation with Queen Medusa, Wang Yuyan, eager for the opportunity, promptly dashed away. Queen Medusa observed this human, clearly sensing he had something to discuss. She waved her hand, dismissing her attendants. In the cavernous hall, only the two of them remained. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng inquired, I noticed you seem injured. May I ask how you sustained your wounds?" Queen Medusa paused, slightly taken aback. "Oh, how did you discern that I am injured?" Lin Feng chuckled softly. "To be candid, I am also a cultivator. Not only can I perceive your injuries, but I can also discern what lies beneath your garments." At his words, Queen Medusa felt a flush creep to her cheeks. Yet she bore no ill will toward this human. Instead, she let out a melancholic sigh. "To be honest, in this wild man mountain, apart from our serpent tribe, 2 other tribes exist, the ancient giant ape tribe and the human tribe. My injuries were inflicted during a confrontation with the giant ape leader. Although I ultimately succeeded in slaying him, I sustained severe injuries that could take centuries, if not millennia, to heal." Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. "What? In this wild man mountain, besides your serpent tribe, there are other tribes?" Queen Medusa nodded gently. "Yes, the ancient giant ape tribe, like us, is an ancient beast that has survived since primordial times. Some of them, having ceased their cultivation, have devolved into ordinary animals, gradually evolving into the humans we see today." "Oh, so the ancient giant apes are our ancestors," Lin Feng mused thoughtfully. Queen Medusa nodded again, continuing, "As for the human tribe, they are merely common folk who fled here during the late Ming dynasty to escape the violence of soldiers and bandits. Fearing for their lives, they abandoned their homes and settled in this land. It has been several centuries since. Though this is a desolate wilderness, sparsely populated and lacking sustenance, filled with venomous beasts, it pales in comparison to the brutality of your humanity," she remarked. Lin Feng found himself in agreement. For instance, the Ming general Zhang Xianzhong, upon capturing a city, would order a massacre, committing unspeakable atrocities. Historical records estimate that he slaughtered hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians, leaving cities strewn with corpses and rivers running red with blood, sparing neither women nor children. Consequently, his legacy is deemed worse than that of notorious figures like Qin Hui, Song Huizong, and even the Empress Dowager Cixi of the late Qing dynasty, a veritable historical villain. Chapter 65, Tribal Conflict. Curious, Lin Feng asked. What is the relationship like between your serpent tribe, the ancient giant ape tribe, and the human tribe? After all this time living in this land, has no one discovered your existence? Queen Medusa replied, originally, our tribes maintained a peaceful coexistence, but the ancient giant ape tribe has frequently harassed us, often capturing our kin for their own cultivation. Although I managed to slay their leader, they soon elected another. In one-on-one combat, it would likely be an even match. Moreover, this wild man mountain is rife with toxic mists and countless venomous creatures, rendering it extremely perilous. Even if someone daring enough were to venture here, the odds of survival would be slim. At this, Queen Medusa's demeanor grew somber. Regrettably, I am currently gravely injured and unable to cultivate. Until my strength is restored to the nascent soul realm, I cannot confidently confront the new leader of the giant ape tribe. Lin Feng pressed further. Has this vile ancient giant ape tribe ever troubled the humans of the human tribe? Queen Medusa, her enchanting eyes fluttering, pondered before responding candidly. I recall that initially, many from the human tribe would mysteriously disappear while hunting, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Those missing individuals were, in fact, captured by the ancient giant ape tribe to be consumed as food. You see, humans possess an exceptionally pure essence of spiritual energy, making them a substantial supplement for cultivation. Consuming humans greatly accelerates their cultivation speed. Lin Feng, perplexed, countered, if what you say is true, having lived in the Huaxiao region all these years, I have never heard of any humans being devoured by monsters. To this, Queen Medusa rolled her eyes. That is because your military power is overwhelmingly formidable. Equipped with missiles and rocket artillery, I've heard of a weapon called an atomic bomb, capable of obliterating an entire city or island in an instant. Over 80 years ago, 2 atomic bombs detonated on the eastern coast of your Huaxia, and even we in the serpent tribe heard the commotion. Is that not terrifying? If your kind were devoid of such horrific nuclear weapons, do you think they would dare to feast upon you? They would likely devour you in one bite, crunching away as if you were merely a snack. Lin Feng listened to Queen Medusa's words, and at last, a look of enlightenment crossed his face as he nodded in understanding. The queen continued, it is indeed peculiar. Ever since the war erupted over 80 years ago in the region of the northern wilds, shortly thereafter, the humans of that tribe began to suffer from a strange affliction known as the feathering disease. Those afflicted would develop feather-like scales upon their bodies, and in the end, only a small fraction of them survived, while the majority transformed into terrifying monsters. Some of these creatures are so formidable that even I dare not provoke them, fearing that a single misstep could lead to my demise, let alone those ancient apes of exceptional intellect. They are not fools, always preying on the weak and vulnerable. After listening to Queen Medusa, Lin Feng nodded in agreement but remained silent. At that moment, 2 serpent maidens rushed in, their expressions fraught with panic as they bore a stretcher. One of the serpent maids, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "It is dire, my queen. Our kin from the serpent tribe have just suffered a surprise attack from the ancient apes. We fought valiantly, but some of our brethren were captured, and one has already been drained of life." Queen Medusa's fury erupted. What are the 2 elders, the green serpent and the white serpent, doing? I instructed them to maintain vigilant watch, yet such a calamity has befallen us. They are utterly culpable. Curious, Lin Feng glanced at the stretcher. There lay the corpse of a female serpent, now reduced to a mere skeleton, devoid of flesh and blood, resembling a mummy from the films. Your Majesty, what has happened to this serpent? How did she come to be in such a state? Lin Feng inquired urgently. Queen Medusa gritted her teeth. It is the wretched ancient apes. In their pursuit of power, they drained the life force from our kin, leaving them as mere husks. Oh, akin to the soul-snatching in online novels, Lin Feng mused thoughtfully. He then asked Queen Medusa, what shall we do now? Your kin have fallen into the hands of those ancient apes. Do you intend to rescue them? After a moment's hesitation, Queen Medusa nodded resolutely. Indeed, we must. If I were to disregard their fate, it would surely dishearten the rest of our tribe. Lin Feng, filled with excitement, proclaimed, Splendid. Let us lead an army of 100,000 to annihilate those ancient apes. Ideally, we should obliterate their stronghold in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa rolled her eyes dramatically. Enough of your foolishness. Do you not understand that the strength of the ancient ape tribe is nearly equivalent to ours? A full-scale war would only lead to greater casualties, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 ourselves. I cannot bear to watch my kin perish before my eyes. Embarrassed, Lin Feng's face flushed, and he muttered, "Then perhaps we should send a few skilled serpents to stealthily infiltrate the ape tribe for a surprise attack?" Queen Medusa regarded him seriously. "Indeed, that is my intention. However, I shall not send others. I will personally venture into the ape tribe. Would you be willing to accompany me, Lin Feng?" Lin Feng hesitated, lowering his gaze as he mumbled, "I feel this is a conflict among your kind, and as an ordinary human, it seems unnecessary for me to meddle." Before he could finish, Queen Medusa interrupted him brusquely, waving her hand dismissively. "Very well, if you are such a coward. Then stay in the tribe and amuse yourself for a few days. We shall discuss matters upon my return." At her remark about his cowardice, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. Who does she think she is looking down on? He fumed. With resolve, he thumped his chest and declared, "Humph. Do not underestimate me. As a man, I have never feared anything in my life. Very well, I shall accompany you. Whoever shows fear shall be a coward." Chapter 66. 1,000-year Lingji stewed with beef. Lin Feng inquired, "What shall be our next course of action? Please take the lead." Queen Medusa tilted her head in contemplation before responding. The ancient apes, in terms of lifestyle and habits, are not so different from modern humans. Thus, I have decided to take a gamble. We will launch a surprise attack on their stronghold late tonight. Since this is an ambush, the fewer people we take, the better. Too many would only risk exposure. If the ancient ape army is alerted, even one at the peak of the nascent soul stage would not escape their clutches. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng found her reasoning sound. It appeared that this serpent queen possessed a keen intellect, surpassing that of many ordinary humans. He nodded in agreement. Queen Medusa stated firmly, "Time is of the essence. Let us act tonight. Success is our only option." Lin Feng had no objections. In fact, the prospect thrilled him. Should any danger arise, he could always retreat into the confines of his ring-s space, ensuring his safety. Just then, Wang Yuyan emerged from her bathing. And upon learning of their plans to raid the ancient ape tribe, she became exuberant, insisting she would join them. With no other choice, Lin Feng acquiesced to her request. Knowing that her sulking would be unbearable, after a brief rest in the cavernous hall, they finally approached midnight. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, a time when humans typically sleep soundly unless disturbed by extraordinary circumstances. Thus, Lin Feng and Wang Yuyan, under Queen Medusa's guidance, stealthily departed from the serpent tribe's rear path. Infiltrating the ancient ape tribe, they traversed the tropical rainforest and a sizable swamp, covering approximately 20 to 30 kilometers until they reached the foot of a towering mountain. Lin Feng gazed up at the colossal peak, which was strikingly crimson and bore a resemblance to a blooming lotus, poised to unfurl. He estimated its elevation to be at least 3,000 li, with sheer cliffs rendering ascent nearly impossible. Just looking up at it induced a dizzying sensation. Approaching the mountain, an intense heat enveloped them, making it difficult to breathe, reminiscent of a sauna. Curiously, Lin Feng asked Queen Medusa, "My queen, may I inquire the name of this mountain and why it is so peculiar? Merely standing at its base, I can hardly withstand the heat." Queen Medusa proclaimed, "This mountain is known as Flame Mountain. Its formation dates back at least several million years. It has maintained a high temperature for ages, to the extent that placing an egg upon it would result in it being cooked within mere minutes. However, it is situated at the heart of the Serpent People tribe, the ancient giant ape tribe, and the human tribe, thus regarded as a boundary marker. Once one crosses this Flame Mountain, the territory of the giant ape tribe lies just beyond the nearby hillside." Wang Yuyan inquired curiously, "I recall there being a Flame Mountain in journey to the west, which is the domain of the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. Could it possibly be the same place?" Lin Feng shot her a glance of disdain, replying, "Nonsense. The Flame Mountain in journey to the west refers to the Turpan region in Xinjiang, which has no bearing on this." Wang Yuyan felt a flush of embarrassment at his words and stuck out her tongue. Lin Feng, uninterested in mocking her ignorance, continued to question, "Have you ever explored the mountain? What is the summit like?" Queen Medusa shook her head, saying, "I have not been there, nor do I know. Moreover, this mountain is barren, devoid of any vegetation. There is nothing to eat or drink, and no creatures can survive here. Thus, I find it pointless to exert the effort." After contemplating, Lin Feng agreed and refrained from pressing further. Queen Medusa then suggested, "Let us refrain from entering the giant ape tribe for now. It would be prudent to wait an hour or two until that group of giant apes falls into a deep slumber before we act." Although the two did not fully comprehend her reasoning, they did not question it. After all, Queen Medusa was the commander of this raid, and any disobedience could lead to dire consequences. They certainly did not wish to be treated as mere snacks by the giant apes. However, speaking of food, both suddenly realized they were somewhat famished. After all, their previous dinner had consisted of only a meager amount, hardly enough to satisfy their appetites. Thus, Lin Feng retrieved the only millennium-old spiritual mushroom from his spatial ring. He had never found the opportunity to consume it, nor did he wish to sell it, fearing it would draw attention. It was better to seize this splendid opportunity to eat it. After all, once this chance passed, it might never return. Wang Yuyan watched in astonishment as he seemingly conjured the millennium-old spiritual mushroom from thin air. Wow, young Master Lin, how did you do that? Is there a hidden storage space on you? Lin Feng felt a jolt of apprehension at her words. He thought to himself that her sixth sense was indeed remarkable. She had guessed correctly. Especially for someone as clever and perceptive as Wang Yuyan, no secret could remain concealed before her. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Wang Yuyan expressed her displeasure. Why didn't you sell me this wild spiritual mushroom of such great age back then? Why only 2 wild spiritual mushrooms of 50 years each? Are you intentionally toying with me? Faced with her barrage of questions, Lin Feng could only conceal his thoughts. It's not that I didn't want to. Such a millennium-old spiritual mushroom is far too precious. It cannot simply be purchased with money. I feared it would raise suspicions and lead others to believe my possession was ill-gotten, or worse, to covet it for themselves. Moreover, such an ancient wild spiritual mushroom is not something an ordinary person can handle. Consuming it would lead to fatal consequences, much like wild ginseng, which, though nourishing, can also be lethal if overindulged. Having said that, Lin Feng ceased the conversation. He retrieved an iron pot from his backpack, placed it on the ground, and gathered a substantial amount of firewood, igniting it vigorously. Afterward, he heated oil in the pot, and once it reached a boiling point, he added half a pot of water before finally placing the millennium-old spiritual mushroom into the pot, cutting the rest into larger chunks for soup. In no more than 5 minutes, a pot of incredibly nourishing millennium-old spiritual mushroom soup was ready. Lin Feng also added several tons of fresh beef to the pot to ensure the dish would not be too bland. This dish of millennium-old spiritual mushroom and beef was exceedingly rare. Even the wealthiest among the billionaires would likely find their entire fortune insufficient to procure such a mushroom. Approximately half an hour later, the beef in the pot had become tender, while the millennium-old spiritual mushroom had fully dissolved, emanating a rich medicinal aroma that could be detected miles away. Lin Feng leaned in to sniff the aroma, and it was simply exquisite, indescribably delightful. Eagerly, Lin Feng picked up chopsticks and grabbed a piece of beef, placing it in his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, a wave of flavor enveloped him. An exceedingly pure essence coursed through his body, ultimately flowing into his dantian. Queen Medusa, not one to hold back, also seized the beef from the pot, devouring it voraciously. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, this flavor is divine. I have never tasted anything so delicious. The millennium-old spiritual mushroom and beef dish was equally a great tonic for ordinary people. Thus, the three of them began to feast heartily. In a mere 10 minutes, the entire pot of beef was consumed, leaving not a single morsel behind. Lin Feng, still unsatisfied, lifted the pot and drank the remaining broth, savoring every drop. After this sumptuous meal, Wang Yuyan felt so full that she could hardly walk. Queen Medusa wore a satisfied expression, while Lin Feng suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his abdomen. It seemed as if the capacity of his dantian had expanded, forcibly stretched as if he were giving birth. The discomfort was so intense that he cried out, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing his distress, Wang Yuyan rushed over, concerned, and began to rub his belly, asking what was wrong. Queen Medusa, however, remained unfazed, saying, "Do not worry, little sister. He is undergoing an upgrade. The process may involve some discomfort. But as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. As an ordinary human, there is little you can do to assist. He must endure this on his own." Wang Yuyan felt somewhat reassured by Queen Medusa's words. An hour passed swiftly, and Lin Feng felt the energy within his dantian gradually stabilize. His own spiritual energy seemed to have increased as well. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gasped, "Please take a look. What level am I at now?" Queen Medusa cast him a brief glance and remarked, "As I suspected, you are now at the peak of the golden core stage. You are merely a step away from breaking into the nascent soul stage." Lin Feng's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. He had previously heard Feng Qing'er mention that reaching the nascent soul stage would grant him a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Compared to the average human lifespan, that was a tenfold increase. Rounded up, it equated to near immortality. After all, for an ordinary mortal, there exists nothing more paramount than life itself. Only by living can one fully relish all that one possesses, such as wealth, power, and beauty. Should one inadvertently meet their demise, all the riches, authority, or enchanting companions become utterly irrelevant. In a moment of surprise, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something. He turned to the two companions and said, "Please wait here and refrain from wandering about. I shall return shortly." With that, he swiftly plunged into the nearby thicket and vanished into his spatial ring. Upon entering, he found that a magnificent palace had unexpectedly materialized within. Eager to uncover its secrets, Lin Feng sought out Feng Qing, but to his dismay, she wore a displeased expression and retorted, "You stingy brat. Sneaking off to enjoy delicious food without sharing with me? I have no desire to converse with you." Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Lin Feng sheepishly responded, all right, please don't be upset. I truly lost track of time. It was not my intention. I beg for your forgiveness this once. It shall not happen again." Feng Qing, uninterested in his excuses, interjected, "You've just reached the peak of the golden core stage, haven't you?" Lin Feng nodded vigorously in affirmation. With a toss of her long hair, she proclaimed with a hint of pride, "Consider yourself fortunate, for you have benefited from my influence. Do you realize that had you not inherited my celestial phoenix abilities, you would have remained at the mid-golden core stage? Under normal circumstances, one must begin from the chi refinement stage, progressing through 10 realms, followed by the foundation establishment stage, which also comprises 10 layers. Only upon attaining the pinnacle of foundation establishment can one hope to break through to the golden core realm. Unfortunately, the vast majority of practitioners in the human realm find themselves stuck at this juncture. The odds of successfully forming a core are exceedingly slim, approximately 1 in 100,000. Moreover, in this current age of spiritual decline, most humans are preoccupied with thoughts of earning a living, wholly neglecting the pursuit of cultivation. Thus, the number of cultivators in this world is lamentably scarce. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, sighed deeply, reluctant to engage in a debate. After all, it was a complex matter. For ordinary individuals like themselves, every aspect of life incurs expenses. Who among them would contemplate cultivation if their finances were insufficient? Were he to be born a billionaire, free from monetary concerns, he would undoubtedly devote himself entirely to the path of cultivation. However, he realized that such considerations were not pertinent at the moment. Pointing towards the palace, he inquired, "Sister, what is the story behind that palace? Do you know?" Feng Qing rolled her eyes in exasperation. "If you ask me, who should I ask in turn?" Not wishing to engage in fruitless banter, Lin Feng beckoned the young maiden, Miao Miao Sui, and together they approached the majestic palace. Before long, the three of them stood before its grand entrance. Lin Feng glanced up to see the plaque above the door emblazoned with the gilded characters, "Cavern of the Holy Ape Emperor." A wave of astonishment washed over him as he pondered whether this Holy Ape Emperor was indeed the owner of his spatial ring, and if this palace had once served as the Emperor's cultivation sanctuary. Chapter 68. The blood of the Holy Ape united in purpose, the trio pushed open the grand doors of the palace. In an instant, a profusion of celestial energy wafted forth, imparting a sensation of ethereal bliss. Feng Qing eagerly inhaled the spiritual essence, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, the celestial energy here is so rich. If I could cultivate within this palace, my progress would accelerate at least 2 or 3 times faster than in the outside world." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, but remained silent, leisurely exploring the vast hall. After a brief while, he felt a chill enveloping him, causing a slight tremor throughout his body. He estimated the temperature within the palace to be no higher than 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, having absorbed Miao Miao Sui's ice marrow sacred body, he could summon this ability to withstand extremely low temperatures. Even in sub-zero conditions, he would remain unscathed. However, he deemed it unnecessary to activate this power, feeling it would be superfluous. As he gazed upward, he noticed a resplendent altar adorned with gold before the main hall. This altar appeared to be crafted from pure gold, and before it stood a colossal gilded Buddhist statue, exuding an air of solemnity. Upon seeing this statue, Lin Feng felt an instinctive reverence and immediately knelt upon a nearby mat, bowing several hundred times in homage. Miao Miao Sui, too, promptly knelt on the ground, respectfully honoring the Buddha. Being from Southeast Asia, she held deep respect for Buddhism. Unlike certain temples in her homeland where the monks masquerade as enlightened beings while exploiting the temples for personal gain, amassing wealth without a shred of reverence. As for Feng Qing, being an ancient spirit, she harbored no particular beliefs. In her eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of indulgence in good food and drink. Thus, she merely observed passively, showing no inclination to kneel before the Buddha. After a while, Lin Feng lifted his head and beheld an array of celestial scrolls laid upon the altar. These scrolls were preserved in ancient bamboo slips, inscribed with esoteric characters that most could hardly decipher. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed some knowledge of these archaic scripts, and as long as the content was not overly complex, he anticipated no significant difficulties in understanding. He casually picked up one of the celestial scrolls and opened it, revealing the past of the Holy Ape Emperor. It was said that during the primordial era, apart from the ancient beasts that dominated the lands, various other formidable factions existed, including the battle-worthy Holy Apes. According to the scroll, the Holy Ape Emperor hailed from this illustrious lineage. This clan was exceedingly rare, numbering fewer than 100 individuals, yet their prowess was unmatched. Each battle-worthy holy ape was born with peak nascent soul cultivation, effortlessly ascending to the transformation realm with minimal effort. Thus, despite their small numbers, none dared to provoke them. The holy ape emperor, however, possessed an even more extraordinary origin. Neither beast nor demon, he was a celestial stone ape, said to be born from a divine stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens at the dawn of creation. After millennia of nurturing and countless years of dedicated cultivation, he ultimately broke through and ascended, traversing the void to another, higher realm. This spatial ring was the supreme artifact left behind by the holy ape emperor on this planet. By a stroke of fortune, Lin Feng came into possession of it. Moreover, the holy ape emperor stands as the last pinnacle powerhouse to have ascended to the realm of emperors in the vast expanse of time spanning billions of years. Ever since his ascension, no one has laid eyes upon him. After perusing the scroll of celestial techniques, Lin Feng eagerly turned to examine other scrolls. In search of formidable martial arts or secret manuals, perhaps the likes of the 9-in white-bone claw or the 18 dragons subduing palms. Alas, the celestial arts and secret techniques left behind by the holy ape emperor in this imperial cave possess an exceedingly high threshold for cultivation. One must at least be at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to practice them. Given that he is merely at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, it would be folly to harbor such aspirations. In this moment, Lin Feng found himself in a state of empty disappointment. However, he did not succumb to despair. After all, these celestial techniques and martial manuals are supreme arts bequeathed by an emperor. If anyone could cultivate them at will, their power would hardly be formidable. Moreover, during his previous time running a sundry shop, he had perused numerous online novels about cultivation. In essence, the higher the threshold for practicing a technique, the greater its resultant power. After a while of pondering, finding little of interest, Lin Feng rose and ventured to other areas of the grand hall to explore. Soon after, he stumbled upon a vast pool of water within a side hall. The pool, measuring at least several dozen yards in diameter, was encircled by layers of artificial mountains and bizarre rocks, emanating steam, with bubbles constantly rising to the surface. It appeared that the water was exceedingly hot. Astonishingly, the liquid within the pool was a deep crimson, reminiscent of human blood, creating an atmosphere steeped in the uncanny. In a moment of trepidation, Lin Feng instinctively took several steps back, unwilling to gaze upon the sanguine liquid any longer. At that moment, Feng Qing'er leisurely descended from the sky, peering down with wide eyes of astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this pool is brimming with the essence blood of the holy ape." Lin Feng quickly inquired, "Holy ape essence blood? What does that mean? It sounds quite impressive." With a cheerful demeanor, Feng Qing'er explained, "The so-called holy ape essence blood is, of course, the blood that flows from the holy ape emperor himself, immensely nourishing. I'm not exaggerating. If an ordinary human were to consume just a sip, not only would they not age, but they could easily live for 300 to 500 years. A surge of excitement filled Lin Feng as he asked, "Is that true? Could it really be as miraculous as you say? Then doesn't that mean I could achieve eternal life?" After all, as the master of this spatial ring, he alone could freely enter and exit the space within. Without his permission, no one else could intrude, granting him the privilege to monopolize this pool of celestial spring water. Upon further inspection, he realized that the small river outside was indeed the source flowing from this very pool, albeit heavily diluted, which explained its lack of the same sanguine hue. Feng Qing'er nodded, somewhat dismissively stating, "In theory, that is correct. However, do not celebrate too soon. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, relying solely on external supplements will provide little assistance to your advancement. Ultimately, you will still need to cultivate diligently on your own." Lin Feng, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, recognizing that he had, at least, discovered a shortcut. Without exerting much effort, he could extend his life by several centuries. With sufficient longevity, who could complain about the prospect of immortality? His previous disinterest in cultivation stemmed from a skepticism regarding the existence of eternal life. However, it now seemed that such a notion was not entirely impossible. With this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He then plunged into the pool, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy contained within the holy ape essence blood. Seeing his unrestrained enthusiasm, Feng Qing'er followed suit, eagerly indulging in the energy as well. Meanwhile, Miao Miao Sui stood hesitantly on the shore, unsure about entering the water. Noticing her bewildered demeanor, Lin Feng unceremoniously reached out, grasping her ankle and pulling her into the pool. The moment Miao Miao Sui's body came into contact with the holy ape essence blood, her ice marrow sacred body began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy from the water at an astonishing rate, even faster than Lin Feng and Feng Qing'er combined. Lin Feng was taken aback by the little girl's remarkable capacity. Before long, half an hour had passed, and in the real world, an hour and a half had slipped by. Lin Feng emerged from the ring space, slowly making his way out of the forest, only to find Queen Medusa and Wang Yuyin still waiting patiently for him. He approached them, somewhat sheepishly, and said, "I apologize. I suddenly felt a bit unwell. Perhaps something I ate didn't agree with me. I must have taken quite a while, and you must have been worried." Wang Yuyin shot him a glare, saying, "If you hadn't mentioned that you were in the restroom, I would have thought you were too scared and had sneaked away." Lin Feng chuckled. "How could that be? Do I seem like the type to run away?" Queen Medusa, with her captivating eyes, blinked but chose not to confront Lin Feng's deception. After all, she was the proud serpent queen, possessing a keen sense of awareness regarding her surroundings. Within 100 miles, no disturbance could escape her notice, let alone an ordinary human. She had clearly seen this fellow employ some arcane technique to vanish in the blink of an eye, along with his aura disappearing without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Queen Medusa mused that it must be some form of spatial magic, capable of transporting oneself to another location in an instant. Naturally, she refrained from pressing him for answers, recognizing that he had his reasons for concealing the truth. Why should she involve herself in matters that did not concern her? She was not one of those gossip-loving human women, insisting on clarity at every turn, or else they would relentlessly pursue the matter. After a moment of silence, Queen Medusa calmly addressed Lin Feng. "All right, enough of this. We must not waste any more time. Let us set forth. Delays may jeopardize our mission." Thus, the three of them continued on their journey. Having traversed the Flame Mountain, they traveled roughly another 10 kilometers, soon arriving at the ancient giant ape tribe's stronghold. It was now deep into the night, around 2 or 3 in the morning. The vast expanse of the primeval forest suddenly fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds, save for the faint rustling of insects and small creatures. A few individuals scanned their surroundings, yet they failed to catch a glimpse of a single ancient giant ape. Queen Medusa addressed the other two, saying, "These ancient giant apes display behaviors akin to ordinary humans. They prefer to retreat deep into the forest to huddle together and sleep at night. Thus, it is quite challenging to detect their presence around the forest's periphery." With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a prism of vibrant light enveloped the two, only to dissipate moments later. "I have cast a spell to conceal your human aura," Queen Medusa continued. "As long as you refrain from erratic movements, it will be exceedingly difficult for those ancient giant apes to perceive you. Now, I shall invoke the unique, arcane method of our ancient celestial serpent lineage, an ancient searching technique, to locate the whereabouts of our serpent kin who have been captured by the giant apes. I kindly ask the two of you to safeguard me and prevent any external disturbances during my spellcasting. Rest assured, my queen, I shall diligently protect you and ensure no one interrupts your incantation." Wang Yuyin affirmed gravely, her demeanor reminiscent of an underground operative relaying critical information. Lin Feng couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Wang Yuyin's earnestness, yet he deemed it unwise to mock her, for they had pressing matters at hand. Thus, Lin Feng activated his celestial phoenix eye, diligently scanning the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he was astounded to discover that, upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage, his extraordinary vision had significantly enhanced, expanding his observational range at least tenfold. Now, with his penetrating gaze, he could distinctly see every blade of grass and tree within a radius of several dozen miles. No movement, however subtle, could escape his keen eyesight. Lin Feng soon discerned that the serpent women abducted by the ancient giant apes were confined within an abandoned mine approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from their location. Outside the mine, a few small ancient apes frolicked on the grass, munching on wild fruits freshly plucked from trees. Upon observing these small ancient apes, Lin Feng noted they appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old in human terms, merely children. Their stature was not particularly tall, approximately 2 meters, akin to that of a chubby individual. This was not due to rapid development or obesity. The ancient giant apes were inherently of such grand proportions. Thus, one could surmise that fully grown ancient giant apes might stand at least 4 to 5 meters tall, with weights potentially reaching dozens or even hundreds of tons, comparable to an overloaded heavy-duty truck. Chapter 70, The Revelation. Of course, these ancient giant apes were not of the same race as the legendary battle saint apes of the primal world. They could only be considered distant relatives. Much like the Yuanmo people and the Peking man from millions of years ago, though both were hominids, they did not share the same ancestral lineage. The disparity between them was substantial. The vast majority of Yuanmo people labored tirelessly throughout their lives, yet could not afford even a fraction of a house in Beijing. Conversely, the exceedingly few Peking people were born into privilege, possessing wealth, power, and status from the moment of their birth. At times, Lin Feng pondered whether the world existed within a colossal illusion, a blend of reality and fantasy. Thus, he spoke to Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, there is no need for you to exert yourself in casting any spells. I have already discerned the location of your kin's captivity. Follow me." Queen Medusa, taken aback by his words, was astonished. What is this human youth? He is remarkably formidable. I have yet to begin, and he has already concluded. Doubts flooded her mind regarding the veracity of his claim. Was he deceiving her? Lin Feng paid no heed to her astonishment, striding purposefully towards the mine. Indeed, he soon laid eyes on the small ancient apes. By the time Queen Medusa and Wang Yuyin arrived, the unfortunate creatures had already been rendered unconscious by Lin Feng's trusty frying pan, which he had purchased from a Chinese-owned grocery store on a previous occasion. It served as an effective close combat weapon, allowing him to subdue them without inflicting fatal harm, unlike shovels, hammers, or axes that would likely splatter blood. An act he found too brutal. Wang Yuyin chuckled upon seeing him wielding a frying pan, its comical appearance illuminating the moment. "Young Master Lin, what are you planning to do? Do you aspire to be a culinary master?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Wang Yuyin, choosing not to engage in frivolous banter. He stepped closer to inspect the small ancient apes, concerned for their well-being. Medusa, witnessing his approach, was alarmed and swiftly intervened. "Young master, please do not act impulsively. These young ones must not be harmed, or else the adult giant apes will pursue us with reckless fury." Lin Feng retorted, "Nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me intending to harm them? I merely wish to ascertain whether these little ones are unharmed. I fear I may have struck too hard and caused a concussion." Hearing this, Medusa felt a wave of relief wash over her. If Lin Feng inadvertently harmed the young apes, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the ancient giant ape tribe, potentially leading to an all-out war between them and her serpent clan. In such a scenario, the suffering of her serpent kin would be incalculable. As the serpent queen, she could not afford to take such a monumental risk, or she would have led her forces into battle long ago, instead of resorting to stealthy infiltration. With the aid of Lin Feng's enhanced vision, the three of them effortlessly located the imprisoned serpent kin. However, their condition was dire. They appeared severely emaciated, as if subjected to considerable torment, with each one struggling to stand. Lin Feng, upon witnessing their plight, retrieved a bottle of spiritual spring water from his spatial ring, distributing it among the serpent women and instructing them to each take a small sip, which should help restore some of their strength. Once the serpent women consumed Lin Feng's spiritual spring water, their vitality was soon restored. Their faces radiated with health, a rosy glow replacing their pallor, each one remarkably beautiful. Notably, none among the serpent women were unattractive. Lin Feng found himself captivated by each of them. Before long, the enchanting serpent women stood upright, surrounding Queen Medusa, chattering excitedly, their expressions brimming with joy, seemingly celebrating their successful rescue. At that moment, Queen Medusa, with a serious demeanor, addressed them. "Do not be hasty in expressing your gratitude to me. It is young Master Lin whom you should thank. Without his assistance, I could not have so easily liberated you." Upon hearing their queen's words, the serpent women promptly grasped the situation's essence. Suddenly, the enchanting serpent maidens encircled Lin Feng, and in unison, they knelt before him with a resounding thud. They chattered in a peculiar dialect, bowing their heads in gratitude. In that moment, enveloped by so many beautiful serpent maidens expressing their heartfelt thanks, Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. Awkwardly scratching his head, he remarked, all right, please rise. Now is not the time for gratitude. We have just managed to rescue you. We must hasten our departure from this dreadful place. If the giant apes of the tribe discover us, we would be in grave trouble." As fate would have it, no sooner had Lin Feng uttered these words than a commotion erupted outside. He quickly employed his psychic eye to survey the situation. There, he observed a small ancient ape scrambling to its feet, glancing around in a state of panic. With a sudden outburst of distress, it dashed into the depths of the primordial forest. Realization struck Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. He had been too lenient. The little ancient ape had merely been momentarily dazed and was now fully alert, although it was oblivious to the events that had transpired. The sight of its comrades sprawled on the ground was enough to signal an ambush. The capability to incapacitate them while they were defenseless indicated that the assailant was formidable, far beyond what he could contend with. Consequently, the small ancient ape, sensing danger, chose to flee and seek the aid of the elders in its tribe. After all, these ancient giants were the ancestors of modern humanity, possessing a remarkable intelligence. Even a child among them was astute enough to recognize that if it could not win, fleeing was the wisest course. Lin Feng, now dumbfounded, thought to himself, "So, you wish to play tricks on me? I spared your life, and you repay my kindness with a clever escape while I was unprepared. Had I known, I would have sent you straight to meet the King of Hades." Chapter 71, the conclusion. Lin Feng turned to Queen Medusa, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we are in dire straits. Our position has been compromised. I underestimated the situation and inadvertently allowed a small ancient ape to escape. It is likely on its way back to alert the tribe." Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa became frantic, her mind racing. What? How could this happen? What shall we do now? Lin Feng glanced at the serpent maidens and then at Wang Yuyan. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he proposed, "Miss Wang, how about this? You take the serpent maidens and make your escape. The queen and I will remain behind to buy you some time." Wang Yuyan, concerned, replied, "But what will happen to you? What if you cannot hold them off?" Lin Feng, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "You need not worry about that. Just follow my instructions. Time is of the essence. Depart at once." With that, the group split into two, each taking a different path. As anticipated, no sooner had Wang Yuyan and the serpent maidens left than a horde of adult giant apes descended upon them. The ground trembled beneath the thundering footsteps, echoing through the forest. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the lead ancient ape, a formidable female, towering at least 20 or 30 meters tall, her massive form reminiscent of a mountain. His heart sank. Such a colossal beast was beyond human capability to confront. Even the mightiest of heroes would struggle against such a creature. Accompanying this female giant were several male apes, each eyeing Lin Feng with predatory intent. Though they were slightly smaller, measuring around 10 to 20 meters. At that moment, a small red-furred giant ape leaped down from the female's back, the very same one that had previously fled. It pointed accusingly at Lin Feng and, turning to the female ape, began to babble in a frantic tone, likely recounting how Lin Feng had ambushed them. After finishing its tale, emboldened by the presence of its mother, the little ape bared its teeth at Lin Feng and defiantly raised its middle finger, adopting a rather insolent posture. Lin Feng, taken aback by the audacity of this little brat, felt a surge of irritation. However, he did not indulge the insolence. He swiftly unleashed his fire manipulation technique, sending a streak of flame racing toward the red-furred giant ape, singeing much of its fur. Fortunately, he had no intention of delivering a lethal blow. He merely sought to teach the audacious child a lesson. Had he unleashed the full force of his attack, he would have had no doubt of his ability to eliminate it instantly. The little imp was left terrified, retreating swiftly back to the safety of its mother's embrace, no longer daring to act so brazenly in front of others. Witnessing her offspring being bullied, the mother giant could not contain her fury. She pounded her chest fiercely and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, sending insects and creatures scattering in terror. The other adult giant apes, responding to their leader's call, charged toward Lin Feng with fierce determination. Amidst the chaos, Queen Medusa, her voice tinged with urgency, said, "This is bad, Master Lin. That female giant is likely the new leader of these ancient apes. I can sense her power. It is undoubtedly at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Even if we were to combine our strengths, we would not stand a chance against her." Lin Feng, skeptical, inquired, "Are you certain? Is this female gorilla truly as formidable as you claim? Surely, I must have some chance at victory?" Queen Medusa bit her lip, casting him a resigned glance. "Even without the assistance of the other adult apes, in a one-on-one confrontation, your odds are merely 3 to 7. Lin Feng, perplexed, asked, 3 to 7? What does that even mean? Queen Medusa rolled her eyes at him. "In 3 minutes, she will have devoured 7 parts of her meal. Given your current stature, I fear you may not even suffice as a snack." As the adult giant apes closed in, it became painfully clear that they stood no chance against such overwhelming numbers. Yet Lin Feng remained untroubled. After all, he possessed the space ring, a magical artifact. If the situation became dire, he could simply retreat into the ring's sanctuary, rendering the ancient giants powerless against them. However, before that, Lin Feng wished to prolong the time as much as possible, granting the serpentine maidens a fleeting chance to escape. Should the two of them immediately retreat into the spatial ring, the ancient giant apes, upon realizing their sudden disappearance, would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon the snake women, offering them no chance of survival, likely devouring them one by one, as if they were mere morsels. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to remain behind, if only to distract this formidable assembly of ancient giants. With a flourish, Lin Feng spread his palm and unleashed a torrent of flames, casting forth dozens of fiery orbs, nearly exhausting his entire strength in the process. Each flame radiated a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, igniting the surrounding trees instantaneously. In no time, the ancient forest was engulfed in a towering inferno, flames roaring skyward, illuminating the heavens. The ancient giant apes, upon witnessing such ferocious flames, instinctively felt a pang of trepidation and halted in their tracks, daring not to advance recklessly, instead retreating to a safe distance. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Lin Feng could not restrain his laughter, exclaiming, These giants seem formidable only in stature. They are not as fearsome as they appear. Ha! Queen Medusa retorted with irritation. Do not celebrate prematurely. Those male giants are but minor minions. Our true adversary lies in the matriarchal gorilla. Lin Feng dismissed her concern, stating, You women are often quick to panic, perceiving terror in every shadow, especially towards men, particularly towards your own kind, treating them with little regard. Medusa, exasperated with the young human, implored, Young Master Lin, do not underestimate the situation. The leader of these giants has attained the nascent soul realm and is far more formidable than you presume. Exercise caution. Lest, before she could finish her warning, the fierce female giant, brandishing her immense bosom, charged through the wall of flames, roaring as she approached the two. In the blink of an eye, she was upon them, raising her colossal hand to deliver a devastating blow to the ground.